Okay, hello? Oh my god, oh fuck, I'm so stupid. Wait, hold on. Oh, you know what? Actually, wait, fuck it. It's, well, who cares? Are we okay? Is it lagging? Just tell me if it lags, otherwise we're sticking with it. It sucks that YouTube treats every live as a separate video. Yeah, it's super fucking annoying. Fuck, actually, hold on. I have to restart because I didn't change the resolution of my OBS. Hold on 1 second. Your stream will not be able to... Ah. Oh my god, I hate my life. Did this restart or is my stream dead? Hello? Testing, 1 2 1 2. Hi. Okay. I have to restart one more time to see if I can get the latency put back low. Oh my god. Good luck. I don't think I'm gonna do it. I think I'm gonna start a new video again. New video coming up. 50 VODs, boys. Where are the old Ice Poseidon memes? Wait, hold on. Are we here?
Hi.
Okay. I didn't consider this actually. Who is this guy? YouTube. No, that he's got 500,000 subs. Seems like he knows what he's talking about. He said it's probably the delay, the setting on YouTube. Maybe ultra low latency has that problem. Maybe actually. I wonder if ultra low latency uses like a quicker, dirtier encode in order to get it like encoded super fast. I'll try now. I'll just keep it on low latency instead of doing ultra low, and I'll see if the
that my hands are cold.
Thank you, Vosh. I'll see if the quality is better. Maybe I don't know if this will, if my webcam will look better or not. 5-second delay. Yeah, it's probably gonna be like a 5 or 6 second delay. You're fine. Fuck you. Okay. August is killing me because the VOD quality is garbage. I need to do local recordings, but I need to get a faster drive, or I need to get more RAM. My computer lags when I go to fucking locally record. It's a lot better. Is it a lot better? Can't tell. Who knows? Okay. Fuck. Do you need more RAM or faster RAM or both? I think I just need more RAM. I think on my streaming computer, I think I only have like 16 gigs of RAM, which I think given everything I run on this computer is probably a little on the low side. Like it's pretty maxed out. I think my gaming computer has more RAM than my streaming computer does. Jesus. Oh, I'm dead. Nice. Are you gonna watch Crowder's change my mind on trans?
Are you going to watch Crowder's change my mind on trans and sports?
Probably not. I don't know. Maybe. I've got like 20 videos I needed to watch right now. That's the same problem when I stream on YouTube. No problem on OBS, but stream lags. I suspect it's the ultra low latency setting. Oh fuck, that's not what you were talking about. My problem is that my 1080p video on YouTube looks like trash. It looks really bad. Like my webcam quality and everything, it looks like it's at fucking 320p or 280, 240, 320, 360. I don't know. It looks really bad. So I don't know, but I don't. It's because YouTube re-encodes everything. It doesn't get the original RTMP stream that I sent to YouTube never shows up on a viewer's computer. It's just all their transcodes. But it's just annoying that it looks so bad.
Didn't say Simon Says.
When I look at Dr. Disrespect though, Dr. Disrespect stream quality looks a lot better, but he streams at 1440p, so I don't know why. I'm not sure. Ask the doc if he gives you some advice on it. I don't really know him. I don't know if he would respond to messages for me. Can you store the VOD and save it for August? Yeah, I can. It's just locally recording it is a little bit more straining on my streaming PC, and I have really low RAM on this computer. And sometimes I hit that cap, and then my computer lags like crazy, and it gets fucked. This is why I should just kill these dudes. Up the bitrate also could be the beef from. Well, it advises 3 to 6,000 bitrate, so mine is turned to 6,000. I think if I turn it up any more, I don't think that's going to influence the bitrate that the YouTube encoder uses to re-encode my stuff. Oh, nice, good one.
I support someone with DID. They have an intellectual disability. I got told my therapist to support them like dementia. Seeing Twitter DID made me want to die.
Good one. A video uploaded at 1440p is better looking 1080p videos than straight 1080p
Didn't you
videos.
beat this guy last night? Why are you doing it again?
I don't know if that... I don't know enough about how the YouTube encoder works to know if that's necessarily true. High bitrate absolutely makes the stream look better. It gives YouTube a better file to work with. I don't know if that's true. I mean, I can jack my bitrate up to 20 megabits per second right now. It's at 60. We'll go up to 20, and we'll see if it looks any better, but I don't know if it'll have an effect at all. Oh my god, sorry, I'm looking at my chat. I don't think it looks any better. And this is at 20 20 megabits per second. I don't think it changed at all. Up to 20. I can jack my bitrate up. True. I don't know enough about how the YouTube encoder works to know if that... Yeah, I don't know.
YouTube chat supremacy.
It feels like 720 upscale to 10. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, actually, can you link me the 1440p VOD that I had? I wonder if that looks any better. I just don't know why it was like randomly lagging like that. Why YouTube was... Oh fuck, I'm going the wrong way. It looked better. It looked better. Is this the VOD? Oh. Yeah, like, oh yeah, we know that Destiny's old house. Okay, just it's not good. Does it look better? Oh, hold on. Good. There is no. It's pretty shitty to joke about immutable characteristics. No, hold on, chill. $20 megabits per second is high. I don't know if you're using X264 NVNC. I'm using X264. The preset's already set to slow. Again, the problem is we know that Destiny's old house. Shut up. I don't think it looks any better. And this is at 20. The problem isn't on the problem isn't my encoding. The problem is figuring out how to trick the YouTube encoder into being better. This is higher. The 1440p one does look better. Oh, when we're... Does the 1440p one look better at 1080p? On my stream, and we say shit like that, we can. But I know that your guys' brain gets fucked. True, their brains do get fucked. God. 20 megabits per second. I don't think it... Sometimes. Because of like the discourse. I think online, it does look better. But that, if anybody that's saying it looks better right now based on watching my stream also, because I'm streaming at the same thing as... I'm gonna have to do a lot of reading on this tonight to figure out how the fuck it works. Ask a YouTuber? Well, there's YouTubers in my YouTube chat, right? But I don't know how many people do like gaming and stuff, right? You can tell with the aberration on the objects 40p one doesn't have that. Yeah, maybe. Is it still weird to hear yourself speak? No, it's really weird to talk and not hear myself speak. I'm used to hearing myself on my headphones. Wow, through the tree, good one. 1440p 4K looks better on YouTube because it uses a different codec, uses AV1. Oh, interesting. Yeah, that's kind of what I wonder. That
Fuck
just
you
like
for banning me, bitch.
picking a different encoder might like. Does Dr. Disrespect interact with his chat at all? Oh my god. Because I wonder if he just uses like the slowest. He might just do the slowest encoder settings. I bet that's what he does. And then he just doesn't give a fuck.
Obama.
My stream looks pretty good. What do you stream normally?
Baby. 2号的声音给我
Because if you're normally streaming, this is you, right? I'm not just mixing up with another. Because if you're streaming normally like camera stuff, I think even if the encoder quality is lower quality, I think it's still gonna look fine. But it's when you start doing like gaming stuff and there's a lot more movement on the screen, that's when the encoder quality starts to matter a lot more, and then it gets like kind of fucked. If you're using low latency 1080p 4040 won't add any more latency in that regard, right? Yeah, I don't think so. But did you check a Vosh VOD? I don't know what Vosh's webcam looks like. I'll probably talk with August a bunch about it tonight and figure it out. We'll see what's going on. It looks good gaming as well. Look, do you have a gaming VOD? Ask Tim the Tap Man. I'm not really friends with any of the YouTube streamer guys that came from Twitch. Wait, why did he get timed out by Nightbot? You're starting to bug me. Blacklisted spam warning. Damn. Nightbot's not fucking around. Oh, okay. Let's turn down our 20 megabits per second. Started streaming. Link me his stream again when he starts playing games, and we'll see how it looks. He's only streaming in 1080p. Well, wait, does Tim the Tapman have stream VODs?
We still here.
Oh, I think his
Just to
looks like
suffer.
shit as well.
Every night,
His webcam looks like mine.
I can feel my vagina. And my ovaries. Even my uterus. The body I've never had. The parts I've never had.
Dunebug, why?
Won't stop hurting. It's like they're really there. Trans feel it. Too, don't they?
Chill, Dunebug. I don't even know if that was that really Dunebug. Okay, Tim the Tapman stream
Keep
quality is
hating
fucked.
your life then, working class Andy.
Dr.
I
Disrespect.
still can't believe that the Oscars allowed Will Smith slapping Chris Rock to be broadcasted for the whole world to see it, and lefties still deny that black-on-black violence is an issue. Capital F.
His camera
I love
looks
black people.
super crisp. This is really crisp. I wonder if it's just because he sends a 1440p broadcast that it uses a different encoder for 1080p. I think it's got to be that. Vosh webcam with Elden Ring gameplay. He's sending a 1080p. I think his camera looks pretty bad. It's hard to tell. He's not moving much. Ludwig Elden Ring VOD here. Okay, so without clicking the bottom right thing, it looks like he does 1080p too, or his camera quality doesn't look good, but this might just be a bad camera. I can't tell. Yeah, he does 1080p quality. Okay. I think it's the 1440p thing. The quality of the it's got to be the 1440p thing. It's got to be that. What bitrate am I using right now? 6 megabits per second, but I think it's more complicated than... It's not a setting on my end. It's tricking... Not tricking. It's using YouTube. Okay, can you please stop? Hold on one second. Jesus.
Hello, Stephen. Hope your day is blessed. And this year, United States of America. Any plans or desire to go onto FNAP? Saw you mention Mueller's name and would love to see the color. Fuck you, Chad, I asked. Jesus. Obama.
Oh, wait. Dr. Dixar goes over it on this clip. I won. Good one. Nice.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You're the man now, dog.
You have the exact time and place.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Oh, isn't this guy kind of like a popular chatter? Hold on. Jesus. This guy has so many alts. Okay. Can we recenter? Okay, we're not talking about stream quality anymore. Stop. I don't care. Okay. Will Smith stuff. Don't hit people for jokes. It's not a good idea, okay? It's not, just don't do it. Something that I'm becoming like increasingly irritated by is the a long time ago, whenever you would talk about systemic issues facing certain minority groups, oh god, conservatives would usually say like, oh, you're just you have low expectations of that minority group. They would call it the bigotry of low expectations. So if you would say some shit like, oh, like black people would do better in the United States if they had like more economic opportunities, better schools, etc., conservatives would go, oh, well, you just have low expectations of black people. That's the bigotry of low expectations. It was a really bullshit way to kind of like hand wave every systemic issue that a person could face.
Hello there, Destiny. I've recently heard that a member of your cabinet, Mr. Mountain, is planning on moving to Canada. Why would he want to move away from the greatest country in America? A true traitor, if I say so myself. Wobam.
Well, we have to ask Mr. Moon, okay?
Keep
I had a
hating your
rough
life
time
then,
listening to
working
the
class
politics
Andy.
debaters left on Dylan's channel, which is deuced for politics now that they parted ways with you.
Okay,
Any
I'll
chance
do
they'll
this
beg
after
to
I
have you
finish this
back?
fight and turn off my donuts. I gotta say, I don't
Didn't
know
say
what I'm trying to
Simon
do.
Says.
Okay. These are muted. The people are like unironically treating black people like animals. It's ultra fucking cringe. It's ultra fucking white, and even black people that do it are ultra fucking white. When you like start making shit up, when you start saying shit like, oh, like black people can't help themselves, but you know, like assault people when people make jokes, like you're fucking racist. Okay, you're unironically fucking racist. It's really weird. Go out and meet more black friends that just don't go to university or aren't like the most hardcore, like mind-rotted activists in the world, because holy shit, it is like the cringiest, craziest fucking shit in the world to ever say that. And I can't believe that there are like so many people in so many different communities that are like using this like line of thought of like, oh, well, you wouldn't understand, like, this is a black person issue. Like, no, it's not, motherfucker. Violence isn't unique to black people. Slapping people because you got ass mad about a joke, that's not unique to black people. And people hitting each other or using violence to resolve a conflict is also not unique to black people, okay? White people have a rich history of genociding people, of enslaving other communities, and of using violence all over the world, okay? Black people can't just take that from us, okay? That's our history, okay? So this idea that yeah, this idea that like black people can't help themselves is just so unimaginably fucking cringe. Obviously, there's going to be a few dipshits making it about race. Isn't it best to just ignore them? No, that's not how this works, dude. These people have collectively like millions of fucking likes on Twitter using these takes. These aren't niche opinions. These are like there are like somebody was linked to one earlier that had like 60,000 fucking likes. But again, like these are like massive engagement tweets or whatever. They're not just like random schizos like they were in 2016. Like people saying shit about, and then trying to make it about like black, like this is really an issue about white women, because if Jade was a black woman and Will Smith hit somebody, everybody would be defending her. So actually this is about how white women are advantaged in society. I don't even know how. Listen, props to finding a way to shit on white women in the middle of a conflict that involves two black men and a black woman. Congratulations. But Jesus Christ. What do you get for killing these invader guys? I don't know, but I'm doing it. Did you see the Peter Coffin tweet? Oh yeah, that Peter Coffin was instantaneously able to surmise that the whole reason why this happened was because Jada was an abuser or whatever. I see a lot more toxic gender messaging. For example, Will Smith was right to stand up for his wife. Oh, that's been some of it too. A lot of like people that do like the cuck thing, because I guess they made their open relationship public too. That's been on a lot of the discourse as well. Holy shit. Why have you been studying this one section for 3 days? Because I haven't been focusing much. I've been like talking to people and doing shit. I'm not like... And I think I've only spent like a couple hours here, because I haven't played much over the past few days. You have to kill 3 in a row and the loot isn't great. Well, the loot is the honor and integrity we get from defending. The loot is good. It's going to raise your equip load limit. I don't even know if I'll wear it. Okay, let me focus one time on this fight, okay? Oh my god, I have to stop hitting a second time because I just got one shot. How close is Manifesto to being done? It's not, I haven't even started it yet. Fuck, I should never make this stuff public. I should never make it public. I should just said I'm requesting information. If you're gonna fucking ask every single fucking day. Holy shit. I've literally been streaming wall to wall and then I've been out doing stuff like every single fucking day for the past like 2 days. Like I haven't finished anything yet. Jesus Christ. Do you have any multiplayer passwords? Yes. Enter the something, make it your mom joke there, okay? Figure it out. Do you think violence is a way to deal with issues or verbal attacks at least somewhat connected to class? What do you think Will Smith's class is? What do you mean by that? Do you just assume he's lower class because he's black or what? How does that? He means in D&D. Oh. Based on Mr. Bitt's arguments, couldn't you just identify as trans? Okay, this is our next topic, okay? Something that has become a little bit problematic, I think, in online discourse. This is, by the way, this is a topic that only me and I guess ultra-conservative people will touch because it's like, it's a toxic as fuck topic. But I think it like needs to be, at some point we have to find a way to talk about this. I think that generally, it's usually not good to guess like the mind states of other people, and it's usually better to just deal with arguments directly. So, for instance, like it's very rare that I just like accuse somebody of being a grifter when they're making an argument. Like, oh, I don't think they really believe that. They're just grifting, because there's just usually not much like utility in it, and there's no way to like prove it. And I can just deal with like shitty arguments anyway, unless there's like a lot of evidence. Like, you know, like I think you can have conversations about like Dave Rubin being a grifter. Or, I don't know if anybody fits the bill as well as Dave Rubin does. But one thing that is kind of difficult is that we've entered this world where, like, oh shit, I should have been again. Every single person has to be taken at their word for anything related to themselves. And and I don't think that that's necessarily bad in and of itself, except for when people start to weaponize those aspects of themselves. Then I think I should have rolled. I just tried to, oh, I'm alive. Holy shit. Because when people start to weaponize those aspects of themselves, then all of a sudden it becomes weird that those same things that they're weaponizing are literally unimpeachable. Like you can't attack or do anything about them, but they're used to like win arguments or establish points or whatever. Nice. So something that I haven't talked a lot about because I personally don't have super strong feelings about it. This might be the most transphobic thing that I've ever said in my life. So here we go. I don't think I really believe in non-binary. I feel pretty strongly about like trans men and trans women. It seems to be like there's research and there's history supporting the existence of these two like types of people, I guess we could say, or like this one phenomenon, I guess, of being trans. But I don't know how hardcore I'm bought into this concept of non-binary, and now I'm gonna ratchet it up to 11 times. Okay, non-binary to me seems like an easy way for a boring white person to buy into the trans status without ever having to like actually take drugs to change their body. That's a lot of the discourse on Twitter feels that way to me. Like non-binary, like if I say that I'm like a trans woman, but I don't want to like transition, or my gender presentation can still be male, but I'm gonna go by she, her pronouns, that feels a little bit lame. But I could just identify as non-binary. Now I can be trans. I don't have to change my gender presentation at all. Nobody really knows my gender identity. And now I get like all the benefits of being trans and talking about trans things. There's two huge problems with this. I'll go over the minor problem first. The minor problem first is I just read a really fucking stupid thing in chat. I need to not reach out when I'm having these conversations. Or I need to reach out afterwards. The minor problem first is that, fuck, hold on. No, I'm gonna focus on this. Fuck, I just read something so fucking retarded in chat. It just fucking threw my whole fucking mind for a loop. I'm gonna die. I should have died. He should have killed me there. Wow, good one. Can you please just die? Oh, I'm at the barrier! I can't move! I don't remember what the two things I was gonna say was. I'm probably gonna start permabanning people that say like, "Isn't this just a really online opinion?" Who's saying this? Okay, I'll ignore you. Hopefully, I remember to unignore you in a week. Okay. I think the biggest problem with identifying as like non-binary, when you have like pronouns that totally match like your gender expression, that totally match how everybody else perceives you in society, is that I think there is a lot of stolen valor here. I think there is a ton of stolen valor in that you basically get to go online and you get to pretend that like you've had all, because there's a huge market in victimizing yourselves these days, right? Like if you are a victim, it's like the ultimate way to get like social accreditation. Like you want to okay, so, and then, oh god, also, and then you've got like the fucking brainlet, like Pisco take two. Don't you identify as non-binary? I'm not ever online crying that I have like a trans experience and that like I'm a victim of trans shit. It's the same thing with me identifying as like Cuban, right? I never go online and I'm like, well, you wouldn't understand. Growing up Hispanic in America, like this for me, I've never said anything like that before because it's fucking retarded. My experience growing up in the only time I'm Hispanic is when I step into the FAFSA office and I'm trying to get fucking student aid. Otherwise, I have a white American experience, 100%. That is my whole lived experience, and I would never say anything different, ever, right? But I don't like the idea that like it happened twice. Somebody pointed this on a subreddit. It happened twice in the past week where I'm arguing with like, I think it's like with somebody that's presenting as a cis male essentially, in order to try to have like more validity into their arguments. They're out of nowhere. They're like, oh, I'm non-binary. It's like, okay. And like, I don't agree that the lived experiences of non-binary people is matching that of people that are like trans women or trans men who legitimately have a lot of painful experiences growing up related to that trans identity, right? So when you're a trans male or when you're a trans female, you have like internal issues, like there's an incongruence between the mind and body that can cause a great deal of stress. And you have external issues. The way that people treat you publicly when you try to bring that mind and body mismatch into more congruency causes a lot of friction between family and friends. When people that just are like, when guys, really, because 99% of the time, when guys are just like, oh, like I'm non-binary or whatever, and they're like, oh, so I'm trans, it's like, okay, I guess like you kind of are, but like you're not having like the trans experience anywhere near as much as like trans people are in the United States. So when you're like a non-binary person that uses like the same pronouns that anybody in society would normally identify with you and present with, and you're not on HRT or you're not doing anything like, it just seems kind of weird to try to like throw that in there as like a like, oh, I'm trans. Like, you're okay, you're non-binary, your gender presentation matches up completely with how you appear, you're not on any drugs, and like no one else on the outside would ever be able to identify you as being a trans person, like non-binary. Yeah, I don't know. I think I think it's just really cringe. I'm getting to a point where in a lot of the online discourse, I'm starting to believe some of the things that people are saying like less and less and less. Like all of it feels like just really attention seeking to me. But I think that the issue is that like when I was growing up as a kid, like when teenagers were being attention seeking, and they are, because teenagers are attention seeking. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with that. People who are teenagers or in their early 20s who are attention seeking, that's like a normal part of growing up. You're trying to find your place in the world. You want people to notice you and recognize you. You want to feel important. Like, that's totally fine. You know, like I shit on like kids a lot on my stream, you know, like fucking retarded on like college kids or like people being dumb. But like you should like, this is like a normal stage of your development. Everybody does this. Everybody goes through these phases where you're like a fucking libertarian or you're doing whatever. Like it's totally fine that it happens. But the problem is that it used to be when kids were acting like attention seeking, you could identify it as such and be like, okay, you're a kid, you're going through a phase, this is attention seeking, whatever, that's fine. You can do that, and we were, everybody in the world knew what was happening. We could move on and be fine, you know. But the issue is that like now that so much of the attention-seeking behavior is starting to revolve around these like gender-related concepts, it becomes impossible to ever have discussions about like this type of attention-seeking behavior, which I think is like, I think it's really weird. Destiny, it seems like you're dismissing the validity of non-binary identity because of a lot of idpol performative lying online people, and I think that's a reason to not. I don't think that's a reason. No, well, first of all, non-binary identities have like my understanding is there's no establishment in any scientific literature whatsoever to support these. So this is literally a thing that you literally accept only on social grounds because it sounds like a thing that maybe should be or whatever. Okay, but I like the concept of non-binary and all of this. Like I don't think exists anywhere like scientifically. I don't think it's been like psychologically validated. I don't know if there's any research on it. It seems I don't see anything. Like when people like Lumi say things like I have gender dysphoria of being any gender, that sounds like something not related to like your internal experience. That sounds like some other sort of like mental issue that you have to work through. I don't know if I consider like not having any gender presentation whatsoever to be just as valid a gender identity as having some sort of gender presentation. That doesn't make any sense to me. And I don't think there's any validity like that anywhere like in the literature that shows that like this might be a thing. Haven't third genders existed historically? People say that. I think there was like one Indian society that had, I think there was like one Indian society that had a third gender once, but like for the overwhelming history of mankind, like it's been generally like two genders, right? Oh, maybe there's two spirit. I shouldn't have attacked that. I'm supposed to be waiting for it to finish. But I attack again because I'm an idiot. And again, I just can't help myself. Okay. I do feel like there are people that don't feel a strong connection to their gender stuff. Sure, and this is why, like, people call it ironic, I guess. I really don't give a fuck what people call it. This is why, like, I've historically identified, I guess, as, like, non-binary. Like, I don't have, like, a strong connection to my gender, because I just don't feel that way. But I don't really know if I understand the mechanisms for how this can manifest in, like, dysphoric feelings or something. or how I feel like I need like some type of special recognition for that. That just comes off as like very bizarre to me. But I feel like the people that will like defend that will also like very adamantly defend like neo-pronouns and shit too, which are just equally ridiculous. Okay, you attack first, then I attack. You attack first, and then I attack. Oh. Thank you. Okay. And then I guess to tie this into like convos that I've had before, something else that like really drives me crazy is that it feels like it really feels like we've erased the gamut that a gender can run, or that gender expression run, and we're like hardcore narrowing down what it used to be. That like I guess I liked it when I was growing up. Like, again, to reiterate, like I think that trans men and trans women are still real things, but it feels like it's harder and harder to have like, you know, like, and this might just be a bias when I see online, I don't know if I see people that ever identify like as tom girls anymore. Now it's like you're not a tom girl, you're like a like trans femme presenting like gender fluid queer person, and it's like, okay, like can't this person just have like the gender identity of like being female, but like this is how they express themselves? Like why do they have to be like 32 new categories for everything, right? Or like there is no like it doesn't seem like people talk about like drag as much, you know. Now it's like femme presenting, cross-dressing, like queer gender fluid men, or like I don't even know, like I don't know, like femboys or whatever. Like it just seems like it feels weird that like for a while it felt like we were like radically expanding kind of like what the genders could do or how they could present, and now we've like instead of like continuing to expand it, like shattered, and now there's like 52 different genders for every like spectrum now, which just feels like kind of weird. I think I've like talked about this before, but nice, good one. Is there anyone who identifies as all genders? There's probably an omnigender, unironically. If you look up, oh my god. If you look up like, is it Wikigender?
Didn't say Simon Says.
Oh shit, that guy can parry? Okay, no more ever doing that. I can only imagine future DSA meetings where people identify. Yeah, just, I don't know, man. Oh, he doesn't shoot. Oh, okay. Wow, nice move spam, dude. I'm gonna die right here. I should have died. Because I'm greedy! I'm too paranoid to like take a normal hit now because I think he's gonna fucking parry me. Like that one guy yesterday parried me for the first time ever. When I was on 3 out of 3. I don't feel like mobs should ever be able to parry you. Because it's basically just like the game is rolling a dice to see if you die. And if they roll, like, there's no skill past the point of me autoing. It's just a matter of if the AI decides it's going to perfectly parry me or not. There's nothing I can really do. Oh my god. It's so lame, dude. Okay, I'll just auto him. I'll auto him and kill him first, and then kill the... I don't know.
Didn't say Simon Says.
What if Amy Schumer made the joke and Will Smith hit her? How would you react to that?
So keep the Vegematics happy.
I'd be cheering him on.
Nice one. I remember back when we were saying women can do X, traditional male thing, men can do X, traditional female thing, and now it seems like everyone wants a diagnosis for those things. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I guess like just the leaving this conversation, I guess, because and I understand it's a shit show. And there's probably like 24 of you guys like making up like huge Reddit threads now about how like I'm secretly transphobic or whatever. The reality is that like there is a lot of attention-seeking behavior that happens, but now that all of that behavior can be shifted over to like gender spectrum stuff, now all of it becomes you can't call any of it out, and it's worse. Not only can you not call any of it out, now we have to all like pretend that like these like 52 self-diagnosed mental illnesses, or these like I'm non-binary but I still use the same pronouns and present a certain way. Like now we have to pretend that these things are like sacred, holy things that have to be ultra respected, and we have to treat these people differently and talk to these people differently. And it's just like I don't know. It's gotten really, really, really fucking obnoxious, and it's harmful to the people that actually need help for any issues related to this. It's harmful to the discourse because now we all just get stuck in meta conversations about whether or not we're being whateverist or embracing whatever isms. I don't know. It's super ultra cancerous now, obviously. Has Mr. Girl affected your opinion on this at all? Not really, no. I feel the same way with neopronoun. I've never considered those to be a real thing. I still can't believe. I hope that they don't gain any more traction than they already have, but who the fuck knows? As soon as I start seeing people on like major boards or like fucking big social things presenting themselves with neopronouns, I'm just gonna that's it. I'm ending it. Okay, here, we'll catch up on donos.
Left-wing economic policy is hanky. Destiny, sunglasses.
Have you given a take on they, them? I don't care. They, them is fine. That's whatever. It's easy enough. People do it naturally anyway.
When birth, sex is meaningless to determining gender, and you have to use societal stereotyping. Then of course you need non-binary status. Most people don't fall to a rigid set of gender norms. Two-spirit is a modern concept that was invented in academia to refer to various third genders in various indigenous cultures that have little in common with one another.
I don't know anything about the history of two-spirit stuff, so I can't say.
Tom girls were the hottest. All straight boys knew that. What happened?
If you accept people feeling strongly that they're
Joey.
Sometimes. If you accept people feeling strongly that they're transgender, why would you reject people feeling strongly that they're non-binary unless you have a special reason to doubt their sincerity? I have no frame of reference for what non-binary even means. Like, transgender makes sense. You can either feel like you're a male or you can feel like you're a female, but non-binary, just like, it's like saying, like, why wouldn't you accept that some people might feel like they're aliens? Or why wouldn't you accept that some people feel like they have dolphin spirit? Like, there's just no frame of reference. There's no reason to think that, like, this is even, like, a thing that you're possibly capable of conceiving. Like, it just doesn't make any sense at all. How do you feel about gender fluid shit? This might just be my brain booming or whatever because I'm old, and maybe it is. But gender fluid to me feels like somebody that is probably like male or female, like they normally would be, but they have like hobbies or interests or presentations that are just outside of the social norm. But it sounds boring to say that, so you want like your new like special tag or whatever, so you get to be gender fluid. It's like a guy that likes wearing dresses instead of like being a cross-dresser, or a guy that is like just femme presenting or whatever. Like now you're gender fluid, or like just stuff. That's what it feels like to me. But who knows? You know, I could be. Maybe I'm wrong. Couldn't non-binary be a catch-all for that stuff too? I guess, or you could just, I don't know, man. The core problem is that people want to rename self-expression to gender. It feels that way a little bit. If I listen to like Demon Mama talk, or if I look at like the wiki gender shit, that like seems to be the case. But I think it's just, I think people really want like validity for the things that they feel or whatever. And like getting something like solidified into a gender is like the ultimate form of like validation. That's what it feels like. Oof, like 12 paragraphs typed at me that I'm not reading a single one of. How mad does that make you guys? The wiki gender shit is a meme, right? I don't believe so. I'm pretty sure the people that write there and post about it feel pretty strongly about it. Oh my god, I should have rolled. Oh, I wasn't even dead. Whatever. I think if you get hit by just the tip, it does slightly less damage. Do you feel like neopronouns basically people wanting certain titles like doctor or PhD? It feels to me like it feels to me like people just want to be special and people want to be like known for something. And like neopronouns are like a really easy way to do that. But I think that the issue is that this is going to sound really negative, but I don't really care at this point. I think the issue is that like there's a lot of people in the world now, and with social media, a lot of people are like realizing how unexceptional they are, and they feel kind of bad that they don't have any cool accomplishments or achievements or whatever. So like the easiest way to like stand out, you know, is like I am, you know, like a gender fluid, trans femme presenting like neo queer person who goes by Zir, Zayam, like pronoun. That's like now you have like something like, look, this is like me, I'm unique, which again, I don't think is intrinsically a bad thing, because when we were talking about like teenagers or like early 20s people, like attention seeking to some extent is like pretty normal. Like you, again, you should be wanting to get attention. That's like pretty normal, right? But I think that like the way that we, encourage that is through like people accomplishing or achieving or doing things, or like being cool people or whatever. But just the idea that like this, all the weird gender shit is like a shortcut to notoriety, I think is a little bit cringe, but I don't know. Yeah, like people like Vosh, like it's not enough, like I can't be a Marxist, I can't be a socialist, I have to be like an anarcho-syndacticalist. Just like, okay. Like, sure thing, dude, you know? It cannot be a bad thing and nothing serious at the same time. Well, so like I think the issue why it gets like a little bit serious is that wow, DSP going hard. I think the reason why it's a little bit weird is because like the online discourse is so far away from the real life discourse that if whenever you dip your toes into the online discourse, I think there's a real chance that it like harms the real life discourse, because like when you try to have conversations about people, and even like 5 years ago was the case. If I try to have a conversation with somebody about trans people, they're like, okay, well, like what about they, zer, cat pronouns and everything? And like usually most of those conversations in the early days, like 3 or 4 or 5 years ago, would revolve around me saying things like, okay, these people aren't real, they're not serious, they're like a minority, nobody takes these people seriously. But now that like those conversations are becoming more and more and more mainstream, it's becoming harder to present like a reasonable view of like what a trans person is or whatever, you know? So yeah, I don't know. Oh, what's up? Hi. Do you agree with DeSantis? I have no idea what that even is. Oh, the Florida shit? I haven't looked into it enough to have a strong opinion about it. Okay, he attacks, I attack. Okay, big attack, I attack twice. Roll. He attacks, I rolled twice because I'm an idiot. Okay, he attacks, big attack, I can hit twice. No, I can't hit twice. I shouldn't hit twice. Is there more research on trans people versus non-binaries? Yeah, there's like a decent amount
Keep
of
hating your life
research
then,
on like
working class
trans
Andy.
people and trans brains. I say a decent amount. It's all obviously still in its infancy, but okay. This conversation topic is boring. All right, next one. What do we have? Michaela tweet. We are reinstating the SAT, ACT requirements. Uh-oh, did they get rid of them for a while? Nice. Cool. Demon Mama's community is trying to dock Striker. Yeah, I saw that. Fuck it, we're gonna listen to this while I try to run through this area.
Seeing itself as leftist to be...
I'm starting this over again. Good luck.
Hello, everyone.
Wait, I chat with her in an hour and 10 minutes. Okay.
Today we are going to take a look at a video titled How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis by the channel called The Gravel Institute. And just who are the Gravel Institute? We're building the infrastructure to beat right-wing propaganda outlets like PragerU on their own turf. With concise 5-minute videos from authoritative presenters, from Bernie Sanders to Chelsea Manning, we're pushing non-traditional audiences to the left. And to fight a behemoth like Prager, with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, we need you on board. Join us. So that's nice. They're trying to be a leftist counterweight to PragerU, a massive right-wing disinformation channel. Fighting disinformation online is especially important nowadays in light of the invasion of Ukraine. Russia has been pumping out an ungodly amount of lies and misinformation, outdoing outlets even like PragerU by an order of magnitude. And PragerU is no small player either. They really put it all out there. They're aggressively pro-capitalism, anti-Palestinian, anti-big government, aka social programs for non-whites, and anti-taxing high-income earners, and they also have a few things to say about black crime, the left, Antifa, and so on and so forth. But the secret to PragerU's success is not found in their political positions. In fact, if you laid them out bare, most people would see them for the lunatics that they are. The secret to PragerU's success lies in their presentation. Lies. Pun intended, I guess. It might not come as a surprise to most of you, but Prager University is not here to educate people, contrary to their description. They are here to push a specific set of socio-economic and political agendas, and they rarely do this through outright lies. Rather, they twist information, leave out or de-emphasize inconvenient facts, overemphasize convenient facts, mislead you with disingenuous presentation of statistics, and they use loaded, emotional language to prime you for their conclusions, among other things, all in service of furthering their agenda. And YouTubers like Sean or Vosh already did a number of excellent takedowns of their lies, which you should definitely check out afterwards. Now, all this being said, PragerU doesn't have to try too hard to disseminate misinformation. This is due to their target audience, namely US conservatives, a group whose worldviews are based mostly on emotionally held positions. And then those conservatives go out looking for justifications for their feelings, which PragerU is happy to provide. So as a conservative, if you simply hate black people, let's say, you won't be looking at the history of systemic discrimination, the lingering effects of redlining, Jim Crow, slavery, and so on, to try and contextualize and perhaps eliminate your bias. Instead, you'll be watching Police Go Where the Crime Is by PragerU, which confirms your biases of black people being violent, criminal savages who don't work and abandon their children.
In the 75 largest U.S. counties, about 60% of robbery and murder defendants are black, even though blacks comprise only 15% of the population in those counties. In New York City, blacks make up 73% of all shooting victims, though they are 23% of the city's population. In Chicago in 2016, there were 4,300 shooting victims, almost all black. Among the 24 victims under the age of 12 was a 3-year-old shot on Father's Day who is now paralyzed for life, and a 10-year-old shot on Labor Day, whose pancreas and spleen were ripped apart.
In short, PragerU has it rather easy, preaching to a friendly audience preconditioned by the conservative media industrial complex, having suppressed their critical thinking skills as much as possible, so they will accept any bogus graph, half-truth, and outright falsehood as the capital T truth in service of the conservative agenda. For PragerU, it would be much more difficult to propagandize to a leftist audience, since that group is generally more aware of history and socioeconomics, by and large have better critical thinking skills, and would be more prone to calling them out on their bullshit. If we had a Stalinist PragerU, let's say, they would need to be much more subtle, using every opportunity for plausible deniability, phrasing statements and questions neutrally but in a very leading context, and so on and so forth. Otherwise, their core audience would be made up of people with the following characteristics: the alpha and omega of their worldview being US bad, the fetishization of the Soviet Union and thinking it achieved communism or was progressing towards it despite reality, the bizarre reverence of countries that are opposed to the US like North Korea, Cuba, Syria, and so on, just because they're opposed to the US, and branding all their opponents as fascists to justify every action against them and then denying the actual fascist actions of the governments they support. In common parlance, we call these people tankies. The name comes from the Soviet Union rolling tanks into countries to crack down on anti-Soviet protests. You might have guessed, but these people aren't leftists. They are Nazis painted red for all intents and purposes. And so, the Gravel Institute. Let's take a look at this video of theirs. In the spirit of Sean, the video is linked in the description. Feel free to check it out to make sure I'm not misrepresenting any of their points. And just to clarify, this video came out 6 days before the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
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 Ukraine. You've probably heard about that country a lot. For the last few years, Ukraine has been one of the most important conflict points in the world. It's the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States.
Okay, so we're 20 seconds in and we already have a problem. Ukraine is the site of a proxy war between Russia and the United States. A proxy war is when two larger powers battle each other through smaller local forces that they control or heavily influence, all in service of their geopolitical interests. But in the case of Ukraine, this is incorrect. The Ukrainian government is supported by the US and other Western nations, but they are by no means proxies of the US. They are a democratic government that came under attack by actual Russian proxies and the Russian army itself, at which point they asked for help and they got it. Just because Ukraine defending itself against Russian imperialism coincides with Western interests of not having Russian imperialism doesn't make this conflict a proxy war. So right off the bat, this is a serious misrepresentation by the Gravel Institute. Imagine if Czechoslovakia resisted the Nazis as the latter annexed the Sudetenland and they got military equipment and training from the UK or something. Would that make it a proxy war between Germany and the UK? Of course not, that would be ridiculous. But it would be a great opportunity for Nazi propaganda to try and discredit Czechoslovakia and justify the invasion, saying how Czechs are just pawns of the English and how their resistance is bringing war to Europe for no good reason. If the Czechs just stop fighting us, there would be peace. We had a vote in the Sudeten and people do want to join us, so it's all good. Right.
Russia could launch an attack on Ukraine any day now.
We are ready and all of NATO is ready.
But it's also a place most people don't really know a lot about. So the story we hear about Ukraine's history and its conflict today has very little relationship to reality. I'm going to tell you a story about modern Ukraine, but this is also a story about America and how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys, the neo-Nazis and ultranationalists of Ukraine's far right.
Wait, did you catch that? They just moved the goalposts. How America funded Ukraine's neo-Nazis versus how American money and weapons ended up in the hands of these guys. Those two statements have very different implications. The first implies a deliberate effort from the US to arm Ukrainian Nazis, while the second suggests that arming neo-Nazis wasn't the intention, only an unfortunate side effect. And slimy rhetorical tricks like these should be familiar to anyone who has ever watched Prager University.
Think about the even greater number of Palestinians who are now homeless in Gaza because Hamas choose to hide weapons in residential buildings. And when naive American and European NGOs offer millions to rebuild Gaza, who do you think will get that money? It won't be you. The people who really deserve it and need it. It will be the leaders of the Hamas gang and their friends who will add new rooms to their fancy villas, rather than rebuild homes, purchase coronavirus vaccines, or provide social services for their people. And the peace you so deserve, the peace which could have been possible when Israel withdrew entirely from the Gaza Strip in 2005, will be even further out of reach.
Well, it looks like all that aid we're sending to Palestinians is ending up in the hands of extremists. Therefore, we should stop giving money and aid to Palestinians and just let Israel invade the Gaza Strip in a special military operation where they de-Islamisticize the area in order to finally bring peace to the Middle East, one could say. Though for some reason I highly doubt Gravel Institute would agree with stopping aid to Palestinians. And funny how that works.
Let's start in 1991, when Ukraine became fully independent from the Soviet Union. And independence was tough. After the fall of communism, the economies of post-Soviet republics were falling apart.
Minor point here, but while in common parlance we do refer to the end of the Soviet Union as the fall of communism, that is incorrect. The Soviet Union was a state-capitalist oligarchy at best and never even came close to abolishing the state, currency or social classes, as in communism. I expect a channel fancying itself as leftist to be more precise with its leftist terms.
State institutions were being hollowed out. A so-called gangster capitalism was becoming dominant. So in the 1990s, Ukraine's economy and quality of life collapsed, and it's never really gotten better. Adjusted for inflation, Ukraine's GDP per capita was higher in 1990 than it was in 2020. Health outcomes are abysmal. In 2019, the life expectancy of Ukrainian men was lower than in Syria, Iraq, and North Korea.
First off, I'm glad Gravel Institute has such unwavering trust in demographic data provided by the Syrian and North Korean governments. Very noble. Second, according to the World Bank data they cite, male life expectancy in Ukraine is currently at an all-time high, even with an ongoing war inside the country where lots of men tend to die. So by their metric, male life expectancy should be a relative success story, not abysmal as they put it. What a strange inconsistency in their rhetoric. Third, the choice of countries on the graph. You might think a comparison with Poland, Russia, or Hungary or other Eastern European countries would be more informative since they are similar in terms of demographics, geopolitics, history and so on. Why bring up these random countries from different corners of the world? Why not Eastern European countries? Well, because if you put those on the graph, you get this. Countries that used to be in the Soviet sphere of influence but broke away very early and fully integrated into the West have much higher life expectancies than Ukraine or even Russia. And then some cynical person might come along and point out how being aligned with the decaying Russian Empire produces significantly worse outcomes than being aligned with the West. Such nuance, of course, did not make it into Gravel Institute's video. Coincidentally, theirs would be the type of rhetoric you would use if you wanted to imply that aligning with the West doesn't make things better for the people. Also, look at these other countries that aren't aligned with the West that are doing better. Right. In the next section, Gravel Institute describes the roots of Ukrainian neo-Nazism like so.
And as quality of life collapsed, nationalism flourished. Some people turned to extremist politics. And that was partly because Ukrainian nationalism, formed in opposition to the Soviet Union, tended to have a strongly right-wing flavor. To understand that, we have to look at a crucial figure in Ukrainian nationalist history, a guy named Stepan Bandera. You see, in the 1930s and 40s, Bandera wanted Ukrainian independence from Poland and the Soviet Union. So when the Nazis invaded, Bandera allied with them. His followers massacred huge numbers of Poles and Jews. But in spite of this legacy, Bandera is still viewed as a hero in the west of Ukraine. There are Stepan Bandera streets, museums, and monuments. In 2010, Bandera was even named an official hero of Ukraine.
So in their world, this Bandera guy did ethnic cleansing while collaborating with the Nazis as he sought Ukrainian independence, and he's revered to this day mostly in the west of the country, which is a rather far-right region. What Gravel Institute conveniently omitted is that the biggest resurgence of pro-Bandera sentiment happened after Russia invaded Ukraine. Sure, the far-right had a presence even before, and was also out to protest during the Maidan, obviously, but the real push for decommunization and the re-establishment of a Ukrainian national identity came after Crimea was stolen, and when the Ukrainian army was already fighting a war in the east against both Russian proxies and actual Russian soldiers. To go back to examples from the east, why do you think groups like ISIS, the Taliban or Al-Qaeda gained such prominence? Because a larger imperialist power invaded their lands, which galvanized their support and helped them rise to prominence. This is extremism 101, which I'm sure Gravel Institute would agree with. Why then do they not extend this very simple concept to Ukraine? Because then it would be much harder to fearmonger about Ukrainian Nazis in service of the underlying goal, which is to pander to an audience that only wants to hear America bad. Oh, sorry, I got ahead of myself there. Moving on.
But Bandera is hated in the East, where Soviet identity was historically a lot stronger. And that East-West divide was a big fracture within Ukraine. In Western Ukraine, there was more stress on a specifically Ukrainian identity, closer to Europe. In Eastern Ukraine, meanwhile, people were more likely to stress their historic ties to Russia and the Russian language. Fast forward to 2010, when Ukraine elected a relatively pro-Russian politician named Viktor Yanukovych as its president, with strong support from voters in the East. Yanukovych pursued a regionalist and Russia-friendly agenda, which angered people in the West.
So the East-West divide in Ukraine. The West is more pro-European, while the East is more pro-Russian, and the latter helped elect Viktor Yanukovych. None of this is false on the surface. However, calling Viktor Yanukovych a relatively pro-Russian politician is a way to de-emphasize Yanukovych's staunchly pro-Russian politics. And I noticed how Gravel Institute leaves out the inconvenient fact that Yanukovych imprisoned his pro-Western opponent, Yulia Tymoshenko, right after he got elected in 2010. Also that he stole the election in 2004 when Ukrainians needed the Orange Revolution to force a rerun, which Yanukovych then lost. And these instances of twisting information using loaded language and disingenuous presentation only get more numerous as the video goes on. Like this part right here.
And in 2013, Yanukovych announced that he was suspending discussions on Ukrainian integration with Europe. That decision sparked a protest movement centered in Kyiv called Euromaidan, after the Maidan Square where it took place.
In Kiev, thousands of Ukrainians continue to protest against the government's decision to hold off on signing a deal with the EU.
And I want you to consider this. Hundreds of thousands of people out on the streets, tens of thousands of flags and signs, and the three they show us are all Bandera related, with his portrait and the red and black flag. This was a conscious choice. They could have easily found footage of protesters from a massive crowd like this without Bandera related items, but instead they went out of their way to find footage that specifically contains far-right adjacent imagery. And they did this to lay some groundwork for the next section, which is what I would call a mask-off movement. Let's give it a watch.
In the West, Euromaidan was seen as a peaceful, pro-democracy movement, and most participants really were ordinary people who were angry at the government. But as the protests grew, encouraged by a harsh repression from the police and a brutal sniper attack that killed dozens of protesters and police alike, a new, more sinister element emerged and began to hijack the movement. The ultranationalists came on the scene.
It was often the nationalists who were the loudest.
All you need to do to get lefties to feel bad about police officers is to have the police officers sent by fucking commie authoritarian autocrats to fucking murder protesters. Hey, who would have ever fucking guessed?
And the most violent. A group calling itself the Right Sector is perhaps the largest. Its members can be seen marching around Kiev in columns of about a dozen.
Groups like the, quote, Right Sector, the ultra-nationalist Svoboda Party, originally called the Social National Party of Ukraine, try turning those words around, acted as a small but influential organized minority within the protests. And those extremists played an important role in exacerbating the protests by encouraging violence and more radical rhetoric. There are allegations that the sniper attack was actually orchestrated by the Right Sector and its co-conspirators.
Okay, so what have we just listened to? Here are the main claims. So the first point about protesters being ordinary people is correct. Point number 2 is a lie, however. And unfortunately for Gravel Institute, I recognized the footage they used. See, in preparation for my giant video essay about Ukraine, I saw a lot of videos about police violence during the Maidan protests. And I also came across the footage Gravel Institute is showing here. Or rather, the two versions of it. One shown by Western news outlets, and the other shown by Russia Today. Now, shortly after the Russian invasion of Ukraine, RT was banned from YouTube, but thankfully I downloaded their video back then. It's the same footage as in Western media, with an important difference. They cut out the part where the police start running at protesters with guns and opening fire, and only show the part where protesters, some also armed, return fire at the police, who are then forced to retreat. Here's footage from Radio Svoboda in contrast, showing what actually happened, namely how it was the police charging at protesters and opening fire at them. And if we skip towards the end of the video, we arrive to the footage RT had shown, and through RT, the Gravel Institute. And I even screenshotted some indicative comments from under RT's video back then, which I ended up not using for my Ukraine video essay. They're being fired at with live ammo. What are they supposed to do? I am surprised no police officer has flipped yet and fired a full clip in a crowd. I see retreating policemen who attempt to save their motionless colleague, how was he injured, and fired in self-defense not at peaceful protesters, but an aggressive mob. they saved their lives. We can see that the peaceful protesters shooting at police and police escape. I am surprised, why have they waited so long? So these comments were under a video titled "Police firing live ammo in Kiev clashes." These are the opinions RT is trying to conjure up with their deceptively cut footage, which is the same thing Gravel Institute did here, as they talk about allegations that it was the far right that did the shooting, while showing you injured and retreating police officers disingenuously cut from a video where police attacked first. The Gravel Institute is lying to you here by omission. And how about that article they show, claiming that the shooting was done not by police, but by the right sector and its co-conspirators? Here it is on TheNation.com, titled "America's Collusion with Neo-Nazis," written by Stephen F. Cohen, published on the 2nd of May 2018. Here's the paragraph shown by the Gravel Institute. That the snipers who killed scores of protesters and policemen on Kiev's Maidan Square in February 2014, thereby triggering a quote-unquote democratic revolution that overthrew the elected president Viktor Yanukovych and brought to power a virulent anti-Russian pro-American regime, it was neither democratic nor a revolution, but a violent coup unfolding in the streets with high-level support, were not sent by Yanukovych, as is still widely reported, but instead, almost certainly, by the neo-fascist organization Right Sector and its co-conspirators.
That's the guy I was going to debate with?
Was almost certainly done by Ukrainian
neo-fascists.
Yeah. Source? Trust me, bro. I'm Stephen F. Cohen, or was, who spent the last decade doing pro-Putin apologia and was a frequent guest on Russia Today. And I did find this article about him in the New York Magazine titled "The Pathetic Lives of Putin's American Dupes," written in 2014, around the time of Russia's annexation of Crimea. A tragically large number of left-wing Westerners in the 20th century deluded themselves about the horrors of Soviet communism. As awful and unforgivable as it was, the process by which they made themselves into dupes was at least explicable. They loved socialism, and one country in the world was implementing socialism, so they persuaded themselves, and for a while it was working. Today's Russia dupes are a smaller, more pathetic lot. Above all, they are just plain weirder, because they lack a clear ideological motive for their stoogery. Soviet Russia not only commanded a vast propaganda network, but embodied a doctrine with international appeal, and which had originated outside of Russia. Vladimir Putin's Russia follows no model except Russian nationalism. To the extent it employs a non-nationalist philosophy, its main idea is that gays have weakened Europe, and yet the dupes still come. The most prominent intellectual apologist for Putin is Stephen F. Cohen, Princeton professor, Russologist for the left-wing nation. Cohen is a septuagenarian, old-school leftist who has carried on the mental habits of decades of anti-communism seamlessly into a new career of anti-Putinism. The Cohen method is to pick away at every indictment of the Russian regime without directly associating himself with its various atrocities. Is Putin persecuting gays? Well, Cohen wants you to know that various Ukrainian nationalists dislike gays too, and also Barack Obama's claim to snub Sochi because of gay rights is probably not on the level. Is Putin bullying and killing journalists? Says Cohen, every time a journalist breaks a leg, they say the Kremlin did it. Accidents happen. So Stephen F. Cohen was your average Kremlin stooge with significant ties to Russian state propaganda, and he said that the Maidan shootings were almost certainly done by Ukrainian Nazis. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention Cohen's name or background in their video, they just throw out that screenshot and read out half a sentence. I suppose they really wanted to de-emphasize Cohen here. If they wanted to be unbiased, they could have said, Stephen Cohen, pro-Russian academic and frequent guest on RT, alleges that the sniper attacks were done by Ukrainian neo-fascists. But instead, we get a fleeting mention of a wild claim in an article without sources. And the problem with this is that there can be plenty of allegations made about everything. There are allegations that George Bush did 9/11, there are allegations about a ring of Democrat-linked satanic pedophile cabal operating out of a pizzeria in Washington, there are allegations about George Soros wanting to import brown people into Europe to commit white genocide. Pick your favorite, really. There are allegations is the rallying cry of conspiracy theorists, and the euphemism for I have no evidence. But to go back to the Gravel Institute's points, they even managed to contradict themselves. On one hand, the far-right people were hijacking the movement, meaning they were taking over. On the other hand, they were only a small but influential group with a dozen of them marching around at a time, and they merely helped exacerbate protests by encouraging violence and extreme rhetoric, meaning they weren't taking over, only they had a relatively outsized presence, and their saber-rattling inspired more violence here and there. So which is it then? Did they hijack the protests, or were they just a loud minority who said mean things and got into more scuffles? Why are you putting these mostly neutral statements in such a leading context, Gravel Institute, in a way that all tankies and pro-Putin lunatics can immediately infer what you're saying, while you can still claim plausible deniability?
By early 2014, the government lost the ability to control the protests.
In a rapidly evolving political crisis, President Yanukovych has been voted out by parliament, forced to leave Kiev.
And the US recognized interim government that replaced him had a significant far-right faction. The Deputy Prime Minister, the Minister of Defense, and others were all from that far-right party, Svoboda.
So the interim government had a significant far-right faction, and 4 ministers came from the far-right Svoboda party. This is true. However, Gravel Institute is conveniently leaving out a number of relevant things here. The 4 people on the picture are Alexander Sich, Igor Tanyuk, Andriy Mokhnik, and Ihor Shvaika, and there are a couple of things to mention here. First, as Gravel Institute says, they were only part of the
Hold on, wait, 1 second. Jesus. Okay, never mind.
interim government. That means they were all gone by the 12th of November 2014, except for Ihor Tanyuk, who left much earlier, having spent a grand total of 26 days in his position. Also, Alexander Sich was one of 3 deputy prime ministers, with the other 2 not being from Svoboda. Second, none of these people were succeeded by other Svoboda politicians. Third, on the elections in October 2014, the Svoboda party had lost 31 seats out of their original 37, having gotten only 4.71% of the national vote. The right sector also ran, and
remember, the Svoboda party's height of their power was under Yanukovych, who was the pro-Russian president. They never mentioned this in the they never mentioned this, of course, in any of the Gravel Institute video, but this guy did not the far right did not grow in popularity from 2014 onwards. They only lost popularity from 2014 onwards.
won a single seat with 1.8% of the national vote. So if Gravel Institute wanted to be honest here, they could have said something like this. The far right had a presence within the interim government, having achieved 4 ministerial positions from March till November 2014, except for the defense minister, who was removed after less than a month. They weren't succeeded by other far right politicians, however, and Svoboda lost the majority of its seats during the October election, while the right sector only won a single seat. It doesn't sound so scary or dramatic when you put it that way, does it? But once again, the goal of Gravel Institute here is not to tell you what happened, but to push a specific pro-Russian narrative. In their world, the interim government was full of Nazis,
and this led to backlash in the East, because Eastern Ukrainians were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, with veneration of Bandera and elimination of equal recognition for languages like Russian.
Service industry workers have since January been obliged to talk to customers.
How good of a debate partner with Adam and Ben? I don't know. I don't know how good he is at debating. He knows a lot of stuff. He's really knowledgeable.
Pay my employees' salaries and my taxes. It's none of your bloody business which language I do it in.
And here I want to briefly consider manipulation through word choice. The US recognized interim government was full of far-right people, the Easterners were horrified at what they saw was a far-right seizure of power, the elimination of Russian as an equal language, the use of emotional, loaded language serves to feed into the overarching narrative that the evil US is funding evil Ukrainian Nazis, and the poor, Russian-speaking Ukrainians are very scared. Funny enough, this rhetorical trick is once again familiar to me from channels like PragerU.
This is the reality that police commanders in urban areas face every day. And every day they get calls from law-abiding citizens in high-crime neighborhoods begging for assistance.
Gravel Institute also doesn't mention that Russia tends to actively use the Russian language as a geopolitical weapon. Russian speakers to Russia is like oil to America. If you have too much of it, sooner or later their army shows up on your borders to liberate your country.
Like in Crimea.
Also, I love how they put the story of the service workers next to the Svoboda image. The government was usurped by evil anti-Russian Nazis, it is implied, who have instituted the draconian measure of service workers in Ukraine having to engage customers in Ukrainian unless the customer asks for Russian, in which case it's fine. Okay, but in the next segment they go even further, in the form of trivializing actual Russian imperialism through euphemisms.
Anti-government protests broke out across the East. In the eastern peninsula of Crimea, people were furious. Many of them talked about joining Russia, so the Russian government saw an opportunity. They wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for its own benefit. So Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision.
The Russian government wanted to encourage a surge of Russian nationalism for their own benefit, so Russia annexed Crimea and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. And isn't that amazing? At least they used the word annexed there, so it's only 99% reprehensible. But hey, if that's the game we're playing, let's roll. Nazi Germany wanted to encourage a surge of German nationalism for their own benefit, so they annexed the Sudetenland and held a disputed referendum to legitimize the decision. I'm surprised the Gravel Institute would try to trivialize Russian imperialism so openly. It's almost like they and their audience all have a problem with imperialism when it's the US doing it. Almost.
As many as 95.5% of the electorate in Crimea have voted to join Russia.
Crazy how that works, huh?
Crimea is in Russia.
So popular.
By the way, this 95.5% result is bullshit. We know this because, as I mentioned in my original Ukraine video, a Russian state agency accidentally posted the real results. According to them, the real result was about 50 to 60% voting for joining Russia, with a turnout of about 40%, in a referendum under Russian military occupation, where the two choices were yes and yes but later, and where the choice of remaining part of Ukraine was not on the ballot. The Gravel Institute doesn't mention any of these details. Instead, they take all these lies, falsifications and fraud committed by Russia and stuff it neatly under the phrase disputed referendum.
Energized by the annexation and supported by Russian armed and military personnel, the anti-government protests became a full-blown secessionist movement. Eastern provinces like Donetsk and Luhansk held separatist referendums and declared independence. The new government branded these rebellions as, quote, terrorist actions. Ukraine entered a civil war, which was also a proxy war with Russia.
Okay, so anti-government protests became secession movements after they were energized by the annexation of Crimea and were supported by the Russian military. I'm glad they admit that at least. Then Donetsk and Luhansk held referendums, declared independence, and the new Ukrainian government declared these quote-unquote terrorist actions. And so, two things. Number one, you don't need to put terrorist actions into quotation marks. What they did was, by definition, terrorist action, whether or not you consider it moral. Number two, and this is very much a recurring theme now, Gravel Institute left out an important detail, namely that at the time of the independence referendums, the war in Donbass had already been going on for at least a month.
Oh, hold on, real quick. So, because some people don't understand the Crimean shit, okay? On the referendum, there were two options, essentially, that were given to the people of Crimea. One was that they would rejoin the Russian Empire, essentially. They'd rejoin Russia. And the second option was that Crimea would be recognized as an independent entity, but their own parliament would have probably then voted immediately after to join Russia. So it was essentially join Russia, or as he said, join Russia later. There was never a referendum held where one of the options was remain part of Ukraine. That was never an option. So that's why people will sometimes, like Adam is saying, that like the options are either join now or join in a little bit, basically.
Meanwhile, Gravel Institute makes it sound like the war happened after the referendums. So no wonder the Ukrainian government brands these as terrorist actions. They were fighting a war with them at that point. Now you might think I'm picking at minor points here, but consider the overall picture they're painting. If someone unfamiliar with recent Ukrainian history watches this, what narrative have they been given so far? Ukraine collapsed in the 90s and became a shithole country. This caused the far-right resurgence in the West, and the pro-Russian people in the East were afraid of this. The far-right hijacked the protests against the somewhat pro-Russian president and murdered dozens of protesters. After people chased away the president, the new government had a significant neo-Nazi presence. People in the East were afraid of this, so after Russia took Crimea, they declared independence, which began a civil war with the Ukrainian government branding them as terrorists. And would you look at that, we have arrived at official Russian state propaganda. This is the narrative Russia today tries to sell people in the West. And even though Gravel Institute does say that the Russian military is involved, they present this in a context that makes their involvement arguably justified. You know, Russia might have involved its military in Ukraine, but they're supporting Russian-speaking people who were horrified at what they saw as a far-right seizure of power, so of course the Russians would help them militarily. This is apologia. It's also a lie, as we've discussed.
But after decades of austerity and corruption, the Ukrainian army was totally unable to fight. So a lot of the action fell instead to the people who were the most violent, the ultranationalists. So a new paramilitary emerged. It was called the Azov Battalion. And unlike the official Ukrainian military, Azov's volunteers were willing to go the distance. But Azov wasn't just any random organization.
What does that even mean, willing to go the difference, or the distance?
It had come out of neo-Nazi street gangs that had been used as muscle by Ukrainian elites.
Like the normal military wasn't willing to shoot people, or like...
Azov members regularly sported tattoos of swastikas. Their symbol was based on a Nazi emblem. Their leader declared that their mission was to, quote, lead the white races of the world in a final crusade against the Semite-led Untermenschen, subhumans. But Azov's neo-Nazism turned out not to be such a huge concern to the Ukrainian government. Because in 2014, a guy named Arsen Avakov became interior minister in charge of police and security. And Avakov had been a long-time patron of the neo-Nazi gangs. And when he was a regional governor, he used them as enforcers. So when he became interior minister, Avakov had the Azov Battalion incorporated into Ukraine's National Guard.
So the Ukrainian military was in shambles as a war was going on in the east, fueled by Russia. In response, the Ukrainian government turned to the ultranationalists to help beat back the enemy. Then the Minister of Interior made the Azov Battalion officially part of the National Guard. And
I didn't even know I could do this.
What
Fuck
else was
me.
the Ukrainian government was supposed to do? The country was falling apart, the separatists were spreading westward, their military was in shambles, and among the few forces you did have, you didn't know who's going to betray you for Russia. Then comes a group of highly motivated ultranationalists with weapons training, whose entire worldview is predicated on fighting Russian invaders, and whose allegiance is unquestionably with Ukraine. And they tell you, give us weapons and support and we'll get shit done. What decision maker would say no to that? Even if you hate the far-righters, wouldn't sending them to war mean many of them would die? That would be a win-win, right? You help halt the Russian offensives and you end up with less ultranationalists in the end. And the reason why they got integrated into the National Guard is because they did get the job done. They were effective, had high morale, and could be trusted to not switch sides. At the end of the day, the Azov Battalion's rise to prominence could have been avoided if Russia didn't invade Ukraine in 2014 and 2022. It seems like this would be the quick and easy solution to Ukraine's supposed Nazi problem. If we can agree that groups like ISIS or the Taliban rose to prominence due to Western meddling, why can't we then say that groups like Azov did so due to Russian meddling? Gravel Institute spends the next section of their video describing how US military assistance ended up in the hands of Azov fighters, once again in somewhat of a contrast with the original title of the video, which suggests a direct and deliberate effort from the US's part. Or does it? Turns out, as I was making this video, they changed the title from How America Funded Ukraine's Neo-Nazis to America, Russia, and Ukraine's Far Right. And they even had to edit their description, saying, "This video is about American funding for the Azov Battalion. It explicitly condemns Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, quote-unquote. We stand strongly against Russia's invasion and will be publishing a video about the Russian oligarchy and the rise of Putin." They say they condemn Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country after having spent nearly 10 minutes priming you for that exact conclusion. They say...
Wait, hold on 1 second. I don't know why this fucking chick tries to leave without giving me my hugs.
Ukraine is still mired in a war on its territory, and the Russian government likes to use Ukrainian nationalists in its propaganda, part of its practice of painting all Ukrainians as Nazis. Of course, those claims aren't really true.
But then they spend the rest of the video telling you how it actually is true.
But Ukraine still does have a serious and militarized neo-Nazi problem. So since the 2014 uprising, Ukraine's far right has become increasingly powerful. Azov veterans have been given high positions in the security services. The new Ukrainian government even made it a criminal offense to deny Bandera's heroism. And in 2021, the United States and Ukraine were the only two countries to vote against a UN resolution condemning the glorification of Nazism. A climate of impunity has developed around far-right violence.
Oh my God.
Attacks against Roma and gay people go unpunished. A 2018 report found that Ukraine had more incidents of anti-Semitic hate crimes than all other post-Soviet republics combined.
That last article they show there is particularly interesting. Report: Ukraine had more anti-Semitic incidents than all former Soviet countries combined, on the Jewish Telegraphic Agency. This report comes from the Israeli Ministry for Diaspora.
Why do I feel like, this is a total guess by the way, maybe even bad faith of me, why do I feel like the Gravel Institute will cite the Jewish Telegraphic Agency when it comes to Ukraine, but I'm willing to bet they probably have a lot to say about what's going on in Israel and Palestine that the Gravel Institute would not touch with like a fucking 7,000-foot pole. That they would have absolutely no interest in what the Jewish Telegraphic Agency say about Palestinian violence against Israelis, right? Now maybe they would, but you know, I kind of wonder.
diaspora affairs. A striking exception in the trend of decrease in anti-Semitic incidents in Eastern Europe was Ukraine, where the number of recorded anti-Semitic attacks was doubled from last year and surpassed the tally for all the incidents reported throughout the entire region combined, the report said. So that sounds rather alarming. However, further in the article you'll find this bit. In an article published Saturday on Radio Liberty, a Ukrainian state historian dismissed the Israeli report as anti-Ukrainian propaganda, and a researcher of anti-Semitism from Ukraine said the Israeli report was flawed and amateurish. The researcher, Vyacheslav Likachev, who is affiliated with the VAD Association of Jewish Communities and Organizations of Ukraine, suggested in the article that the report's authors merely summed up the incidents they found reported online in a, quote, blatant lack of professionalism and violation of all standards of hate crime documentation, which are guided by professional monitoring groups both in Ukraine and in the world, end of quote. Gravel Institute, of course, never mentioned this bit. But here, I also found this article on the Jerusalem Post. Boris Loshkin, Ukraine is least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe. In addition to serving as president of the Jewish Confederation of Ukraine, Loshkin is also a vice president of the World Jewish Congress and the Eurasian Jewish Congress and works intensively with the European Jewish community. Loshkin says that today, Ukraine is regarded as the least anti-Semitic country in Central Europe and is a much more open and accepting society. The relationship between Jews and Ukrainians is very tolerant, and it is a safe country for Jews, he says. The Ukrainian Jewish community is very active. There are many Jewish organizations, both religious and non-religious. There are Jewish centers, Jewish schools, and kosher restaurants. And now there are even battle rabbis fighting the Russians, I might add. The Pew Research Center actually did a survey in Eastern Europe asking respondents if they would not be willing to accept Jews as citizens of their country. Only 5% of Ukrainians agreed with this, making them the most tolerant country in the area. In contrast, 14% of Russians wouldn't accept Jews as Russian citizens. So there you have it. Ukraine is not exactly an anti-Semitic hellhole as the Gravel Institute or the Russian government would want you to think. But it's not a coincidence that the denazification of Ukraine was the primary excuse for Russia's invasion. That's the reason why Gravel Institute had to edit the video's title, by the way, to not make it too obvious that they're shamelessly peddling Russian state propaganda, while at the same time insisting that they don't. In the comment section, a user even pointed out the glaring contradiction in their video. The explanation of the East-West split is useful, but it seems odd to talk about Ukraine's far-right without also talking about Russia's far-right. The Russians aren't the defenders of leftist rebels, they are the gangster capitalists mentioned earlier in the video.
Yep.
There's arguments to be had about whether arming the Ukrainians is the correct approach to this situation, but the framing of the arguments in this video makes it seem like the Russians are justified in supporting rebels, which is strange considering the main pillar of this video is about how America is not justified in its support. And Gravel Institute actually responded to this, saying, "That's very true. We focus on US stuff just because we're based in the US, but we obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. We'll do a video about Yanukovych, the Donetsk clan, and gangster capitalism, Akhmetov comes to mind, in the future too. They obviously don't support Russian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine," they say, under their video justifying Ukrainian aggression and imperialism in Ukraine. And their Twitter record is similarly checkered. On the 22nd of February, 2 days before the Russian invasion, they tweeted, "Two things can be true at once. 1. Russian aggression in Ukraine is absolutely unjustified and should be condemned. 2. American and NATO involvement has only made the situation worse." So once again trying to both sides their way out of the situation. You know, a local domestic serial abuser is threatening to kill one of his ex-girlfriends and loiters around her house with a shotgun, and then Gravel Institute comes along and points out how what he's doing is unjustified and should be condemned, but also how the local anti-domestic abuse league has only made things worse because now the man feels unsafe because of them. And then, when the Russian invasion began, Gravel Institute tweeted the following: "The heroic efforts of anti-war protesters in Russia deserve the unconditional support of the international left. Also, ordinary Russians and Ukrainians do not want war. Putin's invasion is an evil act that will destroy the lives of innocent Ukrainians, will plunge Russia into economic desperation, and will bring the world closer to the brink of nuclear annihilation." So that's nice. At least they're admitting that the invasion is bad, unlike a lot of their followers underneath their tweets. However, there's also this tweet from the 16th of February. Remember a few days ago when the media said that Russia was going to invade Ukraine today? Whatever happened to that? I won't find this tweet on their page anymore because they deleted it. But people took screenshots, so we get to enjoy it even now. So up until the invasion, Gravel Institute toed the line that Russia invading Ukraine is Western propaganda, and then they had to backtrack like crazy, deleting tweets, changing the title of their video, and adding the following to the description. This is once again under a video spreading Russian propaganda that Ukraine is a neo-Nazi country, as Gravel Institute denied and both sides the invasion threat. So once again, which is it, Gravel Institute? You can't play this game forever. forever, because people will call you out on it like I just did. Instead of edited titles, descriptions and clarifications, I would recommend deleting this video altogether. To fight a behemoth like Prager with huge ad budgets and millions of subscribers, you cannot really have content like this published, especially now, when it puts you in league with some of the most reprehensible people out there. You won't be bringing anyone over to the left with such content. In fact, you might actively scare people away from leftism with this. Gravel Institute also never talked about the fact that the pro-Russian party in Ukraine has had far larger support than the far-right, and how the latter only won a single seat in the 2019 elections. Inconvenient details, I suppose. As an aside, one of the chairmen of the pro-Russian party in Ukraine is Viktor Medvedchuk, Vladimir Putin's close confidant, who mysteriously disappeared from the country at the start of the Russian invasion in February 2022, while he was supposed to be in house arrest, by the way, on corruption charges. When Ukrainian authorities showed up to his palace, because of course he has one, they didn't find Medvedchuk, but they did find an exact replica of a luxury Pullman dining car, custom built on-site from scratch, with even a little platform built for it. The car features copious amounts of luxury, including a golden tea heater, a gilded toilet complete with a golden butt rinsing shower, and otherwise all the expensive decorational items you can physically cram inside that space. The Ukrainian Railways wants to nationalize the car, by the way, which I hope happens. It'll be the second largest loss for Medvedchuk after his yacht, because of course he has one, Royal Romance, was seized by Croatian authorities on the 16th of March. And this seems to be a recurring theme with pro-Russian politicians, doesn't it? Super yachts, gigantic palaces, ludicrous luxury. The main difference between Russia and Ukraine is that in Ukraine, these tend to get seized by the democratic government elected by the people. They also seized Yanukovych's palace after the Maidan and turned it into the Museum of Corruption, for example. You would think supposed leftists would be in support of a country where such things happen regularly, but they aren't, because supporting Ukraine would mean indirectly supporting the US, and they can't do that because US bad. Political philosophy! Anyway, thank you for watching. This was my video about the Gravel Institute and their lovely video. And do check out my Patreon if you think this content is worth your money. And I'll be seeing you next time.
All right. We are... I have a chat with Brittany soon. We're only doing Elden Ring, okay? I'm just focused right now, okay? We're gonna kill this guy. We're gonna kill all three of these guys, all right? Here, have donos. We're killing all three.
Finally helps victim look for clout. Example Justin.
Why is that not a backstab? I wasn't behind him.
Can be people or trans. What do they transition from or to? That's something I'm struggling to understand. Oh, I'm not.
Trans generally just means not cis. Nice!
Yo, Dusty. I mean, Testy. I mean, Destiny. Sunglasses. Just kidding, bro. I want to know how old were you when you got into all of this nonsense / politics. Sorry about the Twitch situation. Always love hearing your point of view on many topics. Have a good day.
Wow, thanks, man.
Are you guys confusing Tomboy for Tomboy? Or am I the flower?
Okay, I feel like this is the time right here. This is the one.
When you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything. Look at W. Will Smith. They just let him slap Chris Rock and didn't even escort him out. They even gave him the Oscar outcome.
Well, Hassan carry the Twitch politics torch now that you're gone. Lol, he's an actual potato. Hi Destiny, did you disagree with RGR during the RGR Fiasco debate? Why in the last debate you said that people can't just identify as whatever. They want to without underlying internal experience, or something like that.
When have I ever disagreed with that? What? I don't think you can just identify as whatever. Never, I don't think I've ever been that, had that feeling.
GigaChad.
Let's go!
Or even spicier discourse, what do you think about girls or guys who claim to be bisexual but only ever date the opposite sex?
They're good memers. 250 damage, I think.
Friends and family members.
Oh wait, that's probably already
All those
adding my
yes
first
means
hit.
more
It's not even that much for a backstab. It's like barely 2x a normal attack.
Disgusting Euro filth.
I could have up her backstab there, man. No. Oh, no.
Wow, you killed the red guy. Good job. Have some money.
Stop. I have no clue why you deal so little damage now. It might just be that the weapon type is
so I thought it would be
unaffected.
nice when you got banned. Love you, buddy. Thanks for all the content, buddy.
We tried R1 attacking instead of R2. I'm literally R1 attacking.
I love your content.
You can try to do some
Destiny.
parrying. You can't
I don't
parry
know
with
why it
only a
took
sword.
you
You have to use your shield.
yourself, but finally said fuck
I
it.
have a shield,
Keep
I
staying
guess.
true to yourself.
Oh, actually, wait. I could parry with a shield. I'm gonna die trying to parry now. Is the parry timer? It's harder than the iframe, like, match, right? For rolling. So I just tap
Showing some
L1 to
love for
parry,
Destiny.
right?
You'll bounce back from the whole Twitch BS.
Do I tap L1 or do I hold it right as they attack? Oh, it's L2. Oh. I'm gonna die once doing this and then I'm gonna not do it ever again. You need the Ash of War? Wait, what do you mean? Hold on. I don't think you're right. Fucking retarded. I don't know why. I'm pretty sure like 90% of people have less hours in this game at this point than I do. Oh, but you have to learn which attacks are parryable. Like jump attacks probably aren't parryable, right?
Not killing the red guys with your bare fists is maidenless behavior. Put those 10 vigor ambitions to rest.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Imagine you're blindfolded and you're getting the best raw points to great blowjob ever. The catch is, however, you'll never figure out who's giving you the god-tier sloppy toppy unless you take off the blindfold. Do you take it off?
As long as it's your mom. Got him.
Any two-handed attacks aren't parryable. Are you still going to rouse thing despite the rake stuff?
Any two-handed attacks aren't parryable? Is that true? No two-handed attack is parryable? The dagger dude literally parried you two. Oh, true, absolutely true. Oh fuck, that didn't work. Okay, yeah, never mind, I'm not doing this. What was the noise when I parried him there? Does that just mean I blocked part of the damage?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
You have the exact time and place.
Partial. Oh, okay. Are you serious? Okay. What level am I? I don't know, probably like 30 or 40? Or 20? Or who? I have no idea. $46. Nice. You're way too under-leveled, LeMayo. It's not really about being under-leveled or over-leveled. No matter what level I'm going to be at, the guy will one-shot me. It's like, it doesn't matter if you're not leveling Vigor.
Destiny, if you are having trouble with the Mace Guide, you could play the game online and those 3 summon signs will pull from a pool of NPCs instead of the same 3. Also, dipshits
Keep
in
hating
chat
your
can't
life then,
evade you
working
unless
class
you
Andy.
summon.
Fight this guy on your horse? Wait, can I? No, you can't. I don't know if I can upgrade my weapon. I don't think I can. I've got it upgraded twice right now.
Well, I took you from how to lay out your arm.
No, I need a level 3 somber smithing stone. I will kill these 3 mobs. I will do it. There's a church north of the Mistwoods that will give you a potion that you can use to negate 1 hit of damage. Really? Oh, Quen? I don't have a physics potion, whatever the fuck that is now.
Just pretend the NPC calls null and void and summon your inner will.
True.
Didn't say Simon Says.
Okay, this is the urn. Okay. Is this actually hitting me?
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
Tiny, have you equipped the art or war designed to beat these guys? It's called Will Smith Slap. That shit perma-stuns and does bigly damage. Very nice. I use it on my wife sometimes.
What are these hitboxes?
She goes up in the air for a little ride and comes back down.
What? What is it? It must have been the wind. Holy shit, he's Rurouni Kenshin.
Hi Destiny, have you read Helen Joyce's book called Trans, When Ideology Meets Reality? It is a really well-researched book that delves into trans activism and how damaging a lot of it is to its very own proponents. Highly recommend. Bring Helen on.
Wow, dude. I'm buying that book right now and reading the whole. Scott Bradley is the worst. Asking me to read a book is about as silly as asking Ophelia not to constantly remind chat that she's a lesbian to simp for fucking attention. Got him. Fucking got him. One. 2. 3.
Migrating my Twitch sub. Also spheres.
4. 5. 6.
Obama.
Oh my god. 7, 8, 9. 10. Wow, no backstab. 11. 12. 13. That one missed. We won't count that one. 13. 14. I don't know how. I'm not gonna go over back sooner. 15. 16. 17. $18? I got scared. I dodged. 19? 20? 21? 22? 23? Okay. That was the hardest one. This is the second hardest one.
Keep hating your life then, working class Andy.
How do you feel about Dylan twisting the knives in your back every chance he gets?
I don't know, he's just making memes, dude.
Destiny, you can buy up to Summerstone level 5 from a giant blacksmith west of the Magic Academy. Think the dude is insane.
Oh my god.
Love you, buddy.
Didn't say Simon Says.
There's all my fucking potions. Nice, dude. Okay. Never mind.
Scott Bradley is very cool and based. I wish I was as cool as Scott Bradley, then maybe Melania would touch my bing bing like Steve.
Oh my god, dude.
bro, just press L2 once, bro. Please, bro. I promise, bro, just press L2, bro, please.
The L2 attacks suck on these mobs.
Didn't say Simon Says.
I don't think people understand that the difference between like being able to survive 1 hit versus being able to survive 2 hits is the difference between it taking like 20 minutes to beat a boss versus like 5 hours to beat a boss. And the L2 shit leaves you vulnerable to like a ton of attacks.
Mullen is. I don't know who that is. Calling bisexual gamer boys. Oh my god, why is the camera twitching on me again?
What camera?
Uh-oh, my camera. The gay camera that's showing me to you. I'm getting a new, don't worry, I'm getting like new setups. Hold on. Everyone breathe. What happened last time this happened?
I don't know, but it looks fine to me. I don't see any problems.
Oh, you're gay. You wouldn't know the difference.
First of all, didn't you ask me for like 2 hours to give you advice on fucking like video quality and lighting quality and everything? What do you mean I wouldn't notice the difference of like a camera flickering at me on Discord? What does that mean?
Oh. Is it, okay, first of all, I don't trust your eyes because they're gay, but what do you see now?
It looks the exact same. But why would you ask me what I see now if you didn't trust my eyes before? Why do you trust them now?
I don't trust them now. I'm just still asking, though, to give you a chance to speak so you don't feel like I'm leaving you out.
Okay, well, it was fun before,
I get it.
and now it's fine now.
Okay, I get it. I know what happened. On my end, if I move my screen too tiny, it blinks at me.
Oh.
But if I don't move it too tiny, it doesn't blink at me.
Wait, who?
What?
Who the fuck asked?
Guys, Destiny's bullying me, and I'm a minority amongst minorities, so somebody defend me.
Wow.
Okay, window capture. Hold on. Okay, now you just gotta sit and look pretty for a second while I figure out my boomer technology. Oh, for the love of God, guys. Ah! Okay, hold on. Wait. I'm being gay because I can't remember how to do things. Wait. How do I do this without doxing people? See, why don't they create an OBS? Or maybe they have it and I just don't understand it because I'm gay. Hold on.
Okay, I feel like you've used gay as a pejorative like 20 times. You're making me uncomfortable, okay? Jesus Christ.
I do, and I need you just to be patient through it.
I am very patient.
Like, be patient. Just be patient through it.
Okay. I'm patient.
Okay, just be patient.
I have so much patience, okay?
Okay,
I've
hold on.
played the
I
same
switched my
boss for, like,
cameras today.
7 hours, okay? Yeah? Are you
I just
okay?
want to go to bed. No. I'm just like, this tech stuff, I stayed up so late last night trying to figure it out, and like nothing ever... Here's the problem. I need to like move your screen in a different way, but in order to do it, I just don't want anyone's usernames to show. Not that it will matter too much, because you can't really get doxxed this way. I feel I have a lot of homosexual feelings that are violent right now.
Okay, are you trying
here,
to
I got it.
change how it appears on OBS?
Yes, shh. I got it. It's gonna take me a second. Okay, everyone breathe. Brittany's fingers are working her magic as a bisexual queen. Hold on. How are you today?
You're triggering the fuck out of me, but other than that, I'm doing okay.
Because you're in a high emotional state, like you actually are just like sensitive right now, and that's why I'm triggering you?
No, because you're... I think whatever you're trying to do, I think you're doing it in the least efficient way possible, okay?
Probably. No. I probably literally am, but... Oh my god. Oh my god, it's working. Oh my god. Okay, I need you guys to know that I feel very, very good about myself right now.
Okay, hold on, wait, no, wait, we're not holding on. Can you tell me what you're trying to do?
I'm just trying to make it so your screen is like bigger and more interesting looking, but see, my camera is flashing like it's gonna give people epilepsy on your side. Do you see it?
Okay, I see what's happening, okay? Okay. Are you using a program called OBS?
Yes, I am.
Are you using OBS, or are you using like OBS Streamlabs or OBS Stream Elements or something?
No, just OBS, like regular people OBS. I could just switch me.
No, hold on. I didn't look at this so you can go, I can just do this. I'm gonna tell you what to do, okay?
Go ahead. I love the daddy energy. Go.
Okay, first of all, whatever this monstrosity is that you have on screen, okay? Stop. Don't dox me. You're doxing me. Get rid of this.
I'm not! What am I supposed to get rid of?
I'm just, get rid of whatever, however you have that, whatever that is, get rid of it. Get rid of it.
Like your video.
On OBS, X out of whatever abomination you've created here. I need you to abort it, okay?
Did I do it?
Okay. You got that?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, on Discord, do you see where our video is? Underneath me, do you see a little box with an arrow pointing upper right that says pop out? Can you left click that to pop that out?
left click it? I right clicked it. No, I left clicked it.
Did you
Yeah,
do
I
that?
left clicked it.
Now left click my video, and now do you see I'm like a big video, right?
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Now on OBS, okay, under your sources, you're gonna do right click, add, window capture.
Uh-huh.
Make sure you're not gonna show any weird shit or whatever, because if you have any other windows up, it might capture them. You're gonna pick the Discord window that you've now got me popping up on, okay?
Uh-huh. Deep?
Did you do that?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Now, once you've selected that, click OK, and then put it on the screen so I can see that you've selected the correct window.
Ooh, look how big you are. You're like a man on
oh
the
my
screen.
gosh. Oh my god.
Oh my god, what is even happening? Oh,
There
okay,
you go.
Okay.
Now on OBS, okay, first let's shrink this bad boy. Let's make him smaller, okay?
Okay. Like you press Alt. No, you press.
No. You're gonna
you
left.
on it?
Wait, no. Why have you cropped it? Why did you crop things? We're not even at that part.
Because earlier
Okay,
I cropped it.
Wait.
So
Okay, hold down. Are you using a Mac or using a desktop?
Desktop.
Okay, hold
Windows.
down Alt. And no, wait, don't do that actually. Right now, take your mouse cursor and go to the corner of the video and minimize it so it's only taking up part of your screen. Let's do that, okay?
My OBS.
On your OBS, you need to minimize my box. Not minimize it, but like make it smaller so that it's not taking up like half your screen.
It did. It's like you're only taking up a quarter now.
Okay, now I need you to hold down Alt and then left click and then expand the box so you don't have me chopped off at the side, okay? I'm very expressive with my hands and you've cut one of them off. Just triggering me.
Yes.
There you go.
It's catching
Okay.
up.
Now
Yeah?
just make the box so that you cut everything off except for my video, right? So get rid of the little
Okay.
black bars on the bottom and the left.
Wow,
And
you can see all of that.
Yep.
Okay, wait. Why does it do this to me? See, Steven, when it does this to me, it like.
What is doing what to you? Nothing's doing anything to you. You're in control of the computer. You're the only one doing anything right now.
It's like it sometimes makes a decision about like how it will let me like alt cut. Like, do I press? Is
Okay,
my dyslexia?
drag things to the middle of the screen. The reason why it's making a decision right now is because it's probably trying to snap to the edge. So when you're fucking with box legs, drag it to the middle of the screen. Or you can hold down Shift while you're clicking and dragging so that it doesn't snap. But we don't need to worry about that. Just drag this to the middle of the screen. Drag it to the middle of your screen right now. Drag it to the middle of the screen. It's not in the middle of your screen. I can see that it's not there. Drag it to the middle. There you go. Nope, drag it to the middle so it's not snapping on anything. There you go.
Is this not the fucking middle? Is this not centrist enough for you?
That's the middle. Okay. We might be on a 50-second delay or
We
so-
or
we have
It's like my camera is like 10-second delay on
Okay,
stream.
it might be. Okay.
Okay.
Now, hold down Alt and trim this up. Cut it up, okay? Like you're doing an ASMR haircut. Trim it up so that you have my box alone perfectly.
Okay, there it goes.
Yes.
Okay, and I'll just like, okay, yes. I know it's off. No, it's off. I can see it. This one's off, right? Is
It's
that what
okay
you're
if it's a
looking
little
at
off.
and
Just cut it a
panicking
little
over?
shorter than it needs to be, as long as you're doing a black bars on it.
Is that fine?
There you
Is
go.
that
Okay. Now you can drag this box and size it appropriately. Are you using browser Discord, Brittany?
I don't fucking know. No. Yes. Yeah, I am actually. Fuck me. Yeah, I am. Fuck me.
It's okay. Okay, now if you put me, there you go.
I'm-
now you're on.
I'm a
now-
boomer.
Okay, you're
really
not
am
a
a
boomer.
boomer.
You're not a boomer.
This is stressing
okay?
me out. No, I am a boomer.
Okay, now
Okay.
now I'm appropriately sized.
Okay, is this representative of your actual size in real life?
Whatever you want it to be, okay? But there's not weird shit happening.
Okay.
now, okay.
Okay, everyone, how's his audio sound? Do we hear our bisexual king? Like, can we hear everything good?
Why?
Can I minimize me?
I'm
Why,
identifying
what,
as straight
Habibi?
for the rest of this conversation, okay?
You are absolutely not, because the video of my stream is called "We're Talking in an LGBT Way," so you absolutely cannot be straight during this.
I give you a straight cis man's perspective on LGBT.
No.
I hate them all, by the way, in
No,
case you were curious.
no.
Yeah, I do.
Don't dox me. You're doxing me. Don't dox. Look at your messages to me. You're just. Okay, hold on. So, I can breathe. I'm not gonna ruin anything if I minimize this, and I do this. Okay, guys. As far as I know, everything is working correctly, and I'm gonna ignore chat now. Yes. Okay. And Destiny, I'm gonna put you here because I kind of like you bigger on my screen a little bit. Or actually, I'm gonna put you right here. Beautiful. Thanks for being so patient with me. And hi, Destiny's chat. How are you? I hope you're all handsome as normal. You guys have been really nice to me the last couple of days. I've been on the chat with you.
Oh, YouTube
All
chat?
right. Yeah.
YouTube chat
It
is
says
nice.
Destiny is frozen. Oh no. Oh wait, I fucked it up again.
What did
Oh
you
my god, I
fuck
fucked it up again. Oh, the homosexuality of all this. Okay, don't worry. I'm gonna get double monitors. I'm gonna get everything. Shut up. I'm gonna get everything. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine.
Okay.
I'm gonna be good at my job one day.
Okay.
One day. I don't know how I make a full-time living doing this. I have no idea who let me be in charge of my life. Okay, so I want to talk to you about very LGBT things today.
Oh boy.
Okay, I figured it out.
Didn't say
Woo!
Simon Says.
Yeah, it looks good.
Destiny,
I'm sorry
can
you
call
have the
my
shitty
mom
webcam for
and
now,
help
though.
walk
You'll
her
have a
through
nice one
updating her
eventually.
software next.
So you can see me in clear, more ways. Oh, you see more of my body, too, on your cam. Oh, because I have it.
No, you're good. Don't worry. It's not. You're
Do
fine.
you need a hug? Do I? Everyone keeps telling me to go hug you for some reason.
No, I'm good.
Is something going on? Are you stressed for some reason?
My life is always stressful. It keeps me on edge.
Yeah.
It gives me the edge I need to win my debates. You know.
Do you like feeling stressed, or would you prefer not to be
I
stressed?
love feeling stressed. It invigorates me to move forward.
Do you ever feel like you don't get a chance to really be not stressed? Like
I don't like being not
vulnerable, like-
stressed. It's boring to me. I usually get bored and need to do something.
Okay, so would you say you have an addiction to being stressed?
Sure, maybe. Is that a problem? Which bubble does that put me in? Did I lose introspection points for being stressed all the time? Is that going to be an issue, Brittany?
No, no. It's up to you.
okay.
Like, I'm not here to convince you of anything. Actually, unlike you, I
Unlike
don't
me.
want to change people's mind. I want people just to be happy. And if you're happy doing one thing, do that thing, I guess.
Oh my God.
You know?
Wow.
But I think I have a theory that you never get a chance to be vulnerable, which is why you're stunted with your emotions, which is why you don't understand any of these leftists are just like in their feelings, except you do get it, but like you're just mad because they don't like you right now.
You know, I get it. I just have very little sympathy for the position.
For sure. Okay, but I've been thinking about this lately because
Okay, yeah.
I was heavily involved in like, politics when I was younger, and I know I don't remember all that bubble very well. It's been really long actually, and I tried to think of political subjects to talk to you about, but I only care about social issues because I think that's what is the root of all politics anyways.
Wow.
I think politics is like the wound of our social ineptitude.
Okay.
Is that a word?
Yeah,
that's a word. Okay, so when I was younger, I just remember, like, you talked about NB people today, and I think NB people are really interesting. I work with a lot of them.
Yeah.
But I really believe it's like a metaphysical, spiritual identity that people feel really connected to, which is why it's mostly found in religion.
Okay.
The thing I find interesting is I remember in the height of it, right, when everything was happening, my religious brother, Catholic, was like, Brittany, they really believe something they can't prove. I'm like, bro, you're literally a Catholic. Like, I don't know what to tell you, right? Like, I have some Eucharist hanging out in my cabinet right now. It's definitely not the body of Christ, right? It's just like some bread, leavened bread or whatever.
If it's the Eucharist, that means that it's some unleavened bread that's already been blessed by a priest. So it is the body of Christ. Thank you very much.
Okay, do not out Catholic me right now, bro. I've definitely had more CCD classes than you. But like,
Okay, well, if you're
going
going to challenge me on the transubstantiation of unleavened bread in the body of Christ, okay, then we're going to have that conversation, okay?
I don't need to challenge you. We already know I'm right, so we're good there. So let's continue forward. So here's the thing, right? We know the NB experience is completely internal. It's like an individual experience because there's no objective way to explain it.
Wow.
And so I can accept it much more radically and easily if I know it is sort of just like a personal experience someone is going through.
Wow.
I think most people can accept most things if people just say, hey, this is my thing, not yours. You don't have to worry about it.
Okay.
But because society wants us to worry about each other, we have this tendency to create chaos because our bubbles keep smashing together and we keep wondering why they're exploding. And it's because we're not even agreeing on what's reality. So if we can't agree on what's real and how we started even as a human species, then we have to agree to sort of just like get along regardless of how crazy we all think the other is.
Okay.
Thoughts?
Am I supposed to... Oh, you want me to give you thoughts on this? Am I supposed to agree or disagree?
Yeah, you could ask me some questions sometimes, but also like, no, just like talk.
Okay,
talk to me
you're
about
giving
this
me
idea.
your entire framework through which how you view the world. Okay, I'm here to engage with that framework. We have very different frameworks by which we analyze or understand things. So if you want to give me a framework, that's cool, and then I can answer questions. But obviously, we're gonna have major foundational disagreements for how we view that the world, I guess, right? Or the source of...
But I want to know how you view it. I don't want you to just adapt into how I'm talking and then all of a sudden join me in my reality. I want you to...
Okay, in my reality, I don't think that there are any random thoughts. I don't believe that there's any free will. I don't believe that there's any like spontaneous like things. I think that everything is like reducible to some type of reason. There's always going to be an underlying fact of the matter related to something. So I don't believe there is any truly like subjective experience such that there's like something truly unique that one individual has that nobody else can possibly understand, nobody else can possibly relate to, that doesn't have some underlying like traceable fact of the matter. I don't believe in that at all. Okay, so when somebody talks about having like some concept or something related to their gender, I think that there are underlying facts of the matter about that. I think that there are brains that tend towards male. I think there are brains that tend towards female. I think sometimes you can have female brains in male bodies. You can have male brains in female bodies. I think that this is where trans people come from. So there can be an underlying fact of the matter about that. When people try to say that they have some underlying like feel, or they have some subjective feeling that their gender is nothing or blah, blah, blah. I don't know. I think that they're just like, it's just like a feeling that they have maybe about like their interpersonal experiences or the way that they relate to the world, which is fine. But I don't think that I can just say that every single experience you have is subjective and free and mean and blah, 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 or whatever. Like, I do think that there are some commonalities between human experience and that these do reduce down to some, at the end of the day, neurochemical or biological fact of the human body. That's there.
Okay, yeah. I mean, I can fuck with some of that for sure.
Okay.
I definitely do believe in free will as like a counter idea, I suppose, because I don't think free will is that complicated. I actually think it's really simple, but I think people complicate it because they want to feel special. Like people complicate everything because they want to feel unique and special.
Okay,
like
what is your?
matters.
Let's work on that. What is your definition of free will? Maybe because we might both believe in it. Let's just What
I mean, free will is like simply just like making a decision, weighing the pros and cons, like moving forward with your life. Like make a fucking decision. Like you know what I mean? Like right now, I'm exercising free will by engaging with you on this platform. I most certainly could just like X out the screen and be like, "Fuck you, I'm bored, I'm tired, I'm fatigued." Also, I took an edible, so I'm just gonna warn you right now. And
Why? That's so disrespectful.
It's not fucking disrespectful. Sometimes I'm high. I needed to. Did you see the picture I sent you of the bruise?
Which one?
Look on your Discord and look at your messages. My thigh.
Okay.
I ended up scraping my thigh against the workout bench because I was walking in my house in the darkness, thinking I know where my house is because, you know, it's my house, and I have a cup of coffee in my hand. And I hit the workout bench, and in my head, I went Ultra Instinct Goku and just instinctively was like, protect coffee, fuck leg, fuck everything that's your body. And I let my body take the full brunt of like interaction with this workout bench that I had moved so I could practice pull-ups, which I cannot do. It was a whole thing. And I'm my leg is just like in a good amount of pain, and I'm dealing with chronic fatigueness. So sometimes taking a little bit of an edible helps me take off the edge of like all the anxiety my body's feeling. Because you know when you have too much, like it's like my body has too much adrenaline in it right now. And so it's like pumping almost like something to like calm me down, but it's making me more shaky. But I took an edible, 10 milligrams, nothing, a little baby, but it's in my cheeks right now. So I just wanted to let you know.
Okay.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter. Like I'm
Do you
high
think that
a lot.
if we could save the world like a video game and we could run like a person making a decision 100 times, do you think they'd make the same decision every time, or do you think sometimes they'd make one decision or sometimes they'd make another decision?
I think it's all contextual. So I think they'd probably make different decisions based off of every little micro difference
hold on, wait.
that someone else
Okay,
is making.
I'm going to repeat this, okay? Let's say that we could make a save game of the world right now, and then somebody goes to make a decision. Are they going to make the same decision every time if we run it 100 times, or is it going to be different each time?
It's going to be different.
What? Well, okay.
Don't know why you keep saying it. Like,
well, because
it's
you're
like
saying
when you
like
play Elden Ring, and I watched you for 4 fucking hours and at a time die over and over again. You would like jump, scream, and I'm like, or you could just like do none of that fucking shit and move straight forward and kill the bad guy. But sure, like put your rituals in there.
Well, sure. I'm just saying you're saying that like, well, micro changes are, but I'm saying if everything is the exact same, will the outcome be the same?
Like human beings don't work that way.
But
so yes, if everything could be like created the same, don't fucking get stressed with me, okay?
It's the point of the hypothetical. It's the point of the
okay.
The point of the hypothetical is to say that theoretically, if I could measure every single piece of matter in the universe, I could run a simulation of the universe that would be 100% accurate. There is no randomness. Okay. There is no free will. Theoretically, if I could measure the system perfectly, every decision that you will ever make in your entire life could be measured at the moment of your conception. It could be measured 1,000 years prior to your conception, because there is no such thing as being able to randomly choose like a free choice. Like everything that happens in the universe, should we believe in physics, is all due to antecedent, ancillary variables, other things that have happened in the universe that cause things to happen. You don't just randomly choose what to make of like a situation, like, oh, I'm going to choose that because of my free will. You're doing it because of all these other things that are in your brain. Most of these things are externally influenced. Some are internal, like your biology, which is external because you get it from your parents, and you're not truly making any decision with free will. That's why I say I don't believe in free will, unless there's a part of that you disagree with. You said you wanted today to be challenging, okay? So now I'm going to challenge you, okay?
Yeah. Okay, so I honestly, I understand, like, I work really well in literal moment situations.
Okay.
So my brain is just like, but okay, like, we're humans. We know humans are, like, predictably on the macro, I think pretty predictable, but on the micro, like, extremely interesting and nuanced, and so they're going to make different decisions. And I believe people make different decisions every time they're put in every situation. Like, right now, I'm going to make a different decision 10 seconds from now than I made right now.
Sure,
Who
but
knows
that's
what 10
because
seconds...
the situations will change slightly, right?
Yes, so we're moving off context, but we're not just reacting. So I think some people are. Some people are always just reacting. But I'm saying there's a point you can get to where you stop reacting and you actually move forward. Like, you are the force with intent versus allowing the world to kind of, like, move you forward with its own, like, prowess, which I felt like when I was in those LGBT circles, when I was in that SGW leftist circles, I felt like the world was pulling me in a direction. Same when I was in conservative bubbles. But now I feel like I'm moving my consciousness in a direction and everyone is like almost like moving like away from me, but not really. Like, I've just become the super main character of my universe.
Sure, but even so, we're still like, we're still reacting to everything. We can't truly, like, if we look at a decision.
Oh, you're also
if we look at it,
reacting, meaning you're reacting to yourself, Stephen. Like, if you're sitting in a room just by yourself, are you also just reacting to yourself? Like, what do you react to?
Yeah, a little bit, yeah.
Existence?
But, like, what are you?
Okay.
Like, you're just like all of the prior things that have been part of your life that have caused you, right? That's what I mean when I say.
And everything happening in that moment and everything happening in this moment.
Yeah.
Like,
yep.
That's what I mean. But, like, that's what it means to be alive. I think it's like you're just gathering data constantly.
Sure,
and, like,
we're not talking about being alive,
your...
though. We're talking about free will, right? I'm saying that, like, I don't think that anything can truly happen that is quote unquote free will. Like, everything is based on, like, everything that's kind of like going on around everything is all I'm saying.
Free will is, I think, the engagement with everything outside. So the existing, you exist as a Stephen, and then there's existence, everything outside of you, and you're having a relationship with that. I think they're separate, and you have a relationship with it, and we're the same thing. It's like tiny little contradictions of life.
Okay, I don't know what that has to do with free will.
It is free will. What do you mean? Like, free will is the engagement with that existence as an existing party. That is what the free will is. Between that relationship is the free will. You have to engage with it on a spectrum as well. Like, you might wake up every day, or somebody might, and just do the same thing every day for their whole life. Same script, same hi, how are you? It's like the Truman Show.
Mm-hmm.
Or they might, over time, engage more with their consciousness and then have more engagement on that front with free will. It's like you have to enact it. You can't just,
you can
like,
enact it, but what I'm saying is that, like, given the ability to measure the system perfectly, your choice would be 100% predetermined by what's going to happen.
You have the exact time and place.
That's what I'm saying.
We don't. But are you saying we live in that system? Or are you giving me a hypothetical?
Yes, we live in that system. That is the system we live in.
I don't agree. How could you say we live in that system?
Because to not say that, you have to have some extra material, some extra physical thing that we draw decisions from. If not from...
We finally beat the NPC. We can finally play Elden Ring.
Like, let's say, for instance, like a boulder is rolling down a hill, right? Can we predict 100% exactly where that boulder is going to land if a rock is rolling down a hill?
I've heard you make this argument in other videos.
Did you disagree with it?
It's not that I disagree with it. I just think it's not complete.
Why?
It feels like you're putting me in like a storyboard that just doesn't, I mean, it can exist, but it doesn't. It's like predicting the future, right? You're saying that if you could predict at every moment, every little calculation, you could always guess the landing of the boulder.
Exactly, yes.
Right. I think that would be accurate, but when we're talking about the human condition in relation to free will, I don't understand how you could have that predictability, like, knowledge.
Well, I don't think we can because we don't have the tools to have it right now. But theoretically, if we could perfectly measure the state of somebody's brain and know everything about it, we can't do that. We don't have the technology for it. But if we could, then we could theoretically make the same predictions.
But in order to have all that information, you would have to have like every little insecurity.
Yeah, it's impossible.
Had,
yeah,
like,
it's impossible to have it right now. We don't have the tools.
That's
for it.
where that's the nuance of what makes a person an individual. Like, my consciousness is me and you're you, even though we're similar and on paper we could almost be the same person, but we're not. It's because of those little thoughts that I don't say out loud.
That still has nothing to do. We can have plenty of different things and different types of people.
How do you not see that as like a
that has nothing to do with free will? Because it has nothing to do with free will.
Yes, it does. What is free will? What does it mean?
I could have like 10
in the consciousness.
When people
that's how
say
I see free will.
What does free will mean? Well, there's
go.
There's two different things that free will could mean. There's, I don't know how academic I got. There's two different concepts when it comes to free will. We've got like something called like libertarian free will. Is this idea that when we make a decision, it is like we're truly drawing from some like extra dimensional plane where we could have made another decision at any point. Like, who knows? Like, this is just the decision that we're making right now. And that's when people say free will, that's typically what they're talking about. In ethics, there's like this compatibilist understanding of free will, but that's boring. We don't need to worry about that. But the problem with that idea of like libertarian free will is it seems to break the mind out of the physical universe. Because in the physical universe, we would never, ever, ever ascribe free will to the cause and effect of any other thing ever. When a ball rolls down a hill, wherever it lands, it's where it was always going to land. If a tree falls in a forest, exactly how the tree falls is exactly how the tree was always going to fall. It was never going to be different. But for some reason, when humans make decisions, we like to pretend, I think it's part of like the human condition, the human fantasy, that, well, we could have made another decision. It wasn't predetermined, like we could have chosen anything. But I don't think that's the case. By the time it comes time for you to make a decision, whatever decision you're going to make is the same decision you always would have made, and there's no way to escape that or get away from that.
Okay, can we take it down to like, for me, like a really just like basic example? It's like, you know when you're trying to get a girl into bed and you can play it a multitude of ways and then you choose which way to play it, you're consciously making, versus like just winging it and doing what feels natural? You know how like the engagement is like, that's how we also judge how like malicious a person's intent was. How much did they know they were doing something? That's how I look at free will. How much do you know you're enacting your free will, and how much are you just going with the flow? And that could be a part of determinism or anything else. And you could say, yes, we're determined, or there's like some fatalistic concept like that's going to move us in a direction. No matter what we do on the macro, we're going to go in the same direction, which I think is sort of true. But the tiny contradictions that I believe life is allows me on the micro to engage with my free will and consciousness and future in a very intimate and specific way. But I had to go through this like journey of like figuring out how to do it. That didn't make me feel like a crazy schizo who just like, oh my God, I have like control over my free will and consciousness. You know,
I mean,
like
I can understand that. I think as people, like when we have conversations amongst ourselves, when we think about ourselves, we obviously think of ourselves as having free will. Otherwise, it'd be kind of ridiculous not to. But in terms of like actually being able to have made a different decision, I don't think that's true. But
it's interesting. I had somebody come from your part of the world onto my Discord. They're infamous now. You're infamous, friend. You're infamous.
Uh-oh. Who are they?
They did not have a fun time. No, I'm not going to do that.
Oh, you should, because sometimes we have like, there are people in my community that are famous like brigaders to other communities that are banned in my community that are like the worst types of people.
Well, she was a unique snowflake, but she came in and she was really upset with me.
Wait, can you type the name to me on Discord? I won't say who it is, I promise.
Sure.
Because if they were typing your Discord, it's already public, right?
Yeah. The Discord like calls them by name and references them.
Yeah, do it. Type to me. Let me see.
Oh my God, you're such a fucking kid, bro.
I am, dude. Didn't I tell you that if you leave your phone open near me or some shit, I will read everything. I gotta know. I'm so curious.
Oh, see? Okay, see how when I went to Discord, it's a blank screen? It's not showing our chat or anything, but it did switch to the blank screen that was the old camera space. Is that normal?
No, that's kind of weird.
Okay.
Okay, did you type the name?
Yes, I don't know why it's all in caps. I'm just yelling at you right now.
Wait, did you type that correctly?
Yes.
Oh, okay, I don't know this. All right. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so this person came in the Discord and she was really upset with me. And she was like, she's like, everything is determined. There's no such thing as free will. And I said, okay, great. And she was like, defend your position. And I was like, ugh, I don't, bored. And I was like, I don't know. And I was like, you just sound angry. What's the issue? And she goes, I just feel like, because you know how I have a level 1, which I call useless people. God bless them.
Jesus Christ.
She doesn't like it. Yeah. Look, I'm an adult. Be an adult about how useless you fucking are, you piece of shit. Anyways,
my God.
So like, I'm sorry. I'm just so over it. Okay, I'm over it today. So listen. So I'm sorry. I know I'm high, but I'm bringing in Auntie's Brittany apparently.
10 milligrams hitting hard. Yeah, go ahead.
What's 10 milligrams? Actually, I'm such a lightweight. Honestly, it feels great. I feel like I'm floating.
Okay. Cool.
Okay. So she comes on my Discord. She goes, you need to erase that. You're going to make people genocide the ones. You're going to make the wrong person's going to hear this, and the ones are going to kill themselves. And like, she's like, you're doing this. And then she comes in and makes the argument about how like rapists need to be forgiven for raping because everything's determined and they had no choice but to rape.
Wait, say that again. What?
So she was upset with me for creating a philosophy system or whatever, an observational tool in which somebody is categorized as useless because it might cause other people with bad intentions to genocide the ones. But because everything is determined in her reality, she also believed we couldn't hold rapists exactly accountable. Like she did believe like to some extent we could within the culture, but generally speaking, since it's determined, no matter what we did, they would have raped anyways. And I just don't buy that. I think people engage in free will. They make decisions within their ability to understand the context of their life. Some of them are better understanding of life than others.
There's a,
you know what I mean?
If you ever get bored in the future, and it's really boring, but so as soon as you stumble down the roads of like determinism, this is like the first thing that comes up is how can we hold anybody responsible for their decisions? This is why in ethics there's a concept called compatibilism, which tries to make the concept of determinism compatible with moral agency, and that there's a way that they get around this. But yeah, go ahead.
So like that's what I guess in relation to everything we've been talking about. Like I've been really trying to listen to your streams and be open to the idea of these people coming onto them. You know how I messaged you yesterday and I was like, Bubbles. And like when you're talking to that person yesterday, I just kept thinking like both of you weren't humanizing the other in a way that allowed both of your realities to be true at once, because they are true at once.
I don't agree with that at all, but okay.
Sometimes you say things that drive me crazy. Like you'll say, but it's just like, it's normal. You'll say things like, no one's saying that. No one believes that. And I'm like, don't say that, because you know that's not factual. Of course, somebody in the world believes in some crazy idea that we've definitely been like laid out. Like, did I tell you about the patron I had?
You haven't. Although to be clear, when somebody says no one says that, the idea is that what that translates to is that like this isn't a mainstream position. Like nobody seriously is making.
I know
this
what
argument.
it translates to.
So
but
that's why you say
everyone
it.
keeps. I know, and I know why we generalize. I hear you. But that's why I think the world is bubbles, because we all generalize differently in our bubbles. That's why people still get upset when they're like, not all men, Brittany. And I'm like, yeah, I know, do the fucking math, asterisk sum. But they can't. They don't. So, like, that's the issue we run into. So I accept it. I'm not perfect. I still don't, I generalize, you know, what it is what it is. I don't care. I don't care if you generalize. I don't care if you say slurs. I don't care how you talk. What I'm trying to figure out is who are you as an individual, and how should I read the context of your language against my moral compass? And then can we still, like, not kill each other? So wait, I had this patron who a couple years ago, I was like, you're doing so, like they were writing about their hardships and how life was hard for them. And I said, on the public part of the community page on Patreon, I said, hey, like you're doing so great for a human, hugs and kisses, like you're doing great. And they wrote me privately and said, actually, could you not refer to me as a human because I don't identify as one? And then they sent me a Reddit post with like a whole community of people, just like a few hundred, who believed and like non-human human beings that are so unique that they're not even classified as people. And I was like, no, I can't fuck with this energy. And they're like, why? And I was like, honestly, I'm gonna be real. My borderline, because the reason I even have borderline in the first place is because of LGBT things. It's so interesting, actually. But I get fucked over when like people are disputing reality with me. So now I'm much better at it. So now I would say to that person, I will forget to call you your correct pronouns. But I'm also going to be honest with you, this is so outside the range of like reality for me that unless I'm engaging in your space, I'm not going to do it. Since you're in my space, I'm going to engage how I want. And that's usually how I do it now, because people are living in such different realities and then making really big life decisions based off of those realities and then demanding the world also adhere and join into those realities. This is, I mean, it's causing sort of a line of insanity where people really don't know what's real or not. And I don't understand why we can't just say, this is physically real, this is metaphysically real, in the sense like this is how I spiritually feel, this is something I can't prove, this is how I want to exist, and I go, great, exist that way. You don't need to go around validating yourself to the world, except that our communities, America as an example, is a bubble that will not allow you your civil rights unless you prove you're real, which is what the conservatives' narrative of like, trans people, we have to prove they're not real, so we don't have to give them rights. And it's frustrating, I think, all around, because for me, I'm like, okay, why do we all exist? If we don't know, we think we're maybe gifts from God, or we think we're servants of the Lord, or we think we're evolved animals over time. Like for me, because I believe we're just like evolved animals over time to an extent, it's hard for me to think any of this actually matters anymore. Because I'm like, it only matters because we've made it matter. Does that all make sense? I know I ranted. I'm so sorry. Thank you to Steven's audience for putting up with that rant. But do you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to come from a place of what are we doing versus how we're reacting. You guys are just reacting. You and that guy yesterday, or that person, non-binary person, you were still just reacting to the moment instead of, yeah, but what about past this moment? Past this moment, what is there? What are we doing?
I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, Brittany. You got to bring it back.
Oh my God.
You got to bring it back.
Are you serious? I'm
gonna rephrase what you're saying. I'm gonna rephrase it so that you can tell me if I'm understanding that. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Go.
Fuck. Actually, hold on. I'm trying to. Okay. Let me.
I'll do it really fast. Oh my God.
No, you're not. No, you just spoke really fast. Hold on. Chill. Let my thoughts coalesce for a moment. Okay. You just rattled my jar. The water is settling. Okay.
Did I pop your bubble?
Yeah. Oh my God. My bubble. Okay. So. Are you saying, so there were two broad things that we're talking about, okay? It seems like one is that you wish that when people were talking about certain concepts that we can all identify that some things are just part of the subjective human experience and that's okay. Some things are just internal experiences that we have. We don't have to have everybody necessarily accept these or validate these. That's an okay thing. But then there are some things that need to be validated and we understand that, right? So that was one trend that you were talking about. The second thing was when you were having a conversation with that guy, it seems like you were unable to contextualize like the larger conversation. Like when this conversation ends, like how does it apply to everybody's experience? Or I guess I missed a little bit of that part. Yeah, go.
Like that part. Okay, so like you guys were giving solutions through a political lens of what's happening right now at this moment in time. But I want the solution for what's going to happen after we solve the problem of like us just getting along, or us accepting that trans people are real, or any of those things. Like, well, then what? Like you were saying, you're not making fun of these people because they're trans. You're making fun of them because they're stupid. That's the after. But then I want to know how we end up getting the left or people to understand, like, we have to get there too. Like, we have to get to a point where Steven is allowed to make fun of people and it not be about their transness. How do we get there? That's all I care about. I don't give a fuck what's happening on the outside.
Sure. Okay. Based.
So that's the question, right? Because that's where the real life starts living. Look, on my Discord, in my circles, in my bubbles, I'm really blessed that all my people are the others of their groups. So they've all been kicked out of their mainstream leftist groups, right group, whatever groups, and now they're, for the most part, not all of them, but a lot of them are hanging out in my Discord. And it's so funny talking to them or the people in my life. My friends are nomadic that way, where we're all trying to find intellectual homes, but they don't exist. So you kind of just like end up nomadic. It's because of these bubbles, like the solutions are so stagnant. There's no solution here. And no one was offering solutions yesterday. And I was like, that's fine if we just all want to yell at each other. But do we know that's what we're doing? And I just wondered, like, that's what I want to talk to you about.
Okay.
Oh my God.
What? Okay, yeah, let's talk about it. Sure.
Is it like, what am I doing wrong? Do I need to talk to you differently? Like, what am I doing wrong? You yell at everyone else. You have so many words to say to everyone else. Like, what am I doing wrong?
Okay, hold on. Okay. If I am...
You're not listening to me. What are you doing?
No, hold on. Okay, no, stop. Okay, no, wait, hold on. Wait, if you're going to go on the offensive, I'm going to go on the offensive, okay? If you want to have a conversation about, like, particular topics, I can do this, okay? But if it's like...
You can't have a conversation outside of your, like, script.
I can have a conversation outside of the script, but when I get, like... Okay, this is, like, the equivalent of kind of what you said, okay? If you were to ask me, like, oh, like, what do you think is, like, a good thing for people to be doing? I think it would be just a really good thing if everybody could kind of internalize the subjective experience that they have of the world, and then all of us could kind of have these interpersonal relations with other people. We realize that they have their own, like, interpersonal subjective experiences of the world, and then all of us kind of, like, are moving forward on this path. It's like a river flowing, and all of us kind of, like, dip our toes into the river, and then we understand that, like, the subjective experience that we have and how it relates to everything else is going to be, like, combining with everybody else's energies to create a planet where we all live. I don't know how the fuck I'm supposed to engage with that, okay? You have a conversation that is like more specifically like in tune with like a particular thing. It's hard for me if you like kind of like lay out like a whole life philosophy and then like a small hooked part on the end and you want me to engage with that. I don't know if I'm like bought into the whole other part that led off to the small offshoot of the question. So it's very hard for me to come at the end and be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, Brittany. So agreeing with all of that, yeah, like, so yeah, it has to be a slightly more pointed question, I guess, or we can talk like foundational understandings of people in life, and we can try that. I love you.
So to clarify, you don't know how to have a conversation. You only know how to debate.
Okay. No.
That's okay.
I know how to have a conversation. You're the one that is failing to have the conversation here, Brittany.
No.
Yes,
I'm
absolutely.
a professional conversationalist. It's why I get paid the big bucks.
Absolutely.
No.
Okay.
No. I make way too much money not to be good at my job.
Absolutely.
No. I'm asking you. Look, my chat is saying Steven doesn't know how to have a conversation. Reply. You reply. So you hear me talk, and then it's your turn now. And then I go, and then it's your turn now.
Okay. Oh my goodness. Man, I'm feeling so gay today. Oh, you know? Okay. Let's start. Okay, let's back up. Let's align our chakras. Okay. All right. Go again, and I'm going to hook in. Okay? I'm going to sink my teeth into this one. Go ahead.
Okay. Why do you think humans are here?
I don't believe we have a purpose. I don't believe in any higher powers. I don't have any sort of like higher calling like that. So I don't believe, so purpose is a human constructed thing. So the type of purpose you have is going to be a human constructed answer. That answer does not exist in the material of the universe. It is an immaterial concept.
Okay, I agree. Why do you think humans exist? Like, what do you think, how are we here? Like here, literally here.
When you ask why, there's two ways to read a why.
How?
Like how? By apparently 13.7 billion years ago, there was a big bang, the settling of the gas, the universes, the galaxies, and the planets, and then somehow shit started to fucking grow and evolve, and the sunlight and the energies, and over a long period of time, about 10,000 years ago, human civilization started. That's roughly, and then we're just the end result of all of that, and that's what we've made it this far. Yeah.
Okay, I agree. I think that's a pretty good. I don't know, but I'm gonna say that's probably it. That sounds pretty good to me. Okay? So now, with that knowledge, my brain does that extra step where I go, oh, okay, great, nothing matters. And then nothing matters on the micro in the sense that, like, we're part of an ecosystem of
Okay, hold on, real quick.
Cool.
Everything that you're saying right now, I totally disagree with. So do you want me to interrupt you and stop you here, or?
I mean, you can. I'd like that, but I'm going to interrupt you one more time and be like,
okay, yeah, you can interrupt. Yeah, that's fine. You can keep. We can go back. So here's
yourself,
yeah.
Yourself.
Okay.
Yeah, but on the micro, it matters because right now this matters to me. This is like a real thing happening. But in terms of like it's a way to humble the consciousness to then find the value in real life. Versus like if you just interrupt me. Go ahead.
Humble the consciousness to find value in real life. What I don't know what you mean by that.
So instead of nihilism, which I think two bubbles stay into, they get depressed. They're like, everything sucks, nothing matters. I'm like, yeah, nothing matters. So take a deep breath. All your trans stuff, your LGBT, the religion stuff. I know it seems really important, but it probably isn't. And we're spending a lot of our time doing this, and we really could avoid a lot of the conflict we have if we just calm down for a second.
Those are words that we can say. So I separate things out in two vastly different ways. I think that we can intellectualize things, and then I think emotionally we can feel things. I think that all of us are capable of these processes, but I think that sometimes people think that you can intellectualize your emotions. So for instance, being depressed is really fucking stupid. Doesn't get you anywhere, doesn't accomplish anything in life. And if you are depressed, you know you shouldn't be depressed because you know that it's a huge waste of your time. But that's an intellectual thought. Emotionally, that's not how you feel. And sometimes our emotional feelings cannot be accessed by our intellectual reasoning. So somebody that has anxiety or depression, are told constantly, hey, this is dumb. But their thought is, well, intellectually, yeah, no fucking shit, it's dumb. But emotionally, I don't feel that way. So when you talk about how, like, well, there's no meaning or purpose in life, and we need to understand that and then move past it, I guess, like, you kind of can. But I mean, like, it's always going to feel like there needs to be some meaning or some purpose, because that's probably like an internal drive that's necessary for humans to move forward. Unless you spend like 80 years going to Valpastnas or whatever the fuck, and you like release all your worldly desires, you become like a Buddhist monk. So so I think that I don't think that anybody is truly nihilistic. I think if you were truly a nihilist, you would just kill yourself or jump off a cliff. I think that everybody wants to feel like there's some type of purpose or some type of meaning somewhere. I think everybody has that feeling, or at the very least they're searching for it, even if it doesn't like objectively exist or can't be found in the universe, I would say.
No, 1000%. So see, we're still on the same page. We agree.
Cool.
I agree with that. I think that is the micro. That's like those moments where like, this is important to me, or hey, I can't just like sleep with anyone because like there's a standard I've given myself that's arbitrary but means something to me, or that's like kind of just like subjective, but it means something to me. And that's where the meaning derives. It's like we create meaning. So over time, human beings came and became like collectives and bubbles and ideologies and cultures, and they formed their idea of purpose as a whole and as an individual, which is why we always have rebels in culture and society, right? Okay. There's always the black sheep of the family, the black sheep of the culture. I want to give the YouTube sphere, that's it, just that sphere, no one else, universe, nobody else, just us, the tools to understand that when you are conservative, you genuinely often, unless you're a total grifter, believe everything that you're doing is the correct and right and meaningful thing for your life.
Sure, everybody does.
Trans people, everyone does except when the people who don't, but everyone who does, but they have to understand it. So they keep calling, like, the left will do this, where I thought the left, you were just watching that video with that guy talking about Ukraine and Russia or whatever, with the voice, and he said something like, the left is often more, like, they critically think better than the right. They're, like, often more right about history. I just don't see that to be true. I see it to be true in bubbles. Yes, if you're right or left, if you're left, you might know more than the right, but in general, I don't think that's what progress really looks like. I think, not to use this, like, triggering word for you, but it might be, like, a little bit of a horseshoe. But, like, it is one of those things where I want people to understand that, like, you're still doing the same things. Like, canceling you is a great example of it. Like, they cancel Destiny off Twitch, even though Destiny is technically all these things, like minority status-wise, but not really. But he doesn't feel like he's allowed to engage with them because he doesn't fit the look of what this thing looks like, because he doesn't spout the same ideas. Oh no, who is Destiny? Destiny's crazy. Destiny's the bad guy. Destiny's the guy. You know what I mean? Their minds like start to spiral. And I'm like, everyone calm down. I can't convince my conservative friends that the left isn't. The left, they think the left's trying to indoctrinate the kids. The left thinks the right's indoctrinating the kids. The truth is, like, you're both indoctrinating kids, and I don't know why you don't see it. Do you get what I'm saying? So I'm trying to get people to see. Yes, I think so. So
people fundamentally all have the exact same drives, but based on how their end-line like conclusions look, they start to think that people have fundamentally different drives. So two people might think, I want to create a world that's better for women. One person might say, well, women should have the freedom to do what they want. Things like abortion, like, lead to sexual liberation, lead to women being able to choose, like, how to, like, structure their families and their lives. It gives them more control. Like, that's a really good thing. We should do that. And another person might think that, like, a woman wearing, like, a garb to protect her head, it makes it so that men aren't as, sexually attracted towards them, makes them more respectful towards them. A woman has a place in family, protects her place in the world. It gives her the ability to raise children, right? So both of these people at the end of the day view each other as being incredibly anti-woman. The fundamental religious person, or just the very religious person, will view the liberal as being, like, insane, and the liberal will view the religious person being insane. But the reality is that both of the internal drives are actually 100% or like 99% identical, but the way that they spit out at the end makes the other side feel like fundamentally they're different people. Sure, I agree with that.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. So what I'm trying to figure out, because this is why I said, like, I do think this all comes from introspection. Because if you believe, like, once you know that truly, not just, like, logically can say it like you're doing it now, because everyone's going to say that. The conservatives are going to agree with you. And they're like, yes, Destiny, of course we all know people are doing that. I'm like, no. You're all
I don't even know if they would agree.
Now.
It would already be like an upper level conservative to get them to agree with that. I'm already giving them a lot of credit because most people won't even agree on that point. Like, a lot of people on the left will say that, like, no, conservatives are just racist and they hate black people. Or people on the left will say, like, no, conservatives just hate LGBT people. They actually just hate them. They just hate gay people. That's it. Like, that's their driving thing.
Yeah, but, okay, like, my mom will have days, my parents will have days where they'll say things like, of course, Betsy, we know the LGBT people are just trying to do what's good for their families, but this isn't what's good for them. And then other days, my mom's like, you hate women because you're pro-trans. And I'm like, oh my God. It's like both of these people exist in my parents. Both of these people exist in us. Like, when we're being petty, we can use petty language. Or when we're being really, really compassionate and patient to suffer with, we can really give a person a chance to be like, yeah, you probably really do believe this. So now we're just, like, disagreeing on reality and how to move forward. But I don't think people know it. Like, I think people know it, but I don't think they really know it. Because how can you know something and keep making the same fucking mistake over and over again? I don't think it's rational or efficient. So I don't buy it. So kind of like when I hear people talk, I go, you don't really believe that. Like with you, you're so fucking sarcastic and facetious half the time that I have to sit there and be like, oh God, okay, so real Steven, fake Steven, funny Steven, trolly Steven. You have like all these personalities.
Okay, when I'm talking to you, I'm being serious. Okay, when we're having serious conversations.
No, you're not.
Yes, I am.
Half of our shit is us joking with each other or like.
Okay, no. When we're having a serious conversation like this, I'm not memeing on you. I'm being serious. Okay. When we're flirting and doing stuff, obviously I'm being half joking or whatever. Yeah.
You heard it here, folks. Steven said flirting. That's official. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is like I'm reading these chats of how we're interacting and people are observing us, and everyone has such a different opinion of what's happening. I want people to understand, like, look, we are having such a hard time understanding why the world is the way it is, but it is the way it is because we are the way we are. We are emotional, hilarious creatures that make a lot of mistakes and say things with a genuine curiosity, but also it can come back to bite us in the ass. I mean, I find it so strange that people don't understand like the politics of what's happening with your own cancellation. Like, this is a great example of like how bubbles come to like misunderstand each other. Like, through you, so many things happen for other people, but like those people can't understand what that means. Like, they have no loyalty, no sense of what it means to be a person. You know what I mean? Like, the person is a flawed thing. They go through ups and downs on a journey. It's not supposed to look perfect the whole time. From 12, they expect people to be perfect at 12 and perfect at 60. It's just so hilarious to me. It makes no sense, right?
Okay.
So where's the humanity in this conversation?
Both
trans people, cis people, everybody. Where's the actual humanity?
I think one of the most insightful quotes of all time, I don't know why it's in this fucking movie, but have you ever seen Men in Black 1?
Yeah, a while ago, but yeah.
There's a part where Kay and Jay are sitting on the bench, and I think Jay asks Kay, like, why don't we just reveal that aliens exist to everybody? Like, people are smart or whatever. And I think Kay responds with, a person is smart, but people are dumb, stupid, panicky animals. I think that there is a different dynamic that exists when you have groups of people it's like a different creature than an individual human. I wouldn't analyze them the same. So that's like the fundamental difference, is that like there's group dynamics at play for how that like shape and determine how an individual thinks or interprets an event or acts. That's going to be fundamentally different than interacting with like an individual person, I think, which is important to realize. Like on an individual level, if I interact with almost any trans person, I will come off as one of the most pro-trans people ever. I think I have a better understanding of the trans condition than 95% of these fucking losers that talk about it. And I think I'm like a pretty empathetic person, believe it or not, if I'm trying to be. So I think I come off really well there. But in group scenarios, like the dynamic changes a lot. Like I have some positions that might resemble the TERF's position. And there are people that I oppose that are big members of the online trans community. And enough of these things stack up to make it so that in a group think kind of way, like I come off as a very, very, very transphobic person, depending on who's looking at me through what lens. But there's like group dynamics versus individual dynamics that change a lot of how people interact with situations or people in situations.
Totally. I want to share this story with you that I think will correlate really well. Maybe I noticed that over the years. Skirt. 10+ years ago when I first joined BDSM. Everyone sit down. BDSM story coming. I went to like my first dungeon party and I met a couple that were gender fluid and they switched genders. You know, she was a man, woman, and then they switched with each other when they played together.
Awesome.
And when I was introduced to them, I was introduced by a 50-year-old leather woman who was a libertarian and didn't use these or pronouns and refused to. But she was really cool with these people because their gender fluidity existed within the mechanism of their relationship, within the relationship to the community they had with the BDSM world. It didn't need to go outside of that, and it was most certainly not something that they needed to like state to the public or have recognized by the masses.
Okay.
And I really understood it then. I saw a lot of gender fluid people coming up. I saw a lot of queer, trans people. I saw a lot of everything I knew about the world completely got flipped upside down when I went into my first dungeon because these people were like real people in real life, but then came to the dungeon and just were so vulnerable with each other, just naturally just like took off their clothes, took off all their barriers, and just were like people together. And it was such a powerful experience for like a virginal conservative girl who was like 21 years old and had never like seen a penis in real life to like witness a room full of like just like beautifully just like beautiful adults being vulnerable with each other. Obviously communities shift and the BDSM community is way too mainstream now, so it's less fun, and not to be such a rebel, but it is less fun now that it's mainstream. It's just how it goes. That's how life goes. People ruin things. It's how we are as a species. No big deal. But it really shifted everything I believed about life. That was the moment I went from conservative to like a liberal instantly. I was like, oh, okay, gay people should get married and you should definitely have sex outside marriage. Because like, I was pretty conservative up until that point where I was like, maybe for efficiency's sake, you shouldn't have sex outside marriage. Like I was thinking like, because you didn't want to get divorced, and I believed all those conservative statistics. Anyways, I'm saying your mindset changes as you get more information. And I want people to understand that when you're in a bubble that tells you you're growing, but you're not any happier, you're not any better, and you're still confused about people, you must not be growing to the extent I think you can, because I feel like I've done it and a lot of people are doing it. So when I talk to the like non-binary people on my channel, or I do the one-on-one calls, my brain does see them as male or female, but my brain does also at the same time recognize their gender fluidity or their gender non-binariness or their gender binariness. I see it. Like I hear both at once in my head now. And I wondered if people could do that and know it's not meant to be offensive. I'm not trying to say you're a female or a male and your gender doesn't matter to me anymore. I'm just trying to say, look, I'm a cis person. My gender and sex are the same to me. They're not different. But I can understand how gender could be different for some people. That makes total sense to my spiritual brain, right?
Okay.
But I wondered if all people could understand that. Like, could I get a conservative and a trans bubble to both understand you can be both male and female and a different gender, and it doesn't have to be insulting to recognize your sex as well as your gender versus one or the other. Right now, we're only trying to recognize the binary sex for the conservatives and the gender for the trans people. And I'm saying, can't we just notice both of them at once? Is that so hard? And it is hard. What I'm asking is difficult because then people are afraid it's going to invalidate them and then it's going to make them back to subhuman, bringing it back to that word that was used yesterday. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I think you can do it. It just, I think that the answer is really boring, and I'm going to rely on that intellectual and emotional dichotomy that I said before. I think that people are more accepting of people and people get used to it when they're just exposed to it more. Like, personally. I think that that's the issue.
Exposure therapy is good.
Yeah, like if you put like a conservative that hates gay people in a community that has some gay people that they interact with, like I think over time they'll stop hating gay people. I think it's inevitable. It would take like an inhuman level of hatred to continue to hate people when you are socialized with them. Like it just doesn't work that way.
I think so too. You know, it's interesting. You talked about Kat Black, and I'm friendly with Kat. We watch each other's videos. I'm her patron. She comments on my videos sometimes.
That's
like
awesome. Just make sure you don't take any advice she says because she's a brainless fucking moron. But yeah, go ahead.
So I don't see her that way. I actually see her as a really sharp thinker in a bubble.
Okay.
So I classify her differently. Because obviously Kat has a bias. She knows it. She's always going to be more left. She's always going to feel very at odds with like opposite bubbles. And she says that she's very like transparent in her content, I feel, where like I just feel like it's not a mystery. But I also know that she has a conservative family that still dead names her and doesn't recognize her transness, that she still tries to see them or interact with them in a very limited but accessible way. I know she's trying to be compassionate towards the conservatives. I know she's trying to be open and patient with people, but she has her own limitations. And I'm saying that makes total sense that within the tools she has, this is what she can provide. Same with Vosh, same with you, same with everybody. We only have the tools we can provide. We are all like limited by those tools.
I disagree with the equivalency here, but you can keep going if you want. I don't think that you have. I don't think that you have to be so hardcore dug into and completely limited by your experiences there. I think that for me, like and I tell people this, the most invaluable thing that I get when it comes to emails is other people sharing their experiences with me, right? Because I can like read a bunch of studies and I can try to understand stories, blah, blah, whatever. But like when people tell me their experiences, those are truly unique to individuals. So when I get people to tell me their experiences, that's something that I can use to like shape my view of the world or shape my view of other people. I don't think you have to just be like, oh well, I'm black or I'm trans or whatever. So LOL, this is the only thing I can ever consider for the rest of my life. I think that you can make efforts to understand other people's experiences and to be a bit more open-minded rather than just be shackled by, the limitations of whatever your own individual lived experiences are. But
what did we just disagree on?
Well, when you started saying like, oh, just like Kat, oh, just like Vosh, oh, just like you made it sound like it's some inevitable facet of the human experience that like, oh, people are just limited by their experiences. There's nothing they can do with that. I think that some people do a much better job at getting out of those experiences than other people. So based on the interaction I saw between Vosh and Kat, I think that Kat has a much more difficult time getting out of her very narrow experience of the world compared with, in that conversation, as painful as it is to say it, compared to Vosh, who I think is probably a bit better at incorporating more experiences in the world.
Okay, I disagree, but I also want to say, like, how does this fit into what you were saying earlier, where I'm saying free will is true because we can like engage differently, and you're saying free will isn't true because we are gonna do the same thing we're gonna do. Do you know what I'm saying? I'm saying yes, engage with free will so you can make better decisions, but you have to engage with it. Kat and Vosh are in bubbles, and they don't need to engage with more of their introspective free will because they don't. Those are two things, but you know what I'm saying.
Well, I mean, when you're getting into like online advocacy, you kind of do have to engage with it more, right? Because you're talking to more of an audience than just like yourself or just people that immediately agree with you, right? Especially if your stated goal is to like convert people to a particular way of thinking, which I believe both Kat and Vosh would like to do, right? That's why you are an advocate, is to advocate for something, which is to change people's mind. Not to an extent, like that is the goal, right? Like if you're playing a sport, your goal isn't to win the sport to an extent. Like that is the goal, is to win the game that you're playing. If you're an advocate, your goal is to be an advocate, right? Yeah, go ahead.
Listen, from Kat's perspective, she came from the same perspective I did when I was on the left, and people were making fun of Trump's body. And I was like, yo, are we going to be making fun of Trump's body? I thought we were like anti-body shaming. What are we doing? Right? Kat's saying, hey, I thought we're anti-misogyny. Why are we going after J.K. Rowling with misogynist jokes?
Sure.
She's trying to be better than the established, we're going to call names. And what I want her to do is swing all the way back around. We're like, no, girl, we should call people names, but be really like funny about it and reasonable.
Well,
like I think we should call people names, but I think that's what she's doing. She's
I don't think there's a problem with that.
Don't sing so low.
Yeah, I don't think there was a problem with that. I think that opinion is fine, but that wasn't the extent of her opinion. That whole back and forth between her and Vosh was fucking insane.
It was obviously very personal too. There's a lot of like personal drama going on here with sexting and
sure, that she decided to leak for absolutely no reason, but thank God she's a woman.
Totally.
You get away with sexually harassing people like that. Yeah.
You know what's weird is like I'm not defending it because I'm not taking teams here. I'm literally not. I don't want to be. I don't care. It doesn't matter. Like it doesn't matter to me. But like in general, I find that if I was in that situation, I think I would have not leaked it, but I would have said like, hey, just so you know, there was some past with us, and that could be some of the bias that's showing. You know what I'm saying?
I guess, but I mean, like it wasn't even relevant at all to their disagreements. I think she leaked it because it made her look good, and she got to like blow Vosh up a little bit and then make her little sexist comment or whatever. Like it was cute.
Maybe like totally, absolutely. I think she was being really petty a lot of the time, so I'm not even gonna try to deny that.
Sure.
But I wonder, that was the thought that ran through my head, because sometimes I'll mention YouTubers or people ask me about them, and I'm like, I feel weird talking about them guys when we had sort of a more intimate entanglement. But maybe that's the girl brain in me, and maybe that's the girl brain in Kat, because I noticed with you, I don't know, you just feel so comfortable just, I don't know, sharing like all the details, which is so interesting, versus I think girls, I do automatically have that initial thought of like, should I share? This feels like very, like, I wouldn't want someone, like, it feels
okay, wait, hold on. To be clear, like, I'm capable of respecting the same boundaries. Like, I don't out, like, personal interactions with people that don't want them outed, or that like if we have some shared understanding, that only happens with me when the other person is okay with it, or if the other person is trying to like expose me or something.
It's like be a bad guy, right?
Yeah,
but like
that's the
isn't
only time
Vosh
I'm
the
gonna-
bad guy in Cat's world? And that's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
She
but
felt
it wasn't
justified.
anything related to like a personal disagreement or anything, right?
Yeah, I guess so.
Like,
Yeah,
let's say
yeah.
that like you and me
Ultimately,
have a
it's all very
fight. Let's say
funny.
that we like super disagree on this, and then you like leak that like, oh, by the way, like me and Steven had sex 10 years ago. Like, the fuck? Like, why would that even be? Like, why would you even like? That doesn't even make sense that you would say something.
Yeah,
like that, right?
No, I'm with you.
It
I feel
sounds
that. I feel
yeah,
that.
that's the problem. If it came to like, if Vosh was like making comments where it's like, oh, well, like I don't like Kat. She seems like a dirty like sex pest. Fuck her or whatever. Then I could understand. Kat be like, excuse me, hold up, we fucking sex. What are you talking about? I could 100% understand it then. But their disagreements were just like in the realm of the like intellectual. They were just disagreeing on like arguments being made related to like misogyny and everything. Yeah, so that just her leaking that just felt really fucking weird. But
No, for sure. Okay, I can see it from that perspective. Okay, back to trans stuff.
yeah.
When you say you're pro LGBT or specifically pro trans, like what does that mean to you?
It's kind of a meaningless statement in a vacuum. I guess like if I'm pushed on it for like more specific definitions, I think there's two broad paradigms that we can talk in. One is from a public policy perspective. I think I would come off as relatively pro LGBTQ. So for the L and B part, I think that like gay people should be able to get married and enjoy all the same rights as civil unions or marriages as any straight couple should. When it comes to the transgender part, I think that like it's really important that we have gender affirming care and everything that the science points to for being like, hey, like when people get puberty blockers or when people have access to this type of healthcare, it reduces the rates of suicidality or things type of gender dysphoria. So like whatever medically necessary like needs to be made available for people, and there needs to be more availability for it as well, right? Like you have places where the care is available, like in the United Kingdom, but the waiting list for that care is like 2 years long. And then we should like remove roadblocks to people getting this type of care that isn't like artificially put up there just to make people not do it, like what conservatives try to do with like abortion. So from the public policy matter, that's one thing. From the personal side, I think usually it's a matter of like, do you believe it's real? Like, do you believe that gay people are real? Or do you think that it's like a choice people make to be degenerate? Do you think that trans people are real? Or do you think it's just a choice people make because they're degenerate or they want attention or whatever? Like, I tend to believe that like lesbian, gay, bisexual, trans people are like, these are real phenomenon that actually exist in the world and happen. And it's not just things that people make up to fuck with your children or whatever.
Okay. Does it matter if they are faking it?
Yes. I think that's
Why?
important. Wait, which ones? Let's be particular. Trans people?
Or gay? Like, you know, have you ever met those lesbians because of trauma people?
Sure. I think for gay and lesbian people, it's not as important because who cares? It's just decisions about who you're fucking. I think for trans people, it becomes a lot more important because now we're talking about like medical interventions. And when it comes time for medical interventions, there's a lot of moral questions we have to answer for purposes of like insurance and public care and children care. So I think it becomes a bit more important for trans people to make sure there is like an underlying fact of the matter. It could be important for gay and lesbian people too if there were like really negative outcomes associated with it.
Yeah. I guess I tend to think of it more like human beings are really amazing and very in tune with the different parts of themselves. And so some people have a much more intimate relationship with their feelings than other people, or just like their relation to the earth or relation to like the stars or however, you know, woo-woo you want to get about it. And so I feel like everyone's going to experience life in a very beautiful way that way. Like my witchy friends often sound like my Catholic friends. Everyone always sounds the same to me. They're all saying the same things. Like there's bad energy and good energy. And there's the way I feel connected. And I feel like I'm talking to a higher power. And I'm like, yeah. We're all saying the same thing.
Okay, wait, real quick. Just before you go on to your next thing, I disagree with everything you've said here so far. I don't. It feels like when you
don't. No, you don't.
Well,
Come
okay.
on.
I might distill this down into different verbiage, and then you might say you agree. But from what you said, it kind of sounds like you're saying that like there are 8 billion individuals on the planet that are all experiencing life in different ways, but really they're all the same. I don't agree with that. I think that people do have like fundamentally different experiences. Like I don't think that just being trans is just like
But it's all the same in terms of the desire to be loved and love and the
sure. Like foundationally, we all want to be happy, healthy, have family. Sure. Okay.
I like to work from the base. I feel like we're always working from the surface, like the bullshit we've all piled on, like a shopping cart on Amazon of shit you don't need, and I don't care about any of that fucking shit.
Okay.
It's distracting and useless.
Gotcha.
I want to go down to the base of what it means to be a human.
Okay.
Because that's where everything matters. Everything else is your fucking Sims character you've decorated differently. It doesn't matter. Past that point. I don't care what you do with it. I just want to know about the basics, like the foundation of what it means to be a person. If the foundation of what it means to be a person is that we absolutely do not fucking know why we're here, and we absolutely do not fucking trust our institutions because they're bullshit people who are making mistakes, and that's life, and yet to some extent we can trust them, and we're winging it. And if we're winging it, I don't want to hear anyone complaining that the world isn't perfect, because I can't name a person who has a perfect life, right?
No,
So the trans
I mean, we
experience-
can complain about some things, though, no?
Yes. Complain. To the people that, but don't complain. I don't like complainers with no solutions. It annoys me. It is so inefficient of my time. I'd rather sit home and masturbate. Leave me alone. Why are you bothering me?
Sure.
So if you're
I guess it
gonna
just
bother
depends on the types
people-
of complaints we're talking about. Yeah, sure. But I think that like a lot of complaints that the LGBT community have had, I think we agree here, right, are like pretty valid, right? If you're trying to say like trans people aren't real or gay people are just degenerates, like it's probably good to complain about these people, right? We should accept.
In general, look, I'm pro LGBT because I'm pro human, because I'm pro like freedom. Like, bro, just this is your one life. If you want to fuck men, fuck men. If you want to do this, do this. But let's talk about how on the micro it's going to impact us, but not be so willing to just jail people, cancel people, throw people under the bus because they're going through an experience that's meaningful to them in a way that contradicts your reality. And then
Okay, I
there's
just think
the
I
bad
understand what
people.
you're saying, but I think that it gets a little bit hard to be that accepting depending on where the difference of opinion lies.
Of course. No, that's
Okay.
what I'm saying. The same people that say,
Okay.
like, I'm tolerant, I'm like, yeah. Everyone, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying it's okay to fundamentally, like, almost want to go to war with people over things, but it's also okay to not go to war. You are not, I feel like people feel obligated to feel a particular way about everything in life, and I'm like, no. Maybe we can have different feelings based off of the actual thing happening, and then make a decision. Look, I have, like, pro-Russia friends, pro-Ukraine friends. I have, like, everyone's like, pick a side, Brittany, and I'm like, I'm out.
Okay, we
Not
can
because-
acknowledge though that on like some of these issues, there's probably like a morally correct stance to have, though. No.
Yeah, to an extent, depending.
Okay.
Not to be such a relativist, but I think like to an extent, depending. Like that's the yes to me.
When it
To
comes
me,
to like say like accepting that like gay and lesbian people shouldn't be like stoned to death in society, we could probably
yes,
have like
but
an
not because they're gay and lesbian, obviously, right? It's because we shouldn't be stoning people in public.
well,
It's
but I mean
outrageous
like,
to
but
people.
maybe they're, but like if we were talking about stoning like serial child rapists, we're probably
No,
gonna
why
have
are we
different.
stoning them? Just shoot them in the fucking head.
Sure, but I'm just saying that like the feelings that we're gonna have or the way that we would approach our conversation is gonna be different. Like if somebody
Sure.
talks to me and says like I think we should stone to death people that have raped at least like 8 children beneath the age of 13.
Sure.
Like that
Yeah.
person is probably
But
gonna be a lot different than
we-
somebody saying we should stone to death everybody that's been found having gay sex, right? These are very
Sure,
different
but
things.
not really, because that Muslim guy you debated, did he not feel so like, yeah, if we catch you having gay sex, we're gonna kill you? Like he felt so just
Sure.
like, yeah, that's just like what we're gonna do. And I'm like, sir, like I know, no, the advocacy for stoning in the first place is a big part of the issue. Like we shouldn't be stoning people. If we're gonna kill people, we should do it quickly and like with a lot of compassion. We
Sure, I
should not
agree.
be
I
trying to
agree. I
torture
agree.
people,
I
right?
think that yeah, okay. All right, yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Like like even the solutions within the solutions, I understand what we're all saying.
Mm-hmm.
Hold on, I lost my train of thought because I started thinking about Will Smith and Chris Rock, and I was like, see, like that example, and I was like thinking about like how like people were debating what was appropriate in that situation. It's like appropriate is going to be different to everybody, but ultimately it's like who lost control and who didn't.
Okay.
I usually put more responsibility on the person who lost control because you're the one making it worse.
Okay.
So when people are having these debates with you and they get triggered, I'm like, now you've lost. You can't talk anymore because you've ruined the premise of what we're debating or discussing. You've ruined it. You've tainted it with an irrational mental illness. Triggering is a mental illness, right? It's like part of your mental like illness part. You can get fake triggered on the internet like you do where you start getting upset. But I mean, when we're medically triggered, we're like when I'm borderline, I'm not rational. You can't rationalize with me when I'm mentally ill.
Sure.
It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
And we keep trying to rationalize with a bunch of mentally ill people, which is fine.
Okay.
But to an extent, not efficient, right?
I think there are certain cases where I could be empathetic towards somebody that's like getting triggered, or I can understand why they're getting triggered. I don't necessarily think it
I'm sorry,
invalidates
where
what
does the
they're saying.
empathy leave in my state? But where did I?
Well, when you're like, oh, well, now that you need to shut the fuck up, you got triggered, you can't talk anymore.
No. You can talk, but now we can't like. It would be like an extreme bias to use them as they can give their now subjective trauma opinion, but they can't engage with me rationally like I am right now. You know what I mean? It's not the same conversation, obviously. Like,
Sure,
I mean,
generally. I like to
triggered.
be really, I think you have to be really careful like how you tread in that conversation, though, because depending on the topic, like depending on who you're talking to, there's always going to be some emotional input there, right? Like if I'm going to have
Yes,
a debate
there
with
is.
somebody about like abortion, at the end of the day, honestly, like I'm a fucking guy, like what, right? But if I'm having a debate with a woman who's had an abortion, or like these like women that have had personal
Right.
experiences with it, there is some understanding that this person might be a little bit more emotionally involved, and there are certain things that I could say that will trigger the fuck out of that person that won't trigger like
Yes.
another guy that I do anyway. Then I don't necessarily think invalid what they're saying, but sure, I
So,
think I think I broadly am agreeing with you. I'm just making sure that I'm like putting my line in the sand for where my opinions are. But yeah, go ahead.
And I really like that because in some ways the man would have less of an emotional entanglement and therefore less of a full picture of what this thing like.
Yeah, exactly. Because
encompasses.
sometimes the emotional
Sure.
component is really, really important, and I think that sometimes like
Yes.
logic lords on the internet will think that like it's just purely a matter of like debating the logic and the rhetoric of a certain opinion, and that's what prevails as right or wrong. But like that's not how humans exist in the world. So if you just completely
Right.
neglecting the emotional component, you're neglecting an essential part of the picture. Yeah.
I agree with you. No. You always have to have the balance. My
Mhm.
concern is that if you're medically triggered, you're probably now too much on the emotional and you've lost all sight of like any rational input from you. But then again, I also have dealt since I was a child with triggered people. And when they get like that, they're not themselves. They switch. I'm like, oh, that's a different person now. It's not even the person I was talking to a second ago.
Sure, depending on,
it's like
yeah.
a different, depending on the trigger and mental illness.
Mhm.
Same with my borderline. Like, I don't know. Did I tell you that my therapist, my former therapist has a very strong belief that my borderline comes directly from me being a queer kid growing up in a conservative home and knowing that I was because growing up I heard that homosexuals were like pedophiles,
Okay.
so I internalized the idea that I was like going to be an assaulter or like a rapist of some kind.
Okay.
And then I realized like, oh, like that's not true, like gay people are fine, like I don't have to kill myself, like that's outrageous, that's just like a conservative bubble. So when I came out of it, I became super anti-religion, right? And then I got over that and I was like, you know what? I'm indifferent. If you want to be religious, be religious.
Mhm.
Because ultimately I see the good that it allows and I see the bad. But I think that's everything. I think everything allows us to be good and bad from any belief we have, whether we're anti-JK Rowling or pro-JK Rowling. Like all of it is so subjective to our personal experience that's why I think a lot of the chaos exists. Because
Okay.
we're trying to interact, you know what I mean, together, but it doesn't even make sense. We don't even agree on what we're doing here, let alone anything else. So like, why don't... Like, I you know what I mean? Hold on, I lost my train of thought again. Wait. Sharing ideas, abortion, experiences. Oh, when we're problem solving, I'm trying to look for people who are problem solving the humanity problem more so than the political one, because the political one is a result of the mistakes we made in the past anyways. So they're not very helpful. They're just like old war wounds. So that's the conversation that I'm trying to facilitate on the internet right now. Like, why is it when I ask certain people questions, you included, you guys are like, wait, what? Like, you give me a script, like I hear it, like it's a political script, like this is how I'm supposed to think about it. And
Nope,
abortion-
stop,
this way.
hold
I'm
on. Nope, it's not about a political script. It's that sometimes what you're talking about is so overly broad that there's nothing actually being said. No, it's not a good thing.
Yes.
No.
No,
No, it's a bad thing.
No, yes,
when you
I
make
feel you.
statements that are, so for instance, like a couple of things that you've said that I think are okay in the context of the conversation, but like when we say things like, don't you agree that when it comes to like making like political or social prescriptions, aren't we all just trying to be happy? Yeah, but like
No,
that
not all of
literally
us,
doesn't get
obviously.
it. That's like it's like we haven't even gotten the train out of the station. We haven't bought tickets yet. We're just like walking
like,
around
no,
in
no, I
circles
disagree.
in the
No,
train.
no.
We haven't gotten anywhere. Like that's
No,
obviously
no.
true, and there's no
So I
place
do
for me
the
to build off of that because like yeah, I think most reasonable people agree. Okay, go.
No, you have to. You're reverse. So you guys people reverse it. They go find your political opinion first, and then figure out why.
Hold
you
on,
have
that
it.
is
I'm
not
like, no.
what I say. I never say that.
No, not you, but like okay, but at
Well,
the
you
same
said you
time-
people, okay? So I
okay.
don't know if you meant politics people or Cubans,
not even people.
okay? Yeah,
No,
not
no.
even people.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
not subhuman
Not
now.
even
Okay,
people.
good one, Brittany.
No. I want people to figure out that because you're born into a culture, like everything is like a social construct, but it's not. So it's a social construct. So it means like everything. If everything is a social construct, then like we can start from scratch to an extent, but we can't. I'm trying to say like I want to like hypothetical problem solve with you to understand like we have to accept where humanity is because we're doing our literal best and we're trying to move through as fast as we can, but we evolve slowly over time socially, right? It's just
Okay.
how it goes.
Yeah.
And quickly in other ways.
Maybe.
So I'm saying instead of becoming so clear, like right now at 25 or 26 or 28 or 30, I know all the political answers that need to be had.
Mhm.
Give yourself a second, take a deep breath, and be okay with not knowing so you can move forward in a direction that's going to help people. Like the person who was discussing trans stuff with you yesterday seems
Mhm.
so genuinely like wanting to help, but just seems so unable to understand that like language policing is fine in certain contexts.
Mhm.
It doesn't always make sense in the broader like conversation about life.
Okay, I
You know what I'm
disagree with
saying?
your analysis of that person, but okay, I'm following you.
I just
get mad. What?
don't think.
Yeah.
No, I just don't think you read people as good as you think you do, and I think I'm better at it.
Yeah, okay.
But
I've
that's
had a
because-
lot of people tell me that before situations unfold, and I was right about everything. But you
No,
know what?
listen,
That's
you know
fine,
why?
Brittany. No, that's okay. Yeah, go ahead. Tell me why. Yeah, tell me why.
Listen, because people think you're a grifter, right? People come to me, they're like, why do you talk to that guy? He's obviously just a troll. And I'm like, no, he's a genuine gamer boy. Just give him a second. He'll figure it out. And like what I'm trying to figure out, like what I'm trying to get you to understand is like, I feel like when I look at people, like I know Kat's genuine. Like some people are like, she's a hack. She's an idiot. She's not.
Oh, hold
You
on.
guys are all
Okay,
looking at each
wait.
other.
If you're gonna ascribe to me positions, okay, I never said that Kat is not genuine. Okay, she might. I think she's because doesn't she have like 13 years of like advocacy for these issues? I think she probably does care about these issues. I think she's probably. I think you even asked me this. I think in Discord, didn't you ask me if you? I think you asked me specifically. Do you think that Kat is genuine? Or do you think she genuinely wants to help you? And I said, yeah, I think she probably does. I don't think you can do advocacy.
So what is different between the person you were talking to last night and
Because here's like a big indicator, okay? This is like a cheat sheet, like cheat code to me to figure out if a person's fucking full of shit or not, okay? If you come at
full
me,
of shit is not the same. Genuinely full of shit, or like maliciously intending to like.
no,
trick
just full of
people?
shit, okay?
Okay, I'm with you on that.
If
Okay.
you come at me about an issue that you have really strong feelings about and you don't know anything about it, then I don't believe your feelings. I think that it's I think that you're looking for social acceptance. So that guy that I talked to last night, Mr. Beard, felt very strongly about demeaning me as being transphobic. He said I was a bad advocate for the trans community, blah, blah, all this shit. But when I started talking to him about trans issues, he didn't understand the trans experience at all. He didn't know anything about being trans. He didn't know anything about trans people at all. So how am I supposed to believe? Like, where does the indignation come from? If you ask me, for instance, how I feel about like child abuse, like these days, I'm going to give you a much more emotionally loaded answer than I would have before I had a kid. Now, when I see children being abused, it provokes more. But like, well, where does the indignation come from? Well, I'm a parent, right? And I see my child, and if I imagine my child being abused, somebody's dying. If I have the opportunity to kill somebody, okay, that's where my mind goes. So if you're coming at me, if Kat Black, for instance, was really indignant about some shit I said, I'd probably disagree with her intellectually, but I would buy her emotionally. I would believe that. But when I get a lot of these like white straight guys that are non-binary, a lot of these white guys on Twitter that are attacking me, or white women on Twitter that are attacking me and shit, and they feel really strongly about all these issues, but they don't even really understand the trans issues, I don't think that your indignation is coming from a place of love or concern or care for trans people. I think that the indignation is a virtue signal to other people to make sure that you're all on the same team or the same page. I'm going to talk a little bit more. I'm going to give you another example that I found, and I found that all of life works this way, and it fucking drives me crazy, okay? I went to school for music because I love music, okay? I'm a very cold person, and music is a very emotional engagement for me. It's something rare. I really enjoy that. I love that. And I like sharing that experience with other people, and I like partaking in that world. When I went to music school, I don't know if this is true of all of art schools, but I learned something very quickly in music school, okay? 5% of the people were there because they had the same passion for music that I did. 95% of the other motherfuckers there, okay, the vocalists, the clarinet players, okay, these people were there because it was a club for them. It was like fun and it was cool and we do music and yeah, and that's it. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, I'm here because I love music. There were like a couple other kids in some studios, okay? The piano player studios, the percussion studios, the rhythm, these people are always like hardcore. But like these people are like, I can see that you are like, you're here because you have a passion for music. And a lot of the other people were there and they made me feel like a nerd. I felt like a loser because I was like, I'm like super passionate about music and these guys are just here as like a fucking club. It almost felt like it was an after school thing. We're music majors, right? So I feel that energy carries over to a lot of other types of discussions as well. And it's happened in debate after debate after debate with some of these woke progressive white fucking dudes or women sometimes, where they claim to feel really strongly about some of these issues, but they haven't read any of the articles that they're talking about. They haven't read any of the stories. They haven't talked to people with these experiences. They're clueless. So the question is, how can you feel so strongly about something you know so little about? Where does the indignation come from? I think that it comes from a desire to virtue signal. Okay, there, wrapped it all up. Go ahead.
That was really good. And I don't really disagree with you. Okay, ready? So I think that human beings, where am I? Can you see me? Okay. Oh, you can see me just fine. Okay, so I'll move here for my audience. So I think if this is like a spectrum of depth, you know, you have the people at the service who are like, yeah, hey, I think being mean to trans people is mean. And so they kind of dip their foot into like that understanding, right? And then a trans person might be here because they understand their transness more, and then maybe even another trans person is way deeper into transness and understands it even from a different perspective. Everyone understands it on a spectrum. So I don't think that changes like their genuine desire to have it. I think you're correct that the indignation may come from a place of like nothingness, which is why it falls short from what's that word? Like their intention of helping. And that's why it looks stupid. That's why the conservatives, like, I feel like this is something Fox News would do, would like bring on this person to defend trans people because they look stupid, because they don't know what they're talking about, right?
Sure.
But that's the thing is everyone, white people especially, God bless them with their good intentions, but they tend to be the worst ally to, I find, minority communities because they have just no fucking clue, unless it's like from an economic standpoint, right? Because
Not
they
even
suffer
that,
from
but
that as
yeah,
well. But okay, so you know, so
I
it's
don't
like fine, I can accept that, but that's why I'm saying I don't think these white people, like, look, I had a person come out of my Discord a while back and they were a white person and trying to be an ally and they were really emotional, and my Discord's not that kind of place. Like my Discord, we are an anomaly, my friends. Like I allow just about, well, a few things on my Discord, and then not, you don't come trying to be an ally on my Discord. It's gonna look really stupid because nobody needs you to defend them. We're all adults. We already have, like, we're all fucking tops or like bottoms or like people who, like, we're good. We've worked really hard on our identities. We're good. We don't need you. People come to my Discord with this idea of allyship, and I automatically have to tell them, you're doing it wrong. You're gonna upset the person who's here, because the person who's here wants to be treated as a complete agent of their own existence.
Mm-hmm.
So when you go to advocate for people and you treat them like they're fucking stupid, what you're trying to
Retarded
say
children,
to them is
one
like,
might say. But yeah, go ahead.
I mean, one might say that. One might say that. And so it is one of those things that it becomes.
So like all the
only
conversation
humanizing.
for current events that like Will Smith just can't help himself because this is a black man, and you know sometimes when you get insulted you
Right.
have to lash out because they're basically animals. Yeah, is what the
Even
is
though
what
he
it
literally
sounds
slapped
like.
him like a white man would. Yeah, I don't.
Wow.
I mean, it looked kind of puss, bro. It looked kind of puss. I'm not gonna lie.
Was he supposed to fucking
You know?
close fist punch him? What the fuck?
No, I think, well, it depends on what he was really supposed to do. But obviously, that situation, that's what I'm saying. Like, I look at these people and I'm like, yeah, go to therapy, bros. Or, like, do something. Meditate. Like, get out of Scientology. I don't know. Do something, because this is not how 50-year-olds should be acting on stage.
Mhm.
You're 50.
Yeah.
50. They're not 30s anymore. They're 50. And even 30s is too old. But, like, they're in their 50s.
Mhm.
It's just embarrassing all around. I hate all of it. And I don't even know if it was staged or not. But he looked pretty mad.
Yeah, I don't
so
think it
I'm going
was,
to say it's
but
all
yeah.
pretty authentic.
Uh-huh.
But that's what I'm saying. Well, how authentic can you be in Hollywood anyways? What does it even mean to be authentic when you know, like, it's like there's always that, especially with the Smiths, they're so media whores. Like, they're media, that's what they love. I love that for them. I'm here for it. They are just like, and they're narcissists too, because they name their kids after them in such a fucking narcissistic way. I think it's so narcissistic to name your kids, unless it's like a
Jesus.
generational.
My name
lineage
is Stephen
thing.
Bunnell II, but okay, go ahead.
That's different. That's lineage. That's cool. That's like, oh, my
Yeah.
family lineage. Versus they name their kids after their first names in a way that's like, okay, come on, guys, please give your kid their own identity, please.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So your kid can kind of like function in the world. But fine, whatever. And their family's always been a hot mess, right? That's what I'm saying. Why do we expect people who are not hot messes to stop being hot messes? Like, they're just hot messes. That's what they are. And it's not because they're black. It's because they're rich, spoiled Hollywood people who have, like, grown up in a delusional bubble, and I don't even blame them. That's what I'm saying. How can I be mad at the delusional people for being delusional when their bubble is delusional? Their bubble is so delusional. So anyways, I try really hard not to. I try to let people be people while standing a ground of humans are going to human. You're going to be your unique self. We're not getting along at the moment. How would you like to solve this? Would you like to fight it out? Would you like to go to war? Would you like to talk it out? Would you like to live and let live? It's like I'm trying hard to have discussions with people before just reacting. And I don't see anyone really doing that online, and I'm bored by all of you.
True.
No, come on. You say you're bored all the time. Don't you think this is a part of it? Like, there's no humanity in any of the discourse happening. Like,
Yeah,
no
I
one's
mean,
ever asking,
I
like-
largely agree with you. So the two issues that I typically run into is that usually the loudest voices online are typically catering to one of the two extreme sides because it's more entertaining. That's where most of the entertaining,
yeah,
to hear people screaming at each other, dehumanizing each other is like really fun. But like when I try to find like experts to talk to or people that seem a little bit more reasonable, the conversations just feel a little bit more boring because it's basically just me rehashing everything I believe and then them kind of like saying the same thing and then we kind of agree and nod our heads then go forth. It's very hard to find like reasonable people that are relatively intelligent that we have like big disagreements with. The unfortunate case, and it's really embarrassing to admit this, but like I think the best conversation I've probably had about a given topic over the past like year or two was probably with like a fucking ex-Nazi dude, Nick Fuentes, over the Ukraine Russia stuff. But like most of the other conversations are like pretty empty, pretty stupid, pretty hollow. That just is like the state of like online discourse though.
Obama.
But I think you've seen people trend that way too, because like when I started to get popular, it was like the rise of like the online debating stuff, and I kind of like was the leader of like the left leaning stuff doing that, and it was fun because there was a lot to gain by debating people. But I think now people have realized that there's not really much to gain by debating if you don't really know your positions, and there's everything to lose. So that whole trend has basically died. Like nobody really like even Vosh doesn't do like debates anymore really. People will like snipe out like these really easy targets, or they'll pick people that they can get a lot of clout from. But that's basically it. And then there's not really much of that anymore. Like Hassan, for instance, like never debates people, or like any other like a really large YouTuber, Steven Crowder, Ben Shapiro. Like these people don't really debate people.
Yeah, and I can understand that too. I don't know. I find debates to be exhaustingly boring now, though. I used to love them. I like you, so I watch you debate with people, and I like certain people, so I'll watch them. But I left the debate circle for a while because I just don't think it's productive in any way. So even if you had like a quote unquote better conversation, I still don't think the solutions would be any better because it always gets down to, well, we're just going to disagree, I guess.
I don't know. I disagree. I think that I think a debate between two people that are coming at it in really good faith, I think can be really elucidating to both sides. I think both sides have an opportunity to learn a lot. And then I think that both sides have an opportunity to kind of like mold and change their prescriptions of the world based on like the conversations with the other side. And they could be like places to learn like facts of the matter too. But like 99% of the time, this is just not how these conversations go, unfortunately. So they end up being like either big circle jerks or just waste of times because it's people just trying to dunk each other or people that don't really know what they're talking about. And yeah.
Okay, and when you have those good conversations, what comes out of it? Normally people will like change their hearts or they'll change their minds. Like I read a comment to you in your chat the other day that said, Steven, I know you won't see this, but just so you know, like I used to be such like a crazy right winger, and you really brought me down to the center, and I feel so great now. I'm pro LGBT and pro abortion and stuff. And I just sat there and I went, oh, that's so like. See, for us, that's like a oh, that's so sweet. But for my mom, she'd be like, oh, that's so sad. They're lost again. Sure. It's like okay, and so we have to like have these conversations with the knowledge that someone else's win is going to be someone else's L.
Yeah, of course.
You know what I mean?
But that's good. So, I mean, like you should. That's probably how we should view things to some extent, right? Like there are going to be things that morally I think I have like a ground that I want to move people over on. I don't view this as just a zero sum, right? If I create a world with less homophobic or less transphobic people, I understand that like the homophobic or transphobic side is losing people, but I don't view that as like, oh, well, that's just sad for them. You know, I view that as like a winning of my ideology. I think that's a good thing for me. Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe this is the problem then. I don't move anymore towards making people less homophobic. I think I move towards people being more able to live in their homophobia without enacting it in a violent or limiting way. Is that the same thing?
I mean,
like,
I guess like
my parents are.
I would view
like my parents are homophobic, right? But they're less like because their kids. 3 of us have come out now.
Yeah,
they're less. They're still anti-gay and anti-gay adoption, but they're not anti-us. Like we come home, they tell people like people talk about us. You know, we have a very gossipy Middle Eastern family. Like their kids get talked about, my parents defend us, but then my parents don't want us to be gay. They think it's a problem. They think I was molested as a kid. You know what I mean? They have no context for me being gay just because I'm gay.
Sure.
They have no context for it. But they're not like the same they were before, which was like very anti-loudly gay. Now they're just like politically anti-gay. Like, is that homophobic? It's still homophobic.
I think that, I would say from my perspective, what you do is good, but that would just be like one step, I would hope, in the process of like moving somebody further on my side, right? Like if I have let's say I'm having a conversation with somebody and this person is literally like, gay people are a disgusting fucking abomination in the world. Like my goal at the end of that conversation isn't for that person to be like, you know what? I hope my child is gay. That would be way too much, right? But if I could get this person on board, like, well, hey, listen, you know, like different people live different lives. Like, can't we agree that like if people are gay with each other, like it's not like it really has a negative impact on you, right? At least, right? And is it really like poisoning society, right? If I can get them to that point, then I would consider it to be like a huge win. That's awesome, right? It's like baby steps, you know. Like I hope to move you like a little bit closer to my point of view at the end of every conversation. Now, how much I'm trying to move you or where I'm trying to move you to is going to dramatically vary based on where you're at, where the other person is at.
Yes. Okay. You remember how I think, or maybe I asked Melina actually. I did. I said to her, do you ever worry you're going to come into someone's life and change the trajectory of their existence? Like you are actively saying out loud, I want to change the trajectory of your existence.
Yeah, of course.
Do you know that?
Yeah, for sure.
Okay. So I used to do that. And then I felt like after, and I'm not saying you have to do this. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying all methods are good methods-ish, you know, obviously asterisks. But my method now is to radically accept that for some people, maintaining this form of stagnation will lead to their greatest, happiest life and can still happen without them then turning around and limiting someone else's one existence to such a large degree. We all limit each other's existence to a degree. By living in a community, we're already saying we're going to compromise. To what extent we're all compromising is kind of the line I'm looking for. So I'm much more able to live in a very diverse culture than I think most people. I don't believe the left is able to do it, and I don't think the right is able to do it as much as they say they want diversity. I don't think they know what that means. Because I'm saying I love the chaos from diversity, people naturally having real thoughts that are authentic to themselves. That might be controversial. Somebody in my Discord, we love her, she's infamous. She is one of the most introspective and interesting humans, and she wanted to ask a question out loud without being judged. And of course, we all loudly gay judged her, but it was such a good question. And the question was Hitler really that bad of a guy? And I was like, okay, first of all, that's a great question. But like, it's like we all laughed and then we were like, oh my gosh, girl. And then we had a conversation about it. And I still think the conversation is important to have for people because how we're debating what bad is so subjective in and of itself that we have to then, like, people don't have these tools. So we have to give them tools, but we also have to be okay with them coming to different conclusions. I think I'd be okay. What?
I don't agree with that.
I know, because you're thinking then those people are going to have bad thoughts and they're going to end up doing bad things. But I'm saying I think people can have some bad thoughts and not do bad things over them. And I think people just die off anyways. And naturally, new generations are more.
But it's not naturally new generations are more progressive, right? These are like concerted efforts by like socialist or not socialist. I'm sorry, social activist groups like over time is to like move the window of where people think.
Which is why they play a role.
Sure.
Absolutely. I'm saying their methods are archaic and they should adapt better.
Sure, I can agree with that to some extent. Yeah, sure.
I'm saying that's the issue, is that we are not looking at the humanity of a person and we're way too biased and we way want people to end up on our side, period. I'm saying, how about just a side that's more neutral? I don't give a fuck if you believe in a God, bro.
I don't think I broadly disagree with you. Like the important caveat that I would say is that I think that as like I'm gonna call you a white person, okay? As white people that are relatively like cis presenting at least, I think we have to be careful when we talk about like I value a highly diverse society and what that means. Have you ever heard the meme of like only white people can really fantasize about time travel?
Yes, but you're doing it right now.
What am I doing right now?
You're kind of like dismissing the humanity of my experience because like I don't.
Wait, hold on. No, wait, hold on. Wait, I don't know where. Hold on. Right? You can tell me where you're going after. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
I don't think. I'm not trying to dismiss your humanity. What I'm saying is that like I can live in a very diverse society with very diverse opinions because like as a white dude who's upper class, nothing is threatening me. Like I can live with Nazis, I can live with super racist people, I can live really like that's fine. Like I'm gonna be fine no matter what. I'm wealthy, white, middle class, whatever. Like I'm good. But I think that when it comes to like LGBT people or certain types of minorities, I think that it becomes a little bit of a bigger ask for them to say like, hey, you should be cool with living in like a super diverse society where some people just want to make it illegal for you to get married, or where some people want to make it illegal for you to have children, or illegal for you to adopt, or illegal for you to get gender affirming healthcare. I think that I think we have to be cognizant of, and you might agree with this already. I think you have to be cognizant of the idea that like them living in that very diverse community is a lot more threatening or damaging to them than it might be for somebody like us to live in that highly diverse community. I think that's important to recognize.
Okay. Yeah. Yes, but no. But yes. So obviously we want to have general rights for human beings because they're individuals. Let's say America because they're Americans and not because they're gay or trans or black or whatever. We just want to give people rights. Okay, let's just give people rights to do what they want with their body and their children and their life. And then we can have discourse if like a child reaches out and says I'm being abused. Then maybe we can like make some sort of stance and like get involved in people's lives. But in general, families are experiments as much as our whole world is an experiment. And we're all experimenting with what we think is the best for our families and our communities. And through that experimentation, like science, trial and error, we've taken some things out, we've brought some things back in, we've taken some things out, and we're trying. So I want people to keep trying, and I want people to start moving forward, but I don't agree with what that forward looks like. I believe it looks like diversity. I believe it looks like people getting along, but I also think it looks like separation, not segregation. I do think people have a hard time getting along, and I'm okay with separating as long as it's not segregation. As long as communities can still exist and socialize together in different ways. But I don't think it's going to help if you turn it around and you make it so, like, I've heard from people, have you heard of this? Because I'm looking to adopt. As a single mother, I'm looking to adopt. And one of the things I found was there's a small movement that is like interracial, like adoption.
Okay.
Like it believes like if you're white, you should adopt a white baby. But like that's really confusing to me because I was gonna go for a Middle Eastern baby, obviously, so they could be around people who look like them and I could be with them, and that would make sense to me because like I'm not white. Like I know I look white, but I have no idea how to relate to my white friends. My white friends and I are obviously not the same people.
Sure.
We have completely different upbringings and everything. Like I have zero relation to like white culture as a concept in my heart. Like I don't relate to it. I grew up with Middle Eastern music and bilingual, trilingual parents, and like, you know what I mean? Brown and, you know, dark cousins. And so like, it's just different to me.
Sure.
And I know what I look like, but that what I look like does not in any way represent what I grew up around my whole life.
Sure.
Right? So when I heard that, I wasn't sure what she meant. Was I supposed to adopt a white kid or a Middle Eastern kid or like a, you know, it seemed weird to me. And so I think about my life in that way where I understand why she's saying that. She thinks it's going to help kids grow up in environments that look like them. But realistically, humans adapt really well. And if we didn't have a whole cultural society that made that kid feel weird for not having parents that look like him, then realistically that kid would just grow up knowing they were loved, but then have some sort of like racial crisis eventually because they'd realize like, hey, I don't look like it's like the Tarzan phenomenon, right? Where Tarzan realizes he's fucking different. It's like, yeah, dude, you're different. Like we're all different. Okay. Wait, what did you say earlier? I'm sorry. I lost my train of thought. I apologize. You were saying...
Say earlier about what?
Wait, right before I went on that tangent, you were saying...
I was just saying it's a bigger ask for certain types of people to live in this world than,
I think it's a big ask to ask anyone to live in this world.
No.
I think it's a big ask. No, wait.
Okay.
And then I think it's a big ask to ask anyone to participate in a community they didn't choose themselves and like they can move. I'm for that. I think it's a big ask to ask anyone to even get off their butt to do anything. I think it's a big ask because we don't know what we're doing here. We're just like a floundering species that's like trying to be kind of okay with each other.
Sure,
right?
but I think that we can say that some people probably have more difficult experiences than others, or there's some classes of people that have more difficult experiences than others, and I think that should probably be recognized.
But why are we like, okay, even the non-binary thing, how could you think that is not earth-shattering, like, ideology to share with someone? How could you not think, hi, could you go to the religious like right who are Christians and explain to them how Adam and Eve could have been non-binary? Like, don't they understand how like traumatic that can be for like cis people to be like, wait, what? It's like because it invalidates their religions and invalidates their cultures and invalidates their languages and invalidates their everything they do. And these people are like, it's easy, gender is a spectrum, it's easy, gender's a social construct, but it's not. It's extremely fucking traumatizing to just go to people and tell them, hey, that reality you liked, not real. So I'm saying, don't we understand we're doing it? We're constantly forcing the other person to shatter their like reality constantly, and it's not even to a better reality, it's to another subjective reality.
I mean, I think it depends on the type of ask that we're making, right? It depends on what particular thing we're talking about.
Yeah, I know you need particulars. I mean, I just feel like the particular is that I wish people would I don't know, the particulars change if you change the macro of how we are discussing our humanity. If you don't change the macro of how we see ourselves.
A lot of the times when you say things like this, I understand. Have you ever heard of the concept of begging the question?
Yeah. Yeah, you talk about this too a lot in your videos.
Yeah, that like...
I know, I don't mean to...
I understand everything that you're saying is nice, but like you're kind of loading everything with like when you say like, oh, like I wish we would just understand the humanity. Like religious people think, oh yeah, we do. We do understand the humanity. We know what it is, right? That's the issue.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you, when you debate with these people, you do not treat them with this openness. You treat them like they are, that's what I'm saying. You're not telling them this when you debate them, Stephen. You're making a stance and you're sticking to your stance. And I'm saying, I want to have a conversation with them as, do you know that you're living in a bubble and we're all living in a bubble?
Yeah, but like nobody's going to agree with that right offhand, right? If it's an adversarial like conversation, which it will be because we're literally quote unquote debating, right? We have a disagreement of fact.
What are we doing? I want to talk to you like this. I want to have the conversation with you.
This isn't 99%. Yeah, this isn't 99% of conversations, right? This is like the 1% of conversations. But the vast majority of conversations...
What does that mean? Are you saying I'm so smart, this is the 1%, or I'm so stupid?
I'm saying that you're like relatively open compared to most other people, such that I think that you can consider things outside of like the immediate purview of what you believe is right or wrong.
Oh, I'm saying it's mandatory. I'm saying you need to. I'm saying if you want to move humanity
forward, but I'm saying that the vast majority of people can't do this. They're literally incapable of doing it without like fucking years of education, right? So when you're engaged with most people, when you say things like, oh, listen, I just need to understand that you're in a bubble, most people are going to look at you like you're retarded. They're like, no, I'm not. You're the bubble. Fuck you. That's what most people are going to say, right?
Yes, that's the bubbles. Those are the twos. I've made a whole system for this. So I'm asking you, Stephen, how would you like to have the conversation with me instead of having a conversation about having the conversation?
Well, this whole conversation has been about having the conversation. I have a conversation with you.
You don't know how to have it. No,
I know how to have a conversation.
No, you don't.
This whole past conversation is you talking to other people. That's what this whole conversation has been about. That's what has it not?
You couldn't even have. I'm trying to. You're not engaging. Okay, I'm trying to get you to understand. Like I just want you to talk like a person, not with a. You don't. Oh my God.
This whole conversation has been you talking about like other people need to like whatever live in diverse environments, the humanity of everybody, blah blah blah. This whole I'm not saying this is bad or blame you or whatever, but I'm saying like our conversation has been about other conversations. This is a meta conversation we're having, right? We're not talking to each other. We're having a meta conversation about the conversation we have with other people, right?
So stop.
Okay.
Fine. We're done with that conversation.
Okay,
Boring.
cool. Next. Okay, awesome. Done.
Okay.
Wait, did I win? No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm sorry. We're moving on to the next one. I'm just fucking with you. Okay.
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 So I like this. So yes. Okay. Now we've all said it out loud. The internet can see. We said it out loud. So now, when we're talking about what it means to be trans or LGBT, do you ever feel like as a Steven, you haven't been given a space to explore those parts of yourself because you don't fit the minority imagery of those things, like being not relating to your gender, being Cuban, all those things?
No, I make spaces for me to explore whatever the fuck I want to explore. That's not a sarcastic answer. If there's a part of me, right? I didn't have my first like really like gay experience until I was like 30 years old. It's just because I hadn't thought about it before. But I don't feel like I need like social spaces created for me. This is just like a personal thing for me. I'm not saying this for everybody. But for me personally, I don't need social spaces created for me to explore other things. I don't need other groups of people to like give me feedback, whatever. If there is something that I feel like I want to explore by myself, like I'll spend some time thinking about it. And then if I want to go deeper, maybe I'll spend some time in those communities. But I'll do that. I don't feel like I need somebody to create a space for me to explore those ideas. Just for me personally.
Okay.
Okay.
No. I vibe with that.
Sure.
I am curious when you're having these debates. You know how people use it though? That like the guy yesterday, he's like, "Well, I'm non-binary," as if it gives him some sort of like
Authority,
credit, and you were like, "It doesn't." Right. But I actually wonder if in these debate spaces, because that's the requirement of these communities, that you could, if you wanted, tote those that like qualifier. You could say, well, actually, I don't identify with my gender very strongly, and I do feel like I'm non-binary, but I feel like this isn't the space where I really need to say that because I create the space on my own. That's great. Since you're trying to win a debate, and that would be the qualifier according to their rules. So no, you don't want to play that game.
I hate using personal examples or stories like that. It feels degrading. Sometimes it feels like I'm victimizing. Sometimes I get treated like a victim. Sometimes the conversation, the nature of the conversation changes when we're just both like going back and forth with like our personal subjective experiences with things. I think that the arguments that I make stand really well on their own. I think that the experiences of other people I convey stand well on their own. I don't ever want to like have to appeal like, oh, well, I'm actually non-binary. And they're like, oh, fuck, okay, you got me, Steven. Like, I don't ever want that to be a conversation that I have. That just drives me crazy.
Okay, I love that for you. So we agree then. And these people's like bubbles, sorry, I'm gonna use my language, bubbles, ideologies, whatever, they believe like their cards trump arguments.
Sure.
That was the cat argument with Contra. Contra was making the argument that cat is better than Vosh because Vosh is cis and cat's trans. Right?
Little, yeah.
That's like the argument. Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Hold on.
I'm holding.
Hold on, I totally lost my train of thought, but it's going to come back to me.
Okay, wait, let's review. What did we just say? So I don't like to use these personal things in order to win arguments. You're saying that Kat did feel like she was better than Vosh because she was able to cite her trans experience, and that was a disagreement that they had, but she thought that her experience trumped Vosh's experience there.
Yeah, which it does to some extent because she has that lived experience, going back to what you said earlier, which is when you have that emotional connection, it makes you probably more valid to talk about things
depending
than the
on,
person who doesn't have the emotional attention attachment.
Yeah.
Okay, so if all of these things are true, and then all of these things also don't matter when having a discussion about the ideas, but they do matter because the ideas come from these discussions, right?
Wait, say that part again. Repeat that.
Because we want to be able to have these discussions outside of the identities and within the ideas, but the ideas come from the identities.
Yes, okay, yes.
You run into this problem of like, it's just like we can't have one without the other. So where do we create the balance? And my solution is by being more introspective and humbling the self enough to realize like we are just humans on a planet doing our best. It would make sense that over time we would move slowly into becoming these socially evolved, progressive creatures we have this hope for. But because no solution comes without the consequence of like a political regime change, no one can be trusted to be invested in. I can't invest in BLM, $68 million is missing. I can't invest in the Democrats, they have an ideology and a focus. I can't invest in the Republicans, they're gonna limit my life as a queer person. I can't invest in the trans communities because they're gonna ultimately like always choose their people over my people being cis, their people being trans. And that's why we're not the same, because we're different, because when it gets down to it, they're not gonna pick me. Blacks aren't going to pick me, the whites aren't going to pick me, and the trans aren't going to pick me.
Okay.
So ultimately, if it comes down to it, what am I? I'm a cis Middle Eastern woman, and those are the only two groups that are going to pick me.
Okay.
So, or in the queer community in general. So if we know that and we're doing our best to be okay with that, then we have to create sort of like a reality on that premise instead of the one we've been creating, which is the left knows what's right and it's communism, or the right knows what's right and it's capitalism. It's like, no, there's no way to know that. There's only a way to make a system that overall helps the majority. And yes, some people are going to get left behind. And that sucks. Those people get left behind, spend their whole life advocating for themselves, and then a new group is left behind, and then they spend their life advocating for themselves, and it's a fucking repeating cycle.
Okay.
Which I guess works with your idea of no free will, because if we had free will, maybe we wouldn't be fucking retarded. Maybe we'd be, you know, not repeating our mistakes.
I don't think that's how that works, but okay.
What do you mean?
Well, whether you have free will or not doesn't mean, like, we can argue that, like, in the Harry Potter books, like, people made mistakes, right? But that was, but they were still written by an author, right? You can still make mistakes even if it's predetermined, right?
Yes.
Free will and determinism are other. Those are really common. I don't care about. We don't
Who
need
does
to
the
talk.
predetermining in your reality? Like, who's the predeterminer in your reality?
Physics, just the way that the universe is. It just is, right?
Okay. Yeah.
But it's not like, from a human perspective, we don't like talk about this because it doesn't. It's kind of meaningless, right? We function as though we have free will. We don't like think about things predetermined.
Are we like the asteroid in space that just moves
Yep.
as it goes along?
Exactly. But we have like self-awareness, so we have to pretend that that's not the case. So.
I just feel like the self-awareness kind of contradicts the rolling through the universe. Or
No.
can't the rock have consciousness and roll through the universe and be like, oh, look, I'm rolling?
Sure, but for it to change its mind, it would have to have like some form and function that would allow it to do so, and then whether it does or doesn't, it's going to be influenced by other things. But this is regardless. We don't care about this, okay? Free will determinism is boring. We don't need to talk about that. Where were we at before that?
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Where were we before that?
Something about like the type of world we need to create is
Yeah.
recognizes everybody's humanity. Yeah.
You know what's difficult about your brain?
Tell me.
Maybe we're just not compatible in this way.
Okay.
But I feel like we would be perfect in this way, so I'm annoyed.
Okay.
You don't vomit your imagination ideas, I think is how I want to say it. Like, you don't vomit.
Yeah, everything is pretty
your-
structured and pretty like concise. Yeah.
Yeah, where's the fun? Where's the exploration? Where's the what if? Where's the, oh my God, you know what I would love is like a reality where like humans were doing this, but like, hey, we're doing this. And like, oh, what do you think it means we do this? And like how beautiful
Yeah,
it means
that's
that we
well.
do this.
If we do LSD or not mushrooms. If we do LSD or like drink, then like that's where we get that part out. Okay.
Yeah, but like, how do you problem solve is like, in the world, if you're not open to like all of the ideas, like you've created a structure.
I can be
and I feel like
open
your
to
structure
all
is
of the
your-
ideas. No, that's not true. Hold on. There is no, the structure is not my prison. Okay. Which is what you were about to say. Okay. That's not how it works. Okay. It's just that.
I don't know. It feels like a
generally-
prison. No? Go.
Okay. It's hard because this is an area where I feel like I am better structured than other structures. But you're saying means in my mind, so I'll be mean. Okay. Fuck it. All right. Ready? Hard conversation, okay? I like to structure things in concise ways because I like to deal with concise ideas. When somebody like vomits to me a bunch of stuff, it feels like the more ethereal, the more misty, the more cloudy, the less we're tied into a particular position and the more we can kind of float around and drift around and pretend that we're making some kind of meaningful progress in the conversation when in reality, we're not really saying anything of any impact or anything with any insight at all. Because it's all just kind of like for blurbious, whatever, that's a made up word. Like nothing is really being said. So when somebody asks me a question, I like to like more specifically like, okay, well, what is the context that we're asking? And then what specifically are we asking? And then like, how can we like address what's being asked? So everything that I say, I hope has some kind of substance that is like the words that I'm saying are meaningful. Everybody listening can like, assuming they've been following the conversation, can follow along, and we're all kind of like on board with like where the conversation is going. So if somebody asks me something like I can't. It's so hard for my mind to even think of like the more amorphous questions. If I'm gonna address a question or I'm gonna answer something or I'm gonna have a conversation, I like it to be something that is a little bit more grounded, something that if I say something and like 10 people hear it, they're all going to hear it the same way. It's not like a choose your own adventure thought bubble where everybody can take what they want out of what Steven says. It's more like, oh, this is very concisely what he's saying, like from A, B, C, D, E, F, G. I can follow the train of thought like very concisely, and that's what we're talking about. I prefer that style of conversation, and I prefer that mode of thinking more than the amorphous, like whatever modes, because sometimes those just ring a little bit hollow to me, to where it feels like a lot is being said, but at the same time, almost nothing is being said.
I agree.
Okay.
I'm trying. The problem with us is that there's not a lot of specifics that we can talk about.
Why?
And so I guess like unless we could use an example. Like here, a problem came into my Discord the other day. It might be interesting for you to solve.
Okay. That's what I do. I'm a problem solver.
Okay. So what would you do? And this was a scenario. Somebody had seen a neighborhood kid grab a baggie out of the drain. Kind of looked like drugs. Maybe not.
Okay.
But he did it. And then they went into their house.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't sure if they should write a note to the parents. They were really worried because there's a lot of drug issues in their area. They weren't sure if they should intervene. The kid was like, I don't know. I'm guessing between the ages of like 12 and 14 maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And we all had to discuss like what was the moral obligation to the situation? What would make things better or worse? And I said, mind your own damn business. Because for me, I find that kids are often more fine than they appear. And I find that kids who often get told on end up dealing with a lot more issues and end up getting usually punished in ways that aren't helpful instead of just like experiencing the rebellious thing that most kids are just going through.
Mm-hmm.
But also you have to run the risk of like, okay, if that kid dies next week from an opioid overdose, like, are you now responsible because you could have done something? No, not really, because you didn't even know what was in that bag. Maybe it was something weird, like less weird. Maybe it was like Pokemon cards and their parents are like weird Christians who don't believe in Pokemon.
Okay.
Like you don't know, right?
Mm-hmm.
So moving with the intention could get this kid in much more trouble and hurt along the way a lot more.
Mm-hmm.
I'm more of a do nothing is better than doing something most of the time. I believe that because I think the road to hell is paved in good intentions. But what would you do? Like, what do you think is best for that kid if you're worried about them?
It would this would super vary depending upon the kid, the parents, and the neighborhood and what my situation
Well, you don't
was.
know them. They're just your neighbor. You just saw them.
I mean, if I don't know anything, if I literally don't know anything about them at all, I probably just wouldn't say anything. I'd just leave it alone. Fuck it. It's not my... Yeah. If that
do you
was
think that's
literally...
weird? Like, do you think it's scary, the idea that like we're gonna, see something, do something, or say something? What is it? See something, say something? I hate those campaigns. I hate them. This just sounds like be a snoop, be a snitch.
It's not about being a snoop or being a snitch. It's about having some involvement and investment in the community that you're in, right? So for me, so it's hard for me to engage even with the question because you're saying like, imagine you don't know anybody or you don't know anything about them. That wasn't true in my neighborhood.
Well, it was the real scenario. Well,
sure. Hold on. I understand
okay.
It's a real scenario, but I'm saying that as a parent, I view it a little bit differently. My son is 11 years old. If I see a 12-year-old taking drugs out of a drain, I have like a personal investment in that because if Nathan is friends with that kid, maybe drugs, okay? But if like Nathan is friends with that kid or if he's like hanging around with kids in the neighborhood, like this might be something that I am a little bit invested in, right? But like, let's say that I know that kid's parents. Let's say that his parents are like pretty chill, pretty cool people. I've talked to them. I would probably mention it to him. Like, hey, like I saw your kid taking some shit out. Like you might want to talk to them about that, right? Let's say that the parents are like crazy fucking like religious fundies or whatever. I might not talk to those parents because I don't even know if I would trust those parents to have that conversation with that kid. I might talk to the kid himself maybe, right?
Okay.
Yeah. I might approach the kid. I'd be like, hey, I saw some shit. Like, listen, dude, if you're doing drugs, like, just fucking be careful, okay? Or what? Like, that might be a different conversation I have with the kid, right? Maybe. Or maybe not. Maybe I wouldn't even have that conversation with the kid. If it felt like those parents could catch me and then turn me into the cops for talking to the kid about drugs, maybe I wouldn't, right?
That's what I'm saying.
Sure, it's super variable depending on... I probably would talk to the kid anyway, though, because I feel like the guidance is worth the potential risk of the parents being douchebags or whatever.
Yeah.
But, it would super depend on the, like... If it, like in my apartment, I don't give a fuck. Like unless somebody's getting murdered across the hallway from me, I don't care what's happening. But like in a neighborhood where I'm like raising a son and I've got like other kids doing stuff, I'm gonna be like a bit more invested. But I think that community investment is good. We should have ideally some level of community investment. We should like be living together and breathing and surviving and thriving together.
No, I agree. Look, I take food to my neighbors. My neighbors take food. My neighbor, she's so funny. She'll call me. She's like, Brittany, I have all these cans of food and they're gonna go bad soon. And my husband and I can't eat them all. Can you come eat them with your brothers? And I'm like, yes, of course. And like, I'll go to her house and get all these groceries and she's so cute. And then I'll make food and especially like Middle Eastern desserts and stuff. I take them to all my neighbors every year for winter, and it's just like, and by all my neighbors, I mean, only just like a few of them, but like the ones I talk to every day, the ones I see, the ones that are connected to my townhouse. I try to be a good participant in my community by knowing people, seeing how they are, and vice versa. It's been really nice living here. Not all the communities I've lived in have done this. Like I've lived in the city and I've done this and people always thought it was really funny. But I definitely am like an old lady that way. I feel that. I love that energy. I think there's a balance with it. Like, I wouldn't trust my mom as a community member to give insight into like a trans kid's life, because my mom is against trans people, right? Like, one of the strengths I have as a coach and what I do with my one-on-one calls is that everybody knows I'm coming from a pretty open arena. So like, example, people will come to me with like, hey, should I be a sex worker anymore? And I'm like, oh, and they know I'm not going to tell them, yes, stop being a sex worker because it's awful. I'm going to have a really, like, I'm going to be, well, what does it mean to you? Like, I want to know. I'm not here to tell people not to be Catholic or not to be this or not to be this. I want people to be the most joyous and peaceful in whatever bubble they choose, because I think that is the best for the world. That ultimately, if we were all really joyful and weren't like riddled with fear, the fear of the cis people, the fear of the trans people, we wouldn't be constantly just like in each other's business and being a hot fucking mess. But I don't know that. That's just like a faith thing I have, because I believe that humans are mostly good.
Okay.
And because I believe that, it allows me to also have the faith that if humans were more joyful, maybe they'd be a little less of a bitch. But at the same time, I know that's not how life works, and so you have to have arguments on the internet. So with this scenario, I'm more of a talk to the kid, if anybody, but also be worried, like you said, that the parents might be like, hey, you talked to my kid. You were the adult. You should have done something. Well, I did do something. I talked to your kid. I didn't talk to you because I don't trust you to talk to your own kid, which is a little obnoxious, right? Now we're saying we don't even trust parents to be there for their children, but we can't because some of us have had parents where they weren't there for us as kids. So now we know those things, but we also know there are scenarios in which I feel like parents do know best. So I'm saying there's no way to have these exact conversations, because there is no conversation to have. There's only real life moments happening, and we're doing our best. We can only do our best to problem solve them in the moment. So when you have political debates, a lot of the time we're talking about the future and the past and the present at the same time. And that's why it's confusing and hard to know what to do, because there is no real problem right now. There's only a bunch of problems that look the same but aren't, but are the same but they aren't.
Okay.
I know. So like what I'm saying is like when I don't know why. It's interesting. Each group of people I interact with have conversations so differently. Some people have this conversation with me and they're just like, oh my gosh, yes. And they're like bouncing off ideas with me. And they're like, how about this solution, this solution? And we're like going, but with you just like, I say it and then you stop.
Because I don't know because right now until, a lot of what you say is like a quantum fucking waveform, okay? To where we have to test it to make it collapse in an actual position before I know what exactly is being said.
Because that's what I'm saying. The only position that could exist is the position that is being held. And there's no position being held right now in this universe because it's just me and you.
Well, but I don't know that mean like there clearly are positions that are being held by a lot of people, so I'm not entirely sure what.
Right, so we have to engage with those ideas, but all those ideas come from the same place they all come from, which is a misunderstanding, a lack of understanding history, and also a twisting of history, and then a lacking of understanding of self. Just like the person who's barely non-binary, who's barely stepped into trans circles, to the person who's read all the literature on transness, to the person who came out of all that literature and realized it's also in a bubble, to the, you know what I'm saying? Like, every layer we go into of introspection and knowledge will lead us right back out the other end, where we end up in the same place we were in the beginning, which is we don't know what we're doing here, and we're just humans doing our best. Unless you fundamentally believe there is a direct and specific purpose to our existence. Then again, we're back to the same loop we were in the beginning. Now we're disagreeing on reality. There is no way to have any conversation unless you do decide that for the sake of a conversation, we're just going to agree, because there's no openness or allowance for like the questioning of everything we're doing. Everything is a social construct, then your solutions will be a social construct. Like don't like, I don't know what, like I want everyone to be happy, but I don't think everyone knows how to have even the conversations they're having. I don't believe it. Like I just don't look, you're not even having it with me now.
Well, I'm listening to you, but there's not much for me to grapple with there. Like I agree with everything you're saying, but everything is being stated like vaguely enough that tons of people that disagree with me would also agree with everything you're saying. It's
exactly.
kind of like,
but same when you talk, same thing. That's what I'm saying.
No, when I talk, it's not. No. When I talk, things are being.
It's the same to me. It's the same.
It's just, you're wrong. It's absolutely wrong.
No, I'm not wrong. Yesterday, you debated that non-binary person and automatically dismissed them for their lived experience while lecturing me here about how women should have a lived experience of abortion and no better than a man.
Because these are fundamental. First of all, I'm not even saying necessarily that a woman's lived experience is important there. For some conversations, it might be. It just depends on the type of conversation. For the conversation that we had,
that's what I'm saying.
No, but for the conversation I was having last night, that person being non-binary had no bearing on the conversation. And if anything, them even saying that hurt them based on how horrible what they were saying before was.
Well, so that people who are non-binary think they're trans.
Sure, but I'm just saying that that particular thing is not Just because in one particular conversation I thought a person citing their experience was bad doesn't mean that I'm contradicting myself when I say that we should listen to other people's experiences. Like there are times when we should, there are times we shouldn't. But hold on, wait. What I'm saying is that like a lot of the stuff that you're saying is general enough that like people will agree with you that broadly disagree with each other. And I don't think that it's the same usually when I have conversational topics. Like if you're agreeing with me on a particular thing, then we have like a pretty high level of agreement. But when you say things like everybody should have the humanity to understand that we all have our own experiences and we all need to be accepting of other people, like there are going to be a lot of people that agree with that are going to like fucking hate each other because it's like, it's so broad enough that their idea of humanity.
That's what I'm saying. That is the humanity. So now we radically accept that we are all participants in the chaos because our literal nature is to segregate, separate, ostracize, pick teams, hierarchies. And so we're fighting against our biology because our consciousness is quote unquote higher, right? That's what they say, is like higher consciousness. And so we're having a grappling with that reality. And then every individual has their own like relationship with that spectrum. And I'm saying you yourself, I want you to have a conversation with me where like we find a place to meet. But right now, the only way to engage with you is if I engage through politics-ish, like through somebody else's idea of structure. I'm saying, can we create our own then to have a conversation, or no? Do we have to use like?
I guess here's the question: is like, what do you want to have a conversation about? Because I think that
life, being a human, what it means to exist.
Okay.
Your wife was so much better at this than you. Why?
Yeah, because we're very different. The structures of our minds are incredibly different.
Yes, exactly. Okay, so the structures of our minds are different. So, okay, so I can't have a conversation with Melina like I do with you. So I'm trying to figure out, how do I talk to Destiny? Do I have to...
We have to say things that mean things. If you have a conversation with me, that's the difference.
We have to say things that mean things.
It can't be like all of humanity has a feeling that we want to love each other and all of our things come from our subjective humanities. That doesn't. There's no way for me to engage with that because like that topic, that's like an open-ended game. That's like if I ask you like, where's your favorite area in Skyrim, and you're like, oh, it's the one with the world map on it. It's so open-ended. It's like like when you ask me like, what is the definition of humanity? Like we might get into a debate on like what's like the best candy bar at that point. Like, there's just not like a thing for me to.
Are you afraid?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what it feels like? It feels like you don't know how to go on a conversation adventure.
Mm-hmm.
Some people are worried because it's going to feel like a got you, but I don't think you're fearful in that way. I think you don't want to be stupid, and that's fine. I think I want to get you to a point where you're comfortable sounding dumb if you just like say an idea out loud.
I have no problem exploring ideas right now. We just need a direction that we're going. I love having like challenging conversation or conversation where we like.
But you want me to create the direction. Is that what's happening? Is that the problem? I want to create it with you, but I think you're putting it all on me, the responsibility. Are you bottoming for me right now?
Well, okay, hold on. This was, okay. The intro to this conversation was you inviting me to a conversation and saying like, this is going to be a hard or challenging conversation. So right now, yeah, I'm in the passenger seat and you're driving. Yeah, 100%.
Oh.
If you want me to have like a guided, like I need you to be the one that's like choosing the direction. I'm capable of doing that.
Okay, I got you. Okay, I hear you. On my last conversation with you, I think you said something to me along the lines of like, I had a pretty normal childhood growing up. Do you want to stand by that statement?
I had interesting things happen. What do you? Wait, that you had a normal childhood, or that I had a normal childhood?
No, you.
I think that I probably had a pretty abnormal childhood growing up.
Okay, which one is it? Did you have an abnormal one?
I had a very abnormal childhood growing up, I think. But it depends on like the context, I guess, of like who's, like what we're talking about when we say that. Like I had a very abnormal childhood growing up, but like some parts of my childhood were very normal. Like my relationship with my parents is like very strange, but like my mom and dad super love me. So that's like not anything I've had to worry about. So like if I was talking to a gay person or something and they're like, yeah, you know, my parents fucking hate me. Like it was kind of a hard thing growing up, blah, blah, blah. I would probably say, oh yeah, like I had like a pretty normal relationship with my parents, even though my relationship with my parents wasn't very normal. But in the context of like, do I know if they love me or if they hate me or whatever? Like I have a lot of affirmation from my parents if I need it, right? So it's going to depend on the context of, yeah.
So how does that okay, I'm sorry. So when I gave you like a question that just needed like a fucking simple answer, and then you went into this whole like context matters thing, which how is that different from me broadly saying like, yeah, now, okay.
Hold on! Here is the way that I answered that question was, you asked me, do you think you have an abnormal childhood? And then initially I bounced back and forth, but then I explained why I bounced back and forth. I said, what I explained was that the context through which I might have an abnormal childhood is going to depend on the context of the conversation that I'm having. And then I gave you a specific example to where I would say, like, if this was the particular scenario presented towards me, I might say, like, my childhood was like pretty normal compared to this person or compared to your relationship with your parents. But if somebody's broadly asked me, like, was your childhood normal or abnormal? I had a pretty abnormal childhood because I had a lot of like things going on. That's a specific answer given the context. I feel like a Brittany answer might be like, how was your childhood? And you're like, well, you know, my parents both had like these kind of like subjective experiences, and the interpersonal relationships I have with my family and me and our journeys in the universe were just like very broad. That's what I feel like the Brittany answer would be. So I don't think these are the same. My answer was pretty precise. I think I gave a proper context. If you want to dive into like deeper areas of my childhood where I feel like it might be abnormal or normal, we could do that. But I don't think that question was an invitation for me to go from like, well, when I was 2 years old, this happened. When I was 2.5, this, and to go through every single part of my childhood. So I think my answer was adequate. Okay.
Thank you for explaining yourself.
No problem.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
Okay, so I had a very abnormal childhood.
Okay. Cool.
It was just like it didn't fit in anyone's bubble, and it didn't make sense anywhere, and it was a mixture of like all cultures, like very third culture kid feeling. And I could go into that as well, but I would say that I definitely had an abnormal childhood. And I feel okay for it. You know, there are things I guess I wish it didn't happen, but I learned a lot from it for sure. I think you've talked about your past in a similar way where like, if it had been any way else, you wouldn't have been this person, and this person's doing pretty good. So you're cool with it a little bit. But I heard some things from your childhood that really like, when I messaged you, remember how I messaged you one time and I said like, you know, you're a statistical like anomaly. I don't know what you were thinking, but I was thinking about your childhood and how like anyone normally growing up in a childhood similar to how you described yours would have probably not ended up where you did.
Yeah, sure.
Or maybe they would have, but like not really. So like as an example, you said something, and correct me if I'm wrong, that like as a child, since your mother was so busy with the daycare and your father was busy with Amway, you would like kind of like do the thing that kids do, which is like disappear for a while on the balcony or something, or the bed.
Sure, like looking for attention or whatever, yeah.
Yeah, like waiting to see how long it would take for your parents to come find you and notice you were missing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's really common in kids who feel like their parents don't see them very well. Did you feel that way growing up?
Yeah, I think at really early ages I did, yeah.
What are early ages for you?
I don't know. If I give an answer here, it's probably going to be a lie, or it's going to be different than the answer given in the past, because I'm going to be totally honest, like ages like 5 to like 13 all kind of blend together for me, but like this probably would have been like pretty early when I was like 7 or 8 would be my guess.
Okay. Yeah, that's interesting, because I think I know in Catholic culture it's about 7, and I think in Jewish culture too, like kids are responsible for their sin. At least in Catholicism, it's about 7. Like you're starting to become responsible for your actions. What age do you remember it being? Because you do communion and Holy Confession about that time, right?
Yeah, those don't matter though. The important one is confirmation. I think that's when you become like an adult who's responsible.
But that's not because like
wait, hold on,
you have to go to confession. You get confession first. It's the first thing you do as a kid.
Sure, but
you can get communion. And then confirmation happens.
I don't want to get into a big religious debate. Okay, I'm sorry. When you said that like this is when you like start to become responsible, whatever. My understanding from a Catholic perspective is confirmation is when you take the first step as an adult and you say, I accept Jesus Christ, I accept the Trinity, I accept this religion, and I'm an adult now. And it's not like baptism where it's forced upon me. I'm going to choose a patron saint. I'm going to go through these steps and motions. I'm going to confirm myself as a believer of the Catholic faith. That's confirmation. But like, yeah, there are things you do earlier in life too, like you know, like the 12 steps of the fucking whatever the fuck when you go around the church
cross?
To do. Stations of the Cross is one of them.
Stations of the Cross?
Yeah, when you do like
those are just like rituals and stuff. Those aren't always mandatory, but sometimes.
Yeah, whatever you do when you do like confession or whatever. Like there's a bunch of weird shit that you do for whatever. Yeah, but the confirmation was like the big one. Yeah, but okay, go ahead. What were you saying?
Did you get confirmed?
Yeah, of course.
Who was your saint?
I'm so curious if you can just take one guess. When I tell you, you're gonna.
Stephen? You did not do Saint Stephen, did you?
I did do Saint Stephen. Okay,
you basic bitch.
Yep, I am. Yep.
So you're Stephen.
Yeah.
Whatever your middle name is, Saint Stephen Bunnell or Bunnell.
Yeah, that's right. Although his name is with a PH, and I don't remember anything about him, so he must have been pretty fucking boring.
That is pretty hilarious, actually. I'm a Saint Elizabeth Ann Seton. That girl brought schools. You know, she an educator. She a widow. She got 6 kids. She my icon.
Jesus.
So I'm like Brittany, Sarah, Elizabeth Ann, Seton, Simon, which is like pretty fun. Okay, so. Hold on. Okay, I'm really curious then. So you it's weird. It's like you remind me of a. Let me. How introspective do you think your parents were?
What you cut off for a second? How what?
Growing up. How introspective do you think your parents were when you were growing up?
This sounds really mean. I don't want to be mean to my parents, but like, it feels like not very much, but I love you, Mom and Dad.
Did you end up raising them at any point in your life?
No. We were like very independent. They had their life, I had my life.
Okay. And when did you go live with your grandma?
My dad and I moved in with her when I think I was like 15, 16.
Okay. And then how old were you when you caught her like peeing on her bed?
Me and my grandma had a very weird relationship, but I think I was like 17 or 18. I think my dad had already moved out at that point.
When you saw that happen, the way I heard you tell the story almost made it sound like you just like went to school and went on your day, but never talked to your grandma about it. Did you ever talk to her about it?
No, she was already showing like signs of early dementia and everything.
Did anyone ever think to help her?
I was a kid going to school, like trying to work at fucking like janitor shit at school and do a job at McDonald's and like be a teenager and figure out my life. Like I didn't have time to like I had power of attorney over her to like handle her bills and everything. Like I didn't have time to like also manage her fucking life. Like
as a minor?
I think at 18, you might be able to get it as a minor. I don't remember. But at some point I had to because she couldn't manage her bills or like pick up her prescriptions or whatever. So I had to file for, with the help of my dad, I filed for power of attorney so that I could handle all of her stuff like that. Yeah.
And then you said, I think in the story, that she also used to make you go to all her different doctors and she'd have like tons of prescriptions.
Yeah, so much medication. I would go to different pharmacies like every other fucking day to like pick up a pill. I don't know how she got like approved for so much shit, but yeah.
And then you also mentioned that she had a habit of killing her dogs.
Yeah, I don't know why either.
Also, I'm sorry if you hear all the anime in the background. The boys are watching stuff downstairs. So
what are they
you might hear
watching?
Yelling. Dragon Ball Z highlights.
Jesus. Okay.
We watch a lot of fights. Yesterday I watched so much Gojo fight. Like I can't even. I watch everything on repeat. I love anime.
Nice.
Great storytelling anime. So, would you say that was an abnormal or a normal childhood?
I would say those parts were probably abnormal.
Would you say they're traumatic?
I feel like trauma is a very oh my god, I'm about to give a Brittany answer. I feel like trauma is kind of like a personal subjective thing. Like what might be traumatizing to one person wouldn't necessarily be traumatizing to another. So I think there are a lot of weird aspects of my childhood that could be traumatizing, but for me they just weren't for whatever reason. I'm just lucky.
Yeah, I think that's interesting. I think that's the part that's funny because like I think of your grandma and honestly like I almost cried listening to that video. Because I was just like, oh my God, like this woman was in bed and no one came to help her. And like no one thought, hey, maybe I should help my grandma who's urinating herself and killing her dogs, which is abnormal. And my grandma might have like an addiction to pills. But like I also don't blame you because like if you grew up in an environment where your dad was an Amway. So it's like the introspection level is going to be at a certain level, right? And that's no shade to your dad. I'm sure he's a lovely person. But there's like, I guess a normal person would be traumatized or at least impacted by that in a really significant spiritual way. And you just seem like, oh yeah, another life, which is fine. Because, you know, I get people really upset with the way I talk about my assault. Like I made a podcast a while back about how like it wasn't even about me and that hurts my ego. You know, like my own rape wasn't even about me, right? I'm like, fuck, that sucks, dude. Like I wasn't even the target really. Like I was just like there. That sucks. You know, it feels like, oh, well, at least make it personal if you're going to fuck me up, you know? And so, like, it's kind of interesting to play with that idea because I think we don't exactly have safe spaces to do that. Somebody yelled at me and said, do you even have ethics, morals? What's wrong with you? And I was like, I do, but I just feel like I need to explain it this way. So for me, I feel like my rape was something that it did traumatize me. I had PTSD for years. But then recently I started to look at it as sort of like a bar fight. Because if humans are going to human, then humans are going to rape. And if rape's just part of the story of being like specifically, I don't want to say a woman because rape happens to men, but like, you know, a person who's going to be victimized by it. I wonder if there are different ways to handle it when it happens next. And so I started to like, you know, fight a little bit more and work out and sort of gain this idea that like maybe it'll be like a fight next time instead of like a rape. The rape will be a part of it because that's the goal of the predator.
Sure.
I can like recontextualize the trauma into being something later on that's just like could be traumatizing, but not. Like my dad says in Iraq, there's no PTSD because everyone's used to seeing people murdered. And that's like a big joke that like, yeah, kind of. So with you're saying, if I'm correct, that growing up with that environment where your parents neglected you, but also loved you, where your grandma was neglected, but also you loved your grandma, that you somehow came away from that with no trauma.
I mean, that would be my guess, I guess, right? There could always be lurking trauma that I'm in denial about or blah, 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 right? But yeah, I think I'm a relatively untraumatized person.
Were you, you said you had your own life separate from your parents, like you all had your own lives. Were you expected to be sort of a grown-up early on? Were you able to be like a kid in a kid way? Whatever that means?
I guess probably not as much. But I mean, like, I like video games as a kid. I like video games as an adult. So a lot of it probably, like, blended together, I guess. Like, arguably, I'm still a kid now, right? People call me a man-child all the time, so.
Yeah. Do you want to get to know the people that you discuss ideas with, or do you want to get to know the ideas you discuss with people?
There's very few people that I care to know much about. It just depends on the person, I guess. And, like, the amount of interactions I have with them or the amount of engagement I have with them.
How much introspection can you gain if you're not having, like, real conversations with people about their humanity, though? Like, you can't, I mean, how many people, when I say, like, I talk to thousands of people a year, I mean, I'm doing, like, one-on-one calls where people are pouring out their, like, most vulnerable parts of themselves to me. And I'm really having, like, vulnerable conversations with people all the time. But you're having debates. So your introspection level on what it means to be a human, do you think is limited by the context in which you're allowed to engage with people?
I don't know if my introspection is limited to my engagement with other people. I don't look to other people to introspect, I guess.
Well, there's introspection of the self and there's introspection of the world. I believe they're two different things.
Oh, okay.
What it means to be you could impact what it means to be them, and vice versa.
Okay. So the question is, am I inhibited by my ability to understand other people because I don't get to know them well enough? I mean, I feel like I have decent conversations with a wide variety of people. I think what's probably more important is the experiences that get emailed to me or stuff that I pick up through, like, watching videos or, like, watching other people's experiences. I feel like most people's problems and everything are just, I don't know, are pretty boring. Most of it is, like, I don't know.
That's what I'm saying. LGBT people need to stop writing. Black people need to get over it. Everyone's problems are basic.
No, I don't necessarily mean that. I just mean that, like, a lot of them, like, once you hit a certain age, like, you've heard a lot of shit. Like, it is incredibly unlikely that I'm gonna hear a story from, like, a boy or a girl about, like a relationship problem that I haven't heard, like, a trillion times before. The idea that I'm gonna hear something, like, new or whatever. When it comes to other people's experiences, like unique things like minority stuff, there's more for me to gain there probably. But for a lot of it, it's just, especially, like, people on the internet. When I can talk to people that have, like, traveled a lot or from different areas, I think that sometimes I can get, like, interesting or new or different types of conversations, but it's pretty rare to run across those people.
Like, do you want them to just volunteer like, you don't ask a lot of questions. Like, you have no idea how many lives I might have lived or how interesting I could be because you don't ask. So you expect me to, like, almost volunteer, but then when I do that, I'm monologuing about myself. So then how do you engage with people and have a conversation with them?
So
to know those things.
Most of these conversations so far, I think, have been led by you. That's not an insult, but you just have. Yeah. So I don't think I've, like, dug in as much, to figuring out your stuff yet. You do volunteer stuff and kind of monologue a little, but so I mean, like, I gather some information that way. But I don't know. I don't think we've had too many, like, deep conversations where I've kind of, like, dug into your past yet.
Right. You don't do that with almost anyone.
Because most people are really, really, really boring. Like, I think it would be interesting
to
do that
do you
with
know
you
that?
Because they are. They just are.
Then why haven't you dug into me? You keep no.
Because I've been fucking busy with shit. Okay, my life for the past, like, 2 to 3 weeks has been fucking wild. Okay,
yes,
there's been a lot of shit
going on. Very hard life. Listen,
it's not a hard life. I'm just saying sometimes it's like a factor of time stuff.
Yes. No. It is. So that's what I'm saying. When I asked you, like, hey, do you need a break from me or would you like to talk? You're like, no, I can totally talk, but you can't. You've been busy. So why don't you say, no, Brittany, I don't have the spoons?
Well, because when you say, like, do you need a break from me? It's like, I need you to give me, like, 3 weeks of space to just stop messaging me, right? Like, it's not that.
Then do that. Then say that.
Well,
say,
but
like,
I don't
hey,
need. I don't. That's not a require. That's not something that I need. That's not, like, a thing. It's just a matter of, like.
And have a conversation with me.
So it's all, so okay. So wait, hold on. Wait, does it have to be like? Do you want to dive in on a 3 or 4 hour introspective conversation, or do you need me to leave for a month? Oh, those are the only two options.
No, but you're not giving me anything either. You're just going along with what I want to do, which makes me top. That's what I'm saying. You literally let me do anything I want instead of telling me what do you want. What do you want? You know?
Yeah, I understand. I mean, our conversation.
Say it. Just say you want to play League. Just say it, Steven. Just say I
don't want to play League. Otherwise, I'd be playing League. I think our conversations so far have been, like, super fun and super enjoyable. I enjoy having these conversations. Like, I haven't led any of them yet, but I mean, I'm sure we'll get to that point. Yeah.
What does that mean to lead? I'm inviting you to have a conversation with me, so, like, it's equal. We're egalitarian here. Like, I don't have
directionless conversations. If I wanted to have a conversation with you, I think, I'm trying to even remember, usually if I message you something, I usually message you with a very pointed question. Like, I think I've asked you, like, do you feel like people are boring? Or do you feel like your personality type, like, these are going to be the thing. It's never going to be like, hey, Brittany, what do you think about being a child? Like, that's never going to be a type of conversation that I'll have. So far, I think that most of our conversations have been you messaging me and it's like, hey, I want to have a conversation about this particular thing. It's like, okay, cool. I'll like do that. These are fun. These are super fun for me to like explore these conversations. You're a fun person to talk to. Like, I enjoy doing that. But if I'm having a conversation with you, if I'm leading a conversation, it's going to be like a very pointed, like, I want to talk about this particular experience or this particular thought or this particular idea. Yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I think that's good. I think that is a good, thank you for communicating with me and allowing me to know who you are.
No problem. Wow, I'm glad you're learning and listening, okay?
Yeah, I really appreciate that. No, this has been really educational.
See, people say I'm the leading educator on who I am, so yeah.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. We're hitting that 3-hour mark soon, so I'm gonna
get some energy. You got fucking okay. You're on edibles. Okay, drink a Red Bull. Okay, chill out.
Gross. I would never.
Do you understand that this 3-hour mark is like an arbitrary limit that you set for yourself and it becomes self-fulfilling? If you slowed down that clock by like 2x, you could probably talk for 6 hours and not realize it. It's 100% a self-imposed limit. Absolutely.
I can definitely talk to certain people for 6 hours.
Oh,
for sure.
Oh, okay, I see how it is. Okay.
I'm trying to train you so I can stay on longer with you, but my homie,
trying to train me, like edge me for 6 hours instead of edging me for 3 hours. Like, thank you. Oh my God, Queen. Can you get the cage out when the conversation ends so that you can lock me up, please?
Listen to me. Listen, if you wanted to take charge and edge me for this conversation, you could, but you never take charge, so I have to do it. And you're not. The energy you give me back is so nice in some ways, but it's not enough for me to like fuel my spoon energy because you're not. You also don't challenge me in a real way, and I know you're doing it on. I feel like you're doing it on purpose, though. I feel like you are being nicer to me than you are to other people, and I don't know why.
I'm not nicer to you than I am on other people, but we're vibing out right now. I just haven't. I don't know if I want to get to the. Usually, when we, if we start to have challenging conversations, okay. Fuck. Okay, when I talk about things. Okay, every single topic that I've talked with you about are things that I've thought about for a long time, and I feel very strongly about them. So if we start to have disagreements on like these fundamental things, and so far it's been okay because it seems like we agree, but like at some point we're gonna hit things that we have like very different perspectives on, that we vehemently disagree on, and we can start to get into those things. But like usually at that point the friendships will start to degrade, or the conversations get so hard that it's like not like a fun experience anymore. So right now everything is just kind of light and vibey and chill. Maybe it also is. It's also kind of like predicated on the idea that like it doesn't seem like you have a lot of like very hard positions like socially or politically that I would disagree with, which is where a lot of my more challenging conversations come across as well. So yeah, like everything has just been kind of like a chill, like, oh cool, like it's time for like
challenge you on that. I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Like I feel like I want. And like, look, if you can't engage in the conversation in a way that isn't like, and that's fine. I'm not saying that as I'm not looking down at you or anything. I'm saying I'm just trying to figure out if we can talk to each other in a way where we're getting somewhere without needing to like say that what Brittany values the most is what everyone should value the most. I have strong values with myself. Like everyone knows where I'm. It's so funny. The internet thinks I'm such like a black and white thinker. They think I'm such a bitch that I never move my ideas. And you're describing me as this very like, she has no strong hold on her. Like no strong.
Well, hold on. When people describe you as being like a very black or white thinker, what do you think that comes from?
Oh, comes from my strong moral stances on issues where I say, this is bullshit, don't do this, it makes you a shitty person, but if you're gonna do this, I also understand why you do this. But like I think to me, like I said the other day, like I don't want to date a cheater or someone who's cheated. And everyone was like really upset about that. I'm like, I don't get why it's a big deal that I, Brittany, don't want to engage with somebody who has a gray concept around cheating, even though if my bestie's cheating with somebody, I'm like, ooh, you're a hot mess right now, girl.
Okay, I don't think that's the case at all. I would be super curious to poll like people that watch you. That would be an interesting thing. My feeling for why people would think that you view things black and whitely, I don't necessarily think this because I think I understand a little bit better how you think than like an average person, but I think that a lot of people get really triggered when you mention your categorization systems. I think that comes off as instantaneously like ultra condescending, very demeaning, and very like, I think that would probably explain like 85% of why people might think that like, oh.
But I've been called this for 12 years on YouTube, and I just did the levels a year ago. So like the levels is new. I just started it a year ago. I've been on YouTube for 12 years. I've been hearing that. My parents tell me, everyone tells me, but then they say, you're so open, you're too open. It's like no one knows what I'm doing. I guess I'm waiting. Fine. Maybe I was just hoping you would.
I would what? Say it. Let's introspect a little bit. What? The meaner that you are to me, the more honest you are, the meaner I'll feel comfortable being to you. So go for it.
No, maybe I was just hoping you'd see more of me.
What do you mean by, what do you think I'm not seeing? Here's a problem, okay? Okay, hold on. Here's 100% of my brain, okay? When I intersect with somebody that is more rigid, okay, but they want to have challenging conversations, there is a lot of really fun back or forth there. Okay, you've seen my conversations with Lauren Southern, right? This is a really good example. She's willing to have other conversations, but I would say that she's probably orders of magnitude more closed off to things than you are, right? But she's also like, can have an aggressive personality, like can banter, whatever. So my level of tolerance for things is very all over the map. I can talk to anybody and like have an interesting conversation, right? If you're like a fucking child rapist Nazi, we could talk for a while. That's interesting to me, right? That would just be an interesting conversation, even if I don't approve of your lifestyle choices. So when I'm having a conversation with people that are a little bit more rigid in terms of what they believe, there's going to be like a combative element to it where it's like, okay, well, you believe this thing. Why do you believe this thing? Like, how many different angles can we attack this from? Like, why do you believe this? Justify this, right? And I think that a lot of my entertaining conversations where it seems like, oh, you're really getting to know this person comes from that perspective. But I think that you are a little bit more similar to me in that you can also have like a lot of broad conversations and you don't have very like one-dimensional convictions on things that like, this has to be this way, blah, 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 blah. But the thing is that like, like the most interesting thing are like two swords clashing, but we're kind of like two like clouds of mist that are just kind of like passing through each other, where I don't know if you and I are ever going to have a conversation where I'm screaming like, Brittany, you're so fucking dumb. Why can't you just understand this thing? That's probably not going to happen, right? And then much the same, I don't think I'm ever going to say anything where you're giving me so much pushback that now we've hit like a point of contention to where like we're really like digging deep on. It sounds like we're both people that like broadly can accept and have conversations with a wide variety of people, and like we have like our beliefs, but they're not so firm that everything else is unfathomable. And then we have our convictions that are like very personal to us and aren't trying to prescribe things to outside people such that we're telling everybody else how they have to live their lives. So if that's the case, the only thing I can think of to have like a really deep conversation where you feel like ultra seen is it's just gonna have to be like a very pointed question about a particular thing where even at the end of that conversation, I still don't know if you're going to get that feeling of like being seen, because I think we're like both like pretty like, yeah. That was the biggest blurb. Okay. You've got, did any of that make sense?
It did make sense,
Okay.
but I just have to prove, like, I just watched the conversation with me and Melina. We did it. Why? Because I can't decide. Is it because we're girls? Like, we were able to do it. People thought that conversation was so open that Melina and me were just bouncing off each other. But when you and I talk, people are like, I don't get it. Why doesn't he talk? And I'm like,
when I view things that are really open, fuck, it sounds so mean when I say this. I don't care. Usually when I view conversations that are so open and people come away saying like, oh my God, like this is so, and this might be the limitation of my mind. Okay, I acknowledge this. 99% of the time I think, wow, this sounds like a conversation where both people said nothing. That's what it feels like to me. Like both people gave empty platitudes to like amorphous concepts and never clarified or solidified a single stance on anything. And it was just a bunch of like superfluous, happy words and everybody feels good. And then we come away thinking that we've done, those conversations feel like nothing to me. So when people are like, oh my God, it was such an open and honest, awesome conversation. It just felt like two people that like broadly agreed on stuff and said a lot of like nothing. That's what it feels like to me most of the time, I guess.
I think that's fair. I think it can sound that way.
It doesn't have to be that way. And also, to be fair, that might be the limitation. That might be my man brain. It might be my autism brain. It might be my gamer brain.
Watch, like podcasts where people just talk and have conversations.
I hate
like
99% of the time. I hate it. That's why I don't listen to most podcasts.
Okay, skirt, guys. I feel like we have a breakthrough. Okay, so that's all like that. I watch debates too, but I fundamentally love a conversation between two people who are just sharing. Like Joe Rogan, give it to me for 7 hours.
Oh God.
Give it to me for 24
99% of the time when I think, so one, I'm downloading an extension to listening to it on 3x speed. Okay. Because I already can't handle how long it takes. And then two, 99% of the time I think, oh my God, if I think of what I could have accomplished in an hour and a half of reading versus listening to this fucking podcast, I want to kill myself. Because in an hour and a half, I can learn so much shit by reading really good articles or by studying something. I can learn so much. But then by listening to a podcast with two people just bouncing back and forth and not really, it's like, oh my God, I feel like I'm just wasting time. That's how I feel like most of the time.
Okay. So I believe
Yeah.
that your inability to
Inability.
fuck with people's conversations
Uh-huh.
and that energy is the reason why you're so good at the job you do now, but the reason why you're so stagnant when it comes to your relationships or the things you desire or even this connection right here. You don't have the tool, and I need to know if you want it. If you don't want it, fuck, you're happy, go live your life. But you don't have a tool.
I think that I...
You don't have it, Steven.
Problems that I have with relationships are not related to this. That would be great if they were, because I could fake this.
Absolutely fucking is.
I can convincingly fake this if I need to, but it's boring to me. Okay? And so I don't think this is related to relationships. In terms of like, do you want the tool to what? Be able to meander through a conversation? Do you want to have a 30-minute conversation where we meander? Is that what do you want to try that?
No.
We can try that if you want.
Well,
we can try that. I want to have a conversation where we meander. I want to do it. Hold on.
I'm about to give you the tool that's going to save your
No,
fucking life.
I don't want the tool.
Right
I want to try it on my terms. Yeah.
Fine. I consent. I accept your consent.
Let's go. All right. What do you want to talk about, Brittany?
No, you're giving it to me again.
Oh, I can lead the conversation if you want. Okay.
Lead it. Go ahead.
How do you feel about the conversation we had today, Brittany?
I like spending time with you, so that part was good. I felt like it could have been more interesting.
Okay. I think it could have been more interesting. I think that having uninteresting conversations, though, sometimes is really important. I think that a lot of people are watching us have conversations. I think that they've listened to us have really interesting conversations in the past, but seeing that like two people can sometimes have a dull conversation, I think is a really important part of like, one, it humanizes us to the audience, and then two, I think it allows audiences to see in themselves that like, hey, like I could be an interesting person and still have dull conversations, or I could be a dull person and have it, right? I think that like variety I think is good. So I don't think that every single conversation we have to have needs to be the most interesting conversation in the world. Sometimes having like stagnant, it's like having like mediocre sex sometimes with somebody you have really good sex with. I think it's like, that's totally fine. It happens sometimes. And it's important for people to recognize that it happens sometimes, right?
Absolutely. I guess I had this expectation that our energies are so good together. What is it? Why do I feel so comfortable with you? Why do I like you so much?
It's part of my predator personality. I'm very good at making people feel confident when they're around me. Do you feel like when you have conversations with people, do you feel an obligation to the other person, to yourself, or to your audience? What do you feel about all three of those things to have an interesting conversation? Do you feel like there are any obligations there whatsoever? Or is it just like a thing that you wish would happen?
So ideally, I selfishly go in wanting to serve myself, and then hoping by serving myself, I serve the person I'm with. Sometimes with you, the first time I spoke to you, I really wanted to make it about you. Actually, until this moment, this is the first time I'm actively trying to say, I want to make this about me now. I'm selfish.
Sure. Okay.
You know, I feel like I've given you a lot of myself and opened myself up in a lot of ways. And now I'm trying to figure out like, oh, can Steven reciprocate that energy? Or why is it I'm attracted to Steven? Or why is it I want to spend time with him? If the conversations are like, my Discord's much more interesting, frankly. But that's because those people, I mean, honestly, the conversations there will like fucking, they're so good because they're all just like trying. We're trying and we're open to failing.
Sure. That's really good. That's like a credit to the community that you've built, right? So you fostered, in some ways, you've succeeded where I failed, right? Where I come to you and I say, man, I don't know where to find interesting people. And you're like, oh, well, look at how I've cultivated my audience over the years. Like I've actually got a whole community of interesting people to talk to. Like I have like made a determined effort to like succeed in this area, and I've deliberately been able to do it. So now I have really good conversations in my Discord. So I don't even take that as an insult. I think that is a credit to you that you've managed to build that community where you can have so many interesting conversations. That's really cool. Do you look to other people when you have conversations with other people? Are you trying to emulate conversations that you have in your Discord? Are you trying to find something different or new? Like, why reach out to other people that all have conversations instead of just talking to people in your Discord?
I'm looking for something.
What is that?
And
why do you hold on? Let's back up one more second. Do you feel like you're missing something right now?
Missing is a harder word, but I feel the absence of something that could be there, and I want it there more than I need it there. So I don't. Does that make sense? Like it's a want versus a need. So I'm looking for something that I want.
Do you think that generally, do you think the human experience could be described this way? That there are people that might have their lives enriched by certain things, but they don't necessarily even know that they're missing it? So have you just introspected to the point where you're trying to find things that you might want but not need, but you wouldn't have gotten there anyway without introspecting on it? Or like, why did this feeling come up that you're trying to find something else? Like, where did this even come from? Was it the result of a lot of introspection? Was it just a feeling you had that randomly popped in your brain, or what?
Great question. Thank you for it. I appreciate it. I feel very seen right now.
No problem. I'm seeing you so much.
Yeah. I think the thing I've always been looking for is also the thing that I don't need, and yet it drives me because I think it is a need. Like it's not a need in the sense that I'm gonna die if I don't have it. Like I'm peak happy.
Okay.
But I'm also so curious, and my curiosity like needs to be. If I do not satisfy my curiosity, it will drive me insane.
And right now,
so I'm more like.
Are you talking about finding other people to have conversations with?
It's proxy to that, yeah, basically. But I'm looking for a very particular type of person.
Because do you realize the answers you're giving now are identical to the answers relating to how you view finding a life partner? Everything you've said is exactly the same. That it's not something you 100% need, but it would be nice, and you're kind of looking for something. It is the exact same thing. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, exactly. That's a great, yeah.
Okay, so when you are having these conversations on stream, you're not purposefully trying to build out interesting conversations for the other person or for your audience. You're trying to discover something on your own, and your hope is that a byproduct of that is you're creating interest for your audience and the other person, right? Is that typically true?
To some extent. So the personal Brittany is motivated by that interest. The Brittany that lives within a community and exists amongst people also wants to have a life where this is her dream job, and she has it. I wanted to be a talk radio host when I was a kid, so now I get to talk to interesting people every day. But and people do teach me things every day about myself, but it's mostly from that I'm the top and you're the bottom position. I'm the teacher, you're the student. So it's not the same. I'm looking for someone with equal standing as me, and then particularly not just that, because that happens all the time, because like I feel like we're equals, but yet it's not the same. I'm also looking for somebody who can engage with me, and like
you want somebody that can challenge you, right? So you feel like in the majority of conversations, you're basically every time you go on a conversational adventure, you might be having fun and you might be discovering new places, and it might be things that you want to do again and again in the future, but you're always the one leading the adventure, and you want somebody to take you on an adventure conversationally, basically, right?
I've talked to plenty of people who are smarter than I am, but
it's not about being smart. We're not talking about being smart. We're talking about taking you to some place that's new or challenging, but it's not a place that you stumbled into together, and it's not a place that you purposefully took somebody to. It's a place that somebody else took you into, where you're like, wow,
you're describing yourself.
No, not at all.
What do you, because that's how.
Whoa, wait, we're talking to you. We're talking about you right now,
I know,
Brittany,
but I feel like when we talked earlier, you described your life like that, and I don't mean it to sound like where you're like nobody's, because you do this thing where you're on.
Why did this get flipped around to me? Are we hitting on something you're like a little bit embarrassed or self-conscious to talk about? Because usually like that desire to flip it around and talk to the other person. Well, here, now I'm curious, because now you, wait, hold on, because you just did this. Are there a couple of things that you wish you could talk more about, but you feel like you need somebody else to kind of like excavate that out of you? Like there's like a topic or an issue, and you're like, I kind of want to talk about this more, but I don't feel comfortable like kind of like putting this on another person and then having the conversation, but I kind of wish somebody would kind of like hit on like a particular thing, and you don't have to say what it is exactly, but like, is that like a feeling you feel like you have sometimes?
No, I feel pretty, no, it's maybe, what I feel is I don't meet many people who want to and are willing to and have the knowledge and the life experience to engage in these conversations in a way in which we could actually have like a real combative conversation with it and still end up being like, okay, I get it, we're good, we kind of agree, don't agree. I have this with my bestie. Obviously, like people have heard me and him debate in my podcasts, and we go ham, we'll like yell at each other, and then at the end we're like, that was pretty good, you know. It's just like, but we're having the same disagreements that are able to, so I'm looking for that in a particular, in as many quantities as I can get it, and it's
So if you don't necessarily know what you're looking for, and it's not like a need, but you think it's a want, and it's kind of hard to like put an exact finger on what it is, how will you know you found it once you found it? Do you even know what the feeling you're looking for is?
I know what it is in my head. I just don't want to say it out loud, because then
when you say you know what it is in your head, is this like a feeling you've had before, or is it a feeling you know you'll have, or it's one you fantasize about so you'll know you'll have it when you meet the type of thing you're looking for?
I think I've had it before. I think I have it with my bestie, but I think it's that seeing parts of yourself. So I'm looking for that person who goes like, him and I have like limitations to how intimate our conversations can get because we can't see parts of ourselves. So I'm trying to find a person, platonic or married or not, it doesn't matter to me. It's just a person who can go down that rabbit hole with me in a way that makes sense. And I do think those people exist. I think they're out there. You just gotta find them. That's why I'm making an effort. I'm like sending little beacon messages with my videos. I'm like, hello, are you the person? Are you the person? You're close in some ways, but not really in
others.
Okay,
that's great. Don't worry, we're not talking about me right now. Do you feel like that there are, when it comes to introspection, in our conversations, a couple times you've alluded to the idea that introspection can be things that are bounced off of other people, that are relating to other people around you. Do you feel like there are parts of yourself that you either want to change or improve or just alter or introspect on. But in order to do that, you have to find the appropriate mirror first. You need to find the other person that's capable of holding these particular things so that you can explore them. Is that like kind of the other person almost becomes like a platform for you to have these ideas or this back and forth on?
Yes, but it's not as robotic as like, I'm going to go on Tinder and try to challenge myself by dating random people. It's more like we have to both be looking for exactly the right thing to get each other. But yes, it's a, I need another person to do it.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's pretty good, Steven. That was pretty good.
Okay.
I feel pretty good.
Wow,
I feel pretty
thank you.
seen.
Okay. I tried to see you a lot there. Okay.
Was that like, what was that? Like, that was nice. That was like, okay. So what do you think about that? Was that just like kind of like boring to you?
It was a thing.
Just didn't land us anywhere, huh? I can't move.
Well, I feel like what
I'm not
was
willing to divulge. Yeah.
Well, you would be willing to divulge if I push hard enough.
Probably not on stream though. Probably not though. I don't talk too much about this kind of stuff with anybody.
Oh, okay.
That's the point. Is like I don't need to. That wouldn't make sense. It'd be like talking to someone who doesn't get it. It's like why would you say it out loud? It's not efficient.
Oh, of course. Okay. Okay. Well, where else do you want to go with this conversation?
Gosh, that was so good. I think I feel pretty satisfied.
Well, that's good. I'm glad. Do you feel like the conversation was a little bit better now?
It was definitely interesting, and I'm gonna go talk to my Discord about it right now.
Oh boy, that's awesome. Wow. Okay. Well, hold on. We've got a little bit more Brittany energy. We're a little over 3 hours in, so the edible should be mostly wearing off by now, right? So we're getting sober Brittany too. What do you think if we have a future conversation? It should probably be one that I initiate, where I am choosing a topic that allows us to explore a little bit of your mind. I think would be good for our next conversation.
Okay. Yeah.
Well, not okay. Fun. Yes, you agree with that, of course. Don't just say okay.
Yeah.
Like you're a passive observer.
That would be fun.
Okay? Yeah, of course. Trying to hide your excitement. I respect that, of course. You don't give me too much power in the exchange. It's okay. I understand.
I'm trying to be cool right now.
Yeah, of course. Play it cool.
I'm trying not to get my hopes up either. Don't disappoint me. I'll cry on stream.
Okay,
I'll cry on stream.
Absolutely.
Will. I'm very emotional.
Yes, because the next conversation we have is going to be a deep dive onto if you think that lesbians can be male, and it's just going to be a huge conversation about very niche LGBTQ issues. Okay, and then I'll ask a sincere question. You alluded to this idea that I might not know like you are a political disposition, which I really don't. Do you like broadly subscribe to like, it feels like you wouldn't really, but like do you consider yourself like a socialist or a communist or a capitalist or like any of these things or?
No, I adapt in whatever world it is. Whatever is most efficient, I want that one, and tell me the rules, I'll do good in it.
Okay, but when it comes to, but I guess you don't really have like purposeful conversations about like convincing people that one is better than the other, or have like a strong feeling to like socialism is evil or capitalism. You don't care that much about that.
Nope. I used to be like pro-capitalist, and then I was pro-socialist, and now I'm like, you know what? I'm gonna be good with either. So whatever works.
Okay. A lot of people in my chat keep telling me to ask you about vaccines. Is there some weird stuff there, Brittany? Uh-oh.
Not really. I don't think so. I think it's pretty rational and reasonable.
Okay,
but
that you just gave a Brittany answer that doesn't mean anything. Okay, everybody thinks their positions are rational and reasonable. Nobody in the history of mankind would say like, you know, my position on this particular topic, it's pretty irrational. Okay, eliminate those statements from your vocabulary we're talking. Okay, obviously you think it's rational. It's your fucking position. Okay. So
yeah.
Wait, so what is your controversial position on vaccines? Since no reasonable position starts out with a person saying, I think it's reasonable and logical. It sounds like you got a controversial position. Hit us up with it.
It's not okay. I just don't think people believe me when I talk about my position on vaccines. I'm vaccinated except for the COVID vaccine.
Okay.
I will get it done because I want to travel, and if countries are going to make me get it, I'll get it.
Okay.
But I, Brittany, don't personally have any desire. There's nothing in me that makes me ever want to tell a person what to put in their body. So like, I don't care. I don't blame a virus. Like for me, COVID is like an external monster that's come to the planet. It's not about any of us. It's not. We have no way of putting blame on people. It's just like this external thing that's happened to us as a species. It's not personal. And so to make it personal, I think is the delusion of the human experience, because it feels like one. Like in my family, people have died from COVID. We don't go around blaming the people who maybe got them sick at a party or got them sick at a get together. Like we blame the virus, but like the COVID is the problem. So if people don't want to get vaxxed, I don't see a problem with that. If people want to get vaxxed, I don't see a problem with that. I'm going to get vaxxed for the efficiency of like, I don't want to get it again. I actually am suffering from like long haul COVID. I have fatigue since October. It's like a new version of myself I've never experienced. So in some ways that should be enough for me to be like, get the vaccine, get the vaccine. but I'm not afraid. I knew this was going to be a consequence of possibly getting COVID. I finally got it after 2 years. It is a thing I'm dealing with on a daily basis. It could also be like a lot of underlining factors. I was worried about getting the vaccine at first because some of my relatives had a really bad reaction to it. And then I started to panic about like, holy shit, I wonder if I have those bad, and then I would be upset. So I didn't get it, but I also don't leave my fucking house. I order my groceries. I almost like, you know what I mean? I wear masks if I'm asked. I have like a whole bunch. I had stuff before COVID because I'm an anime person. So like, you know what I mean? I don't think it's controversial that I've taken my time getting vaccine, but it might be controversial that I don't think other people need to get it to make me feel I just am different totally.
Okay.
To people getting it. That's it. So I don't think it's controversial at all. I actually think I'm so based in my opinions that I'm just like lacking drama and controversy and debate. So no one wants to talk to me, but I'm just like, yeah, but like it's so performative, like this being angry at everything, isn't it?
I mean, I think you could be angry at people for not getting vaccinated. I think there are reasonable arguments to be angry for it, but I was just curious what your opinion was on it.
Yeah, I just think those arguments aren't outside the self, and at that point, I'm not. That's you. That's for you.
Okay. Okay, Brittany. Is there anything else you'd like to talk about before we reach the end of your fuse?
No, I'm happy. I do have to. No, I'm gonna go eat and stuff because I have calls the rest of the night. I have appointments, so I have to go do my calls, my responsibilities. No, this was really nice, actually. I think this was, I don't know, I have a very specific feeling in my chest, and I'm going to meditate on it, but it feels good.
Okay, that's good. I'm glad. Enjoy that introspection. Okay.
Thanks. Thanks for giving me your time, Stephen. I really appreciate you being so open.
No problem. It's been fun. Stay safe. Be careful.
All right. Okay, bye. How do I get him off my screen without doxing his bisexual gamer boy face?
Are you going to hang up on the call? That would be the first
nope,
part.
I'm just going to make you sit there while I figure it out. Look at how boomer. You
little,
can hang up. Why can't you hang up?
The,
you're using both your hands because you're using both your hands. Right?
Click your...
Is that why you can't hang up?
Click the eyeball button on OBS to get rid of me off the screen.
That's I got it. I'm going to hang up on you now. Bye.
Okay, bye. Okay, good job. We did it, guys. How, fuck, I never know, like, if that area leads me to a new area, if I should explore that area first. Explore the academy. I don't even know what that is or where that is. Oh, cool. Knight armor. Is this good? Oh, Lycan wants to talk. I do this fucking debate tonight. Oh god, it's in 40 minutes. Hello?
Hey.
What up, dude?
Oh, I see you're taking her advice and showing interest in other people.
I'm very interested in you right now. I'm seeing you. Okay. What do you got?
Thank you. Do you even remember the Lauren debate, like enough to talk about it?
Yeah, I remember everything that I ever do on stream. This armor
Kick
sucks,
ass.
guys. Oh, it's a bit lighter, I guess. Okay, go ahead. What's up?
I'm pulling up my notes. Give me 1 second. Because I don't remember shit. How are you feeling? Like, you feeling better after the last couple days?
Yeah, I guess. I'm just doing my thing. How does this, all this armor suck that I got? Fuck! Alright, go ahead. Okay,
so obviously, be as harsh as you want, man. Like, be open, be honest. I think you've unlocked some things today, so we should have a good discussion. Do you think that my arguments were bad? Now, I'm not talking about rhetorically the way they were presented. Did you get where I was coming from, and did you disagree with anything I said, like on the overarching points?
Okay, refresh me again. This was about being mean on Twitter?
No, see, I avoided that using that at all and letting it get anywhere near that. No, it was about like that little tweet. And so this is one of my bits of self-criticism.
Oh, it was about whether or not people should be able to tweet and join causes without knowing anything about them.
I'm sorry? No, that was the second one. The first one was about whether or not Lauren has an understanding of social responsibility and that maybe we should rethink the way that we handle certain jokes when you're a public figure.
Oh. Okay.
So that was the first one. Did you disagree with it?
I don't know. It feels like you might be a little bit more than me on the side of like having responsibility for our statements publicly, but it seems like Lauren is probably quite a bit less on me, or less on the side of me for making statements publicly responsible, being responsible for public statements. Jesus.
I mean, I think definitely, yeah, you and I have some there's a delta between us. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, sheezy, yeah.
Yeah. But so one of the frustrations I had is that in the conversation, I said at least 2 or 3 times in the early parts, hey, this isn't about this little throwaway tweet. It's the overall thing, what it speaks to about what you believe. And I feel that I said that a few times, and we got into the deeper part of her actually not believing that, saying things like, you should be able to just tell kids to be tough. They should be able to handle it. We don't want a world that's, all sissified. I feel like it got into that, and I still saw a lot of comments saying that, like, it was dumb for liking to go after this tweet. So I guess, like, did you feel that I didn't communicate that aspect of the debate well? Or of my point well?
I think that the issue is that anytime we have a conversation about, like, what is a good tweet or a bad tweet, we're probably going to have to bring up, like, some kind of examples of good or bad behavior. And if we get into an area where we're kind of, like, constantly saying, like, well, I don't mean this one, or I don't mean this one, or I just mean the overall, like, if we can't point to specifics, it starts to feel a little bit gish-galloped. Where when I say gish-gallop, I mean it's just like we're hoping to just name like 1,000 bad points and that it'll eventually build some greater argument, but it doesn't really feel that way.
Yeah, so on my end, it wasn't not this one, it was this one, and I understand how people might say that's actually not like the worst joke in the world, and it's like, no, it's not, but it's what went into it, why she chose that kind of joke, the fact that can't be, that it's one of those things that people would think, oh, it's not that big a deal, but when you think about the entire body of society engaging in that type of stuff, that's when it becomes a problem. And that's another point that I thought I articulated well, but again,
I think what you have to do is you need to build up the case for what you're saying from the ground up. And I think it takes a lot to do that. Like, you have to start with a, like, hey, like, do you agree that you have a community that probably views women, like, in this way? And they're like, yeah, probably. Do you think that it's, like, bad to be a woman? Like, probably not. Like, do you think that there are negative stereotypes around women that, contribute to people shitting women? Yeah, probably. Do you think that, like, you had a bad daddy or whatever is one of them? Like, yeah. Then should we make jokes that basically, like, demean people by comparing them to, like, a negative woman trope when you know that your audience is a certain way? And, like, I think that would be the way that you would have to build that argument out, because once you've gotten them to agree on most of the foundational things, the conclusion kind of logically follows. But that's how I would probably build that argument out,
Okay. I mean, do you think that's something that's not even worth getting upset about anymore?
I don't know what I feel about any of this shit anymore. I think that now the arguments that, like, we've sissified society is something that I broadly agree with. Not in the way conservatives frame it, that we're, like, not manly enough, but in the way that, like, it seems like we have very little resiliency now to where, like, if tweets are traumatizing people, we're fucked. Like, shit is fucked right now in society. Or if people are talking about, like, microaggressions, like giving them, like, PTSD symptoms, like, this is not, like, something is very, 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 very wrong here. And we're going in the wrong direction still on that, so.
I don't disagree with that. I think one of the problems, so something I was thinking about today with the Will Smith thing is, like, people talk about, there's the conversation about the joke that was made and how serious it is because it's a medical condition, right? But then it's like, guys have been shit on forever for this. It's a lot of stress, anxiety, depression for a lot of guys as they go through, the transformation of losing their hair. But it's natural, it happens, and no one gives a shit if someone calls a guy a bald bastard. But the moment someone calls someone a bald bitch, especially if they're going through something like alopecia, yeah, it's going to get a lot more of a, oh my God, can you believe he said that kind of reaction? And so I made a comment about that, and someone says, do you think now's the time to do that? Because, like, it's more serious for women to not have hair in society. And it's kind of like that with the when there's a school shooting, and a lot of people will say, you know, do you think now's the time to bring up the gun debate? And I kind of changed my opinion on that one, where I'm like, yeah, I think now is the time. Even though I don't disagree, or I don't agree with most shit people say when it comes to gun control, I think that is the time you would have that conversation.
Yeah, of
agree
course,
or disagree.
yeah. Because nobody's going to give a fuck about it afterwards, yeah.
And so now, oh man, lots of trains leaving the station without thoughts because I lost it where I was going with that. Give me a second.
No problem, dude.
Oh, okay. So then I guess at that point it's like, you know, should I even be critical of that thought process? Like when it comes to, or am I just nitpicking? Because it feels important.
Wait, should you be critical of which thought process?
The idea that, I'm sorry, not thought process. Should I be critical of people who do that irresponsible engagement in a way that like is
Like
just
the type
reinforcing
of-
those bad things?
Oh,
and it's like
I think it
SJW
just,
101 shit.
I think it super depends because like the problem is if we're being honest, like almost all like comedians like jokes or humor are going to revolve around some sort of like observation of like a societal stereotype. Like any fucking comedian that's ever done like a back and forth about like what men are like and what women are like is going to involve like some talking about like society stereotypes and shit. And if we say that all of this is bad, you're like eliminating a huge source of comedy for the entire world, you know?
I completely agree with you. And when it comes to comedians, it's like I already have the context of, hey, it's a comedian. Jokes are going to be made. Someone's got to be the brunt of the joke. But then when you're a serious political commentator and you're doing it, especially when you're someone like Lauren Southern, one of the things I wanted to lead off, but I don't want to like sound like a prick, was I made the mistake of even coming at you with this because you're a conservative and you're not capable or unwilling to understand this concept. The idea of, you know, implicit reinforcement of these bad things and the effects of your speech. And she kind of memed at me when I started to like say that, like, you know, I was originally going to come at it this way, but I mean, in the end, she did show that to be the case. She doesn't find, like, for instance, the comments about, you know, send your daughters into the world and tell them, hey, life's going to be tough. It's like, yeah, sure, but we don't stop there. Why would you not try to make society better? So that's where it's like comedians, they get the pass. I'm fucking cool with that. I don't want that world to exist where they can't make those jokes. But when it comes to the political commentator, I feel like that's the appropriate target for that kind of stuff, or a public figure that's outside of just doing jokes.
Yeah, I mean, it's just going to depend on, it's going to depend a lot, right? Like the types of jokes you'd be okay with me making are going to be a lot different than the types of jokes you'd be okay with Lauren making. And the context of like tweeting a joke versus saying a joke in a debate versus like saying, like, all of it is going to depend, right? On everything. We're going to have to go joke by joke for basically this, yeah.
Okay. Well, tonight, you know, rehash that too much then. I guess the overall feeling when it
like
came
there might
on
be
that
some
topic,
jokes about like trans people that might be funny, but like the attack helicopter one over and over and over and over and over and over and over again, probably not that, you know?
Right. And I think the reason I would criticize the attack helicopter joke is like, really, this again? Can you get some new material? But then, like, if they were just making a joke that came at the expense of trans people, and it's someone that I know doesn't actually empathize or really understand the trans experience, and then it's like, okay, that feels pretty fucked up.
Okay.
Like, because if you made a joke about trans people, which you would never do, obviously, if you were to do that, I also know you have a history of defending them, advocating for them, being very well educated on these issues.
And hating
them.
But yeah, I know what you mean.
Yes, yeah. Okay, so to not belabor that all again, I guess my one question I have for you is, did you feel that I was getting the runaround? Like, did you feel that I was being led off topic or I was not being answered directly with relative frequency?
I feel like you both felt like you were getting the runaround because it felt like you were trying to engage in slightly different areas. I don't know if there was like an intentional bad faith engagement from Lauren or from you. It just felt like I think she was getting frustrated because she wanted to see specific examples of what you were talking about. And I think you were getting frustrated because you wanted to have a broader conversation on the topic, but your broader characterization of her was something that she disagreed with. So she felt like she needed specific examples of it. And then you didn't feel like you needed to give specific examples because you just wanted to focus on the broader topic. I think that's why it felt like a runaround.
Okay. So then let's move to the next topic, which was the one about the flags. In my after debate thinking on all of this, it feels like she was coming up with justifications on the spot. Like I think she for instance, she brought up the both Russia flag and the Ukrainian flag in her joke. And I thought that was kind of like, you know, when you're going to make like an edgy joke or a joke, you know, you're going to get kind of picked apart on. and you add a little bit of a extra qualifier in there so that like people can't nail it, that kind of covers it up. It felt like that's what she was doing by bringing up the Russian flag, because I think really she's more annoyed with people bringing up the Ukrainian flag. Would you agree with that?
Probably, but now I'm not gonna say you're bad faith, but that's a little bit of a bad faith argument though, because your issue then isn't really about the flags, that you feel like she's being like politically partisan. That's really what our issue is, but we're trying to use another issue to like proxy debate on that, you know?
So that was not my original issue. It was my original issue was the fact that why would you criticize that? Because I think that there's...
Well, yeah, but like the issue that she probably felt, and I guess then what from you're telling me is actually true, is that like if she would have tweeted out something like, wow, look at all these dipshits with Russian flags and you guys don't even have any idea what the fuck the conflict is, you probably wouldn't have any problem with that. But you did have a problem with the Ukrainian flag one, but it sounds like the problem wasn't actually with the Ukrainian flag thing, it was because of the political stance that she had. So that topic became like a proxy debate for her political positions, but the conversation was about like the flag joke, right?
Well, yeah. So there was that piece, and then there was the piece where she brings up, the discussion about whether or not people should be taking a stance without being more educated. And I felt like that her grounds on that were really weak, and which is again why it felt like she just brought that up.
Like the reason why
herself.
it feels strange is that like if she would have made that tweet about like Russian flags, would you have had the same upsetness about it?
If she had phrased it the same way, like, no, I wouldn't have, because I do believe like, people like Haas and all that are LARPing and don't know what the fuck they're talking about when it comes to Russia.
Sure, but then the issue is that you don't actually care about the flag thing. It's just a proxy for her political positions. So then it feels like the conversation is a little bit like in bad faith, right?
Oh no, but again, we got to that. Like my initial criticism was it's very dumb to criticize people for doing this when most people are able to get a decent amount of information, understand the situation. I'm sorry, actually, no, because I'm kind of like meta gaming it. My initial reaction was, this is dumb. How did you feel? I didn't say that, but how did you feel about 9/11? And after 9/11, when everyone was showing their flags in support and going out into their town squares and singing the national anthem for America, like, how did you feel about that? And it seemed
like she didn't care as much about that.
Well, no, like to say that that was dumb is dumb. I'm sorry. I got to look at what she said so I can follow my own train of thought. Give me a second.
Sure. In a roundabout way, like, I think that the issue was that you were using a proxy issue to debate something different. But I think the other thing you were debating would have been a good thing to debate about, because then this conversation would be entirely reversed, where I think you're the more honest actor. Because like when conservatives do dumb shit, she'll admit that some of it's dumb shit, but she's way less likely to tweet about that than she will be about like progressives or lefties doing dumb shit, right? So you could have made the conversation about the fact, like, do you really care about like people doing this Ukrainian flag shit and not knowing anything about it? Like, why don't you ever tweet about how dumb conservatives are when they tweet about like the fucking Confederate flag or some shit, right? There's like a million stupid things that conservatives do about that, right? Because then now you're having a more honest conversation where it's like, okay, yeah, like I understand you're claiming you're taking the piss out of people here, but you're not really. You're using this as a vector to kind of like simp for your political side. And you're just pretending that it's about people posting flags and not knowing anything about it. But the reality is that you're probably cool with people supporting conservative issues, even if they don't know anything about it, you know?
Yeah, and I think that was a secondary argument on my end, was the feeling of like, which is, again, why I thought she included the Russian flag, and something I was trying to get into. But again, I don't like veering into territory where I don't have enough strength to hold my own. And I haven't dug into a lot of Lauren's past, but I've dug into enough to see the problematic figures she's associated herself with. But if she had ever said, go into detail, I couldn't have done it, which is why I kind of like pivoted away from that. But my feeling, yes, is that she has people in her audience that would have been real pissed if she had just said the Ukrainian flag. So the
Russian flag, you mean, right?
The Russian flag.
Yeah, of course.
But I can't remember why I thought that point was relevant. Anyway, so she says people putting Ukraine and Russian flags in their Twitter handles like they're choosing factions some RPG. I ask how she feels about 9/11, and she says the same way I feel about people raising Ukrainian flags, doing it on Twitter behind some anon account, and arguing with another Anon account with a different flag charm while posting memes about the war all day. Just it's fairly galling compared to raising a flag IRL. So see right there, like that's why I'm like, I don't feel that it was a genuine argument to then say she cares about people choosing a stance without understanding the issue. This just seems like she hates people doing it on Twitter. And also that she qualified it a little more that to me, it's like, it's not just about the first tweet was about everyone posting fucking flags. And now she's added a little extra qualifier that's like, well, just the ones that are on the non-accounts fighting. Do you like see where my thought process was going here and why I'm starting to feel like it was a runaround from the beginning?
Not as much. I think that in terms of like what she talked about directly, I think her opinion is pretty agreeable. I don't think it's very controversial. I think that if you wanted to take issue with it, it should have been probably on like the partisan hackery. If we were accusing her of doing anything bad, that would have been a better thing to focus on.
Okay, so then my follow-up thought with that is she's arguing about, you know, people needing to be well informed in order to like take this stance.
Okay.
All right. And on my end, I didn't feel that I was getting an honest engagement when it came to, and I'm being a little more to real quick qualify this. I'm being a little more open with the words honest, dishonest, whatever. And Lauren, if you're listening to this at all, you want to like talk about this, I'm cool with it. I'm not just running here to bitch to Destiny about it. But it didn't feel like an honest approach to when I'm like, you only have to go watch the news and see that, you know, Russia's bombing civilians to be like,
yeah,
oh, okay,
this is,
cool,
so I kind of understand your point here, but this is just where I just totally disagree with you. I don't think the vast majority of people have any level of information about what's going on. I do think that a lot of people are like, I tweeted an image the other day where like a lot of people are just like, I support the current thing. And then a lot of people are like, I'm against the current thing. And that's the extent of their engagement in politics. I don't believe the vast majority of Americans have gotten even a little bit familiar with this conflict. I don't think the vast majority of Americans point out like Israel or Ukraine or whatever on a map. Like less than like 40% of Americans could.
So we do want to trust the fourth estate at some point to be able to inform the people without having to go read 5 additional New York Times articles to vet the news, right? That's
or like
the world we want to live in.
A single thing, reading a single thing about any of it. Like I don't think most people read even a single article about it.
Right, but overall, we expect someone to be able to turn on the radio, turn on the TV, and be able to see some news that's honest, right? That's what we want.
Yeah, I guess, sure.
That's the world we want to live in, right? And with your Iraq example during the debate, we're upset because they failed us. They sold the lie. They bought into the lie. They didn't do their due diligence and helped contribute to what we ended up in both Iraq and Afghanistan, right?
Okay.
So if I understand why you brought that up, it's like people should be questioning the media because that happened. Was that your point?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you can still listen to the media and be relatively well informed on any issue. So I don't.
Well, so then that's where I was trying to get at. What level of informed do they need to be to put the flag in?
Yeah, I think that's a decent question. I think being able to find Ukraine on a map would be an interesting thing. But like, yeah, I don't know what the. I can't give you the exact answer on that. I don't even know if Lauren has an exact answer on that. But like right now, whatever that answer is, it's going to be way more than what the average level of people are informed at now, which is almost nothing probably.
So this is why when we started talking about like the level of information you, me, Lauren, know about Ukraine, know about Russia's situation. When we go into that and we see people supporting Ukraine, we know they're supporting the right side when it comes to this.
Yeah, but who cares if they don't know why they're supporting it? They could just as easily be supporting the wrong side on a conflict tomorrow, no? Is there some quest area that I'm supposed to go to later? Never mind.
No, they absolutely could. I agree with you. And that's why I, like, you know, I'm on, I think, the right side when it comes to, like, the Jacob Blake incident, right? That's a great example of people getting way too swept up in the movement and not doing any due diligence and thinking they're already on the right side. And we ended up with what we had, right? So I totally get that. It just seems really weird to choose this one with this level of gravity to be the one that you want to like plant your flag and say, let's talk about knowing what's going on. Unless you think Russia might actually have a point. And I think that from the conversation we were able to have, it seemed she felt Russia had a point.
Okay.
So then do we just say it doesn't matter? She brought up the good point that, you know, people should be more informed and we focus on that? Or do we not care about the reason that she actually brought that up? To me, it's brought up to be a pivot.
Okay, I don't know if I'm retarded or I'm just not. I don't know where the conversation is right now. Is it that
Okay,
you
so
think
if
that
you-
this
if
was
you-
a bad, like, if she did believe in this thing, this was like a bad battleground to choose? Like, she should have done it on a different issue, or?
It kind of goes back to what we were talking about with the previous topic. Like, is this the moment to bring it up?
Then
Because it's
why not
happening?
this? Then now it sounds like you're taking the opposite stance to the gun debate, where it's like, well, yeah, during the gun debate would be the best time to bring up gun things, or during a school shooting, right?
Well, right, and you do that because this is a moment where some severe tragedy has happened.
Yeah, so she would
It's
probably
obviously
say this is a
impactful.
moment to bring up the flag thing because this is a moment of big foreign relations and people are taking a strong stance without knowing anything about it. Wouldn't that just be her answer?
If that was the answer,
yeah, go ahead.
no, I'm thinking. It's something that like I agree with. Okay, maybe you can help me here when it comes to engaging in these situations. Like on
Well,
one
hold
hand,
okay, go ahead.
I agree. Like that would be a fine response, and it's something I would agree with. I think I conceded several times on that time, and even today. Like, yeah, we want people to be more informed when they're engaging. It can be bad if they're not.
Okay.
I agree with that, but should I not care about the reason the point's being brought up, or should I just only focus on the point?
Should I not agree about the points being brought up, but should I only focus on the point?
Should I focus, like, if I say X and she says Y, if Y was brought up to kind of, not because she genuinely believes Y in this moment, it just Y is what she got to because of the criticisms I gave on Twitter. And now we're having the discussion. So now she brings up Y because we're having a debate and because it helps as a counterpoint to mine, but it's not something she's actually concerned with because, like, she does a lot of the things she views would probably be debunked or changed a little if she actually practiced what she's talking about. So it's hard for me to believe she's bringing this up because that's actually why she brought up the subject and it's actually what she cares about. So to what degree should I give deference to that as a point to be brought up? Like, why does that justify her getting pissed at Ukraine flags right now?
I'm fucking retarded. I don't understand what.
No, I'm just bad at being concise.
Yeah, what exactly are we asking? If like.
Okay, I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try to be concise. Let me try.
Okay.
All right. I disagreed with her about her take on Twitter. I believe that her bringing up the way people consume media and the way people choose sides, I believe that she brought that up as a counter to my argument, not in a genuine way. She brought it up because it is a good argument, because people ought to be.
Wait, then if it's a good argument, so we're just trying to ascertain like the mental state of her bringing that up, like.
It's why. Well, this is what I'm asking. Like, should I just not care like about the reason she brought it up? Because it doesn't seem that she actually believes that. Because in the way she engages with politics.
Well, then you
and
attack her on the hypocrisy if that's what you think. If you think she's bringing up a reasoning that she doesn't actually truly believe in, then you attack on the hypocrisy and you say, I don't think you actually believe that because you wouldn't apply it here or here.
Okay.
Wait, if I sell a ruin, do I get the same amount of ruins as if I consume it? Okay, sorry, go ahead.
No. And so one of the things that I was thinking about after the debate is I had a very hard time anytime something felt bad faith. Sorry, 1 second. Anytime something felt bad faith, I don't like calling people bad faith in real time. I like to process it and decide whether or not I actually felt that way. But that's when it started to feel like I was being kind of, dodged. It wasn't being brought up because it's genuinely why she made the tweet. It wasn't being brought up because it's genuinely the way she operates all the time. It's brought up as like a cynical gotcha on my argument against her making that initial tweet. Does that make sense?
If the argument is sound, why are we trying to figure out if she meant it sincerely or not?
Because it's not the reason she made the tweet. To me.
Okay, I don't know how I can engage in like the mind reading to figure out why she made the tweet without having like other examples or whatever. Then like I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Well, I mean, but you can look at someone's body of work and the way they normally engage with things, and it's like, oh, okay, well.
Well, then it sounds like then it sounds like what we were at before. So then the whole point of what you're saying now is that like you just think that she hates Ukraine. That should have been the conversation. Then I think that's the reason you're mad is what you're saying essentially, right?
Well, I'm not mad, first of all, but no, yeah, I'm a little frustrated. Yeah. Okay.
What do I need to teleport to get back to where I was before I went to the stupid volcano? Okay, sorry, go on.
I think so. If I did you get your answer?
No, just.
I think that the appropriate thing for me to do is say, I was wrong. That was the argument. The argument is a good argument, and to engage with it. And if I wanted to go down the hypocrisy line, I should have been able to do that and cite examples. But then again, something that right now, like, it's a observational thing, and I wouldn't have been able to on the fly bring up examples of like, yeah, well, here you don't do that, here you don't do that. It's just an overall some things I've seen kind of deal, right?
Yeah, but then for that you need like a lot of like examples. Like usually when I'm fighting with Lauren, because I fight with her over stuff like this, because I think I probably agree with you. I'm usually asking her like, oh, we did this over when she got mad about the people are misrepresenting the Canadian trucker protest by taking pictures of Nazi flags. I don't remember I had this conversation publicly or privately with her, but I remember asking her, like, okay, like when you take a picture of like BLM and you show one Antifa flag there, were you getting mad when people misrepresented BLM? Because it feels like the outrage is very selective. That's a conversation that I have pretty often. But in order to have that conversation, I need to be able to bring up examples where I feel like I should have seen a similar level of outrage. If I don't have examples, then I'm never going to expect her to engage with that conversation, right? Because I can't even name an example, right? That's like the most important part.
Okay, yeah, that's exactly the feeling I was having. But
but you need to be able to. But you can't just say like, "Well, your body of work," and then say that 20 times and expect the person, because they're not going to agree with you. You're going to be able to bring up like, "Did you feel this way when this happened? Did you feel this way when this happened? Did you feel this way when this happened?" And if you can't bring that up, then you just looks like you're making shit up, basically. Yeah.
Okay, so I guess in your recall of the discussion, like, did you feel that I was at all ever being like bad faith or trying to?
No, I don't think so. No.
Okay. Was there ever a point that you felt I was too long-winded? Because obviously I can be.
Yeah, maybe. But I think that's just like a problem in general that a lot of people have. It's like being concise with the point.
Mm-hmm. Do you feel, are you naturally this concise, or do you, does this come from like writing things out? Do you take notes, or is it, do you find yourself, because I find myself becoming more concise the more I speak about it. Like, so if I have a conversation like this, the next time I talk to someone about it, I'm going to be able to do it in a much quicker, to the point way.
Something happens. There's two things. One is a passive thing that will happen just as you have more conversations. You'll probably get more, you'll get better at doing this. Another thing is deliberate, in that something that we do, I think, as humans is, when we say something, we tend to want to say more and more and more and more and more, because we believe that it continues to validate our position, because we don't feel confident about the original thing we said. This is a trick that like police interrogators use or interviewers will use, is sometimes you ask a person a question and then after they answer, you don't say anything. You just wait. Mm-hmm. Because they'll keep talking. They'll talk more and more and more and more and more and more and more. And yeah, that's an issue. So I think there's like a deliberate part in your mind where you have to be confident in your answer and then stop, instead of wanting to ramble on and re-saying the same thing in the same way over and over again, because you lack the confidence to stand by your final answer, and then it leads you to just rambling and saying the same shit, even though you could have said it in like 5 seconds. Now you're saying it in like 5 minutes, and you could give like 20 examples to back up what you're saying, but ultimately you're making the exact same point, and then like an answer that you could have like answered very concisely and very quickly will end up being like this huge ramble, and you don't even remember the original point, because all you've done is like extended your answer pointlessly because you weren't confident enough to just stop when you had already answered the question, and you feel like you just want to keep going and going, because if you stop, you're like giving an edge right? I'm doing it right now, right?
Yeah. So I like that, because it's a less arrogant feeling reason than what I felt, which is that I'm over explaining things because I think that every detail is important, and if I leave a detail out or assume they don't,
it's not over explaining, because over explaining means new information is being brought up. But very rarely when a person is rambling are they bringing up like new facts. Usually you just start like I'm about to do. I'm restating it now, but because you're answering the same question, but like you're restating a point that you've already stated, and then you might give an example about it, and then restate the point again and give another example. Very rarely is it like, oh, I'm introducing all this new information. That almost never happens.
Okay. Well, cool. Let me do a real quick skim and scan over my notes. Okay, here's a question I've got for you. You know that feeling where you're like, and people sometimes just say it, and I think it's very rude and condescending, when someone says, I know you're smart enough to know this, or I know you're not this dumb, things like that, right? Mm-hmm. That's a feeling you get, or a thought I have during conversations, but it's condescending. It gets things nowhere. It's combative, whatever. And there are two options there. Either they aren't smart enough, or they, to know that, or they are, and they're being full of shit. But either way, I haven't figured out how to take the next step from there. So
there
you
is
say
no next step. That's a combative thing you say when you want to be condescending to somebody. That's never like a that's just, if I ever say that shit, it's because I'm trying to fighting. Like that's not a thing you say when you're.
I think what I mean is not like that you say it and then where do you go from there? I mean more, instead of saying that, like what else could you say? Because the feeling is like someone says,
what you're really saying when you say that, like I feel like you're smart enough to know this, what you're really saying is we're having a really crazy disconnect that I can't see where it is, because it feels like we should both be on the same page here. That's what that's a good thing. That's what's really happening.
Yeah, no, that is what's happening. Like, so like, when Lauren says the thing about, tell your daughters to be strong and, they're going to have to deal with shit. And it's like, she should be smart enough to be able to say, yeah, but there are things that women shouldn't have to deal with. And we should be able to teach our sons and daughters to make the world better for them. Right.
Okay.
But I guess, but just repeating that point feels like a loop. Whereas the issue is that you're intelligent.
Wait, why can't you just say like, yeah, we should be able to do both at the same time? Isn't that all you have to say?
Yeah, I guess so. And we're overcomplicating it.
Yeah.
I had a note about Lance, but I can't remember why I made this note, so I'm not going to bring it up. Oh, cool. I think that was all I had on that. Yeah, that's it. Thanks, buddy.
Okay. I love you. Be careful, babe.
I love you. Talk to you soon.
Destiny, how can I, as a minor, foster a similarly intimate relationship with you? I'm trying to think of a clever thing to say, but I can't. So I'm just not going to answer that. Are these... There's a Twitter account, and the tag is like, Hassan is my parasocial daddy. No, this has to be a meme tweet. Never mind. This has got to be a meme. Or he DM'd me saying he was raped 10 times for being non-binary. It must be... I think this is like a... Why are people... Wait. Why is this stupid Scarlet dipshit tweeting out? When did I ever say he rapes people? I said with all the accusations out there, at least some of them are likely to be true. Where are all the accusations that I've raped people? It honestly comes off as if you just don't like people criticizing the guy. To be fair, I'm talking with someone about how what is known points to a high probability that he has, but that's a different form of discussion than I were trying to confirm it. No, the evidence is that he sexually assaulted someone. The inference is that it's not likely to be the worst thing he's done. Who is it? I'm waiting for like the manifesto to come up and it's like, here it is. And then it's like the video of me and Mia Rose from like fucking 11 years ago. Jesus Christ. This person is insane. Like, fuck. I wonder if I could get a law firm to like just start suing people. I need to find a mean law firm because I would do it to bully people. I would. I want these people crying with their GoFundMe's like, oh my God, like I got a cease and desist. I didn't delete my tweets fast enough. And now he's coming at me for like $5,000 in damages and is going to bankrupt me. Like, I don't think you should be allowed to do this. Like, it's so crazy that people will come at me and be like, you're the worst person in the world because you called somebody a subhuman. But like, also, I know you rape people. Like, what? Okay. I'm not gonna say it. Okay, I'll be right back. I gotta heat up the oven. And then I think I have a debate in like 10 minutes over the fucking trans alley stuff. Can I please? Oh, can I please be done with this topic? I'll be back 1 sec. Soy, 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 soy. Sorry, I was trying to catch up on who I raped today. Or I guess in the past. You know, it's hard to keep track of it all. Have you tried any mobile games you liked before? Yeah, I'm a Melvor Idol fanatic, okay? That chick is on a panel with... Oh. Oh, shit! What, am I supposed to talk to Bojangles? I don't understand why the people aren't...
That private companies have the right to write whatever TOS that they want. And I guess on like the general level that obviously they have that ability, that's fine. Just seems like a truth that private companies do have the right to do that. My question is more like, do you think that there should be an avenue for outside intervention, or if there...
Okay, hold on, let me... I need to catch up on donuts. On free will topic, Brittany...
free will is a bad name.
Oh, God. On free will topic, Brittany was referring to me, but she misrepresented me. I engaged in good faith in the debate, but she wasn't grasping the concepts. I only went in because she asked to be challenged. Thank you, Layla. Okay, catching up on donuts.
Destiny was cancelled by Crybally Brats because he wouldn't get in line with Twatter talking points.
Wow.
Listen to the DB panel, and you can hear them, Coon.
That's exactly what... Haha, what am I going to say, guys? That's exactly what?
XQCL.
The only reason... If you guys ever wonder why I make, like, weird noises on stream, there's this guy in my chat called Hamster who loves it when I do it. And he donated me, like, $10,000, like, a year ago to just keep making wacky, wild noises. And I just do it for him. Hamster Hawk, that guy, yeah.
Feel strong, man clap.
Whoa!
Feel strong, man clap.
Feels backstab, man. Backstab. Ooh.
Feel strong, man clap.
Why are you guys feeling so strong? Oh my god, it's a boss! Oh my god, boss fight!
What a mind fuck. On the one hand, Brittany sounds really open and accepting of people. On the other hand, it sounds like she's advocating for segregation.
Oh my god, he does a big hold attack! Oh my god, he does another! Oh my god, oh my god, I'm so sorry right now. This is so cool. It's like the dog from Dark Souls 1 that had a sword in his mouth. Oh my god, do you think it's a reference? A gamer reference? Oh my god.
Thank you.
Does anybody else think it's a gamer reference? Wait, is today Monday? It is, right? Our push jangles for 6 p.m. Monday.
Never donated before. You're a real one, Destiny. DDG for life.
A real what? Wait, where am I? Oh no.
Hello? Hello?
I can just run by these guys, right? my god! Oh, soy! What? Oh my god. Oh! Sippy sippy soy soy! He's swinging a sword!
Bubbles, humans gonna human, BDSM. 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 Bubbles, Alabama.
Don't worry, guys. We left Brittany, the boring conversation. They'll go have another exciting conversation.
But she misrepresented me. I engaged
about
in
trans
good faith in the
sports.
debate, but she wasn't grasping the concepts. I only win because she asked to be challenged.
Oh boy, guys. Our top of the barrel
Log is a social
conversation.
construct.
Oh, my soy! Oh, soy!
I'm back there.
Oh my god, he has a sword in his mouth! Oh my god, so many magical spells! Oh, sippy! Sippy soy! Oh, he's shooting the wall! Wow, guys. We did it. And we got the memory stone. Thank God. Why does the boss have so low HP? Oh, I'm supposed to sippy soy with him in my Discord. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
Hi, what's up? How's it going, buddy?
Hey, it's going okay. How you feeling? You feeling fresh? You feeling good? You ready to talk about this subject for the rest of your life?
I'm so fresh and so good.
Cool. So, my name is Justin. Go by Django Science Lad on the internet. I had a video come out about a year ago, and I'm gonna guess that there's a lot of arguments from that video that people have told you, and most notably like the height matching thing that you don't seem to be convinced by. And I'm hoping that because I'm so smart and handsome and sweet that I can convince you to come a little bit closer to my position.
Okay.
Sound good?
I hope it's going to be on more than the height thing, but okay.
All right, so the reason we have sex categorizations in sport in the first place, in my mind, it comes down to the fact that men, on average, can put on a lot more muscle on their frame and carry a lot less fat than women can. And that's due to the hormonal differences between them. Very, very distant second to that is that men, again, thanks to that testosterone, can have more hemoglobin in their blood, which therefore means more oxygen carrying capacity in their blood, and then everything else is ancillary. Like those are the two factors. And if we can address those through hormone replacement therapy for trans people, I think that this creates a reasonable expectation of fairness, even with there are other factors that could contribute to sports performance not being taken care of.
I would say the physiological structure, like the bone structure, which also goes into height, is also like a significant sexual advantage as well. But those.
So I would say that so height is absolutely an advantage. Other stuff like bone density doesn't seem to play a big
I also haven't
factor.
been following along.
As long as you have enough not to
when
get
someone
injured.
linked me,
Bone density, bone's non-contractile tissue. It's not going to help you run faster, jump higher, or anything like that. But at the height, absolutely.
I think that bone density is going to be a pretty important factor when it comes to things like resistance training. I think resistance training is probably going to get you sprinting and running faster. So like when we talk about our ability to like squat or move like big weights, I think that your bones do become denser as a result of that type of resistance training, and being able to move bigger weights there will probably have some carryover effect. For the purposes of this conversation, I guess, I'm not going to say that like having denser bones like confers a one-to-one athletic advantage, but I'm pretty sure that things like female athletes like deal with things related to osteoporosis or lack of like bone density can have negative impacts on their training, which will lead to their academic, or not academic, their athletic output. But I guess it's not like a one-to-one thing. We don't have to focus on that now. But I just want to say like I wouldn't just give that up completely. Yeah.
I know there's an argument like bone density is something I hear brought up a lot, but I think the reverse is true. Like it's the training, the weight training, the squatting, all that stuff increases bone density, but it's the actual training. You're building more muscle. You're subjecting yourself to a whole bunch of weights and resistance training. That's going to build bone tissue, but it's the resistance training that is going to improve your athletic performance.
Yeah, my understanding is men have a slightly easier time doing that. That might not be the case. Maybe that's not the case. But I thought that men, in general, have less to worry about when it comes to like osteoporosis or things related to bone density.
That is true. So that's absolutely true, but that's the best thing you can do to prevent osteopenia and osteoporosis is to be active, specifically as impact or resistance exercise. It's the best thing you can do regardless of gender, and women who do participate in sport or resistance training or impact activities are going to hold on to their bone density much longer, and it can actually really maybe not reverse osteoporosis, but they can reverse osteopenia in some circumstances and greatly reduce their risk.
Sure. I'll almost agree with you. The one word there, though, is regardless of gender. The help is going to be regardless of gender, but the problem, I think, is pretty unique to sex, I'll say. Because, like, I don't think that, like, and I could be wrong, I'm 33 now, but I don't think, like, 99% of men up to, like, even age 55 worry about osteoporosis. Whereas women, I think, can start to worry about that at pretty early ages, especially if they do a lot of resistance training, to where they're taking, like, sometimes multivitamins or eating special diets to be aware of, like, the extra risks. I think even, I watched a little bit of your video, but I think you covered that, the concept of, like, the female triad, although they have different names for it now, that there are like some unique challenges that women face. But like I think that these can be largely overcome with proper diet and nutrition, probably, yeah.
Absolutely. And so, yeah, women are, regardless of training status, are going to be more at risk. But with the issue of bone density, it's like, again, is it a limiting factor in exercise? Is it a limiting factor in sports performance? And up to a point of like not getting injured, no, not really. Like having stronger bones is not going to confer an advantage because again, they're non-contractile tissue. They can't impart force onto something. So it doesn't seem to be. I can't find any evidence of that being a factor. I can find plenty of evidence going the other way, like being active helps your bones, and that's great. But that's not what we're talking about in terms of performance.
Okay.
Okay. The other one is height. Can I try to convince you on the height question?
Yeah, you can try. Yeah, sure.
All right, so height is absolutely an advantage in a lot of sports. I will bite that bullet 100%. That is absolutely true. Being taller is usually very important in sports. However, this applies to sports in general, not just when we're talking about trans women in sports. And so we have to look at like, well, how is height treated? Since it is an advantage, how is it treated in every other medium of sports? How is it treated in every other avenue of sports? And it seems to be treated not at all. Like we know it's an advantage, but then we don't do anything about it. We don't have height categories. We don't have height divisions.
I would argue that like things that have like weight categories arguably have height categories, but in a lot of sports you don't have weight classes. So sure.
No, that's true. So so height is going to correlate with weight a lot. However, if we have, let's say you have two fighters both competing at, bantamweight or something like that. If one of them is 5'5" and the other one is 6'3", like there are some height advantages there, longer reach and stuff like that, but we would still consider that a fair matchup because they're going to have probably an equivalent amount of like contractile tissue.
Yeah, shorter guy's going to have a lot more muscle, right? Because he's not as tall. He doesn't have to carry around so much bone and shit. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's related to why I think it is important to control for height when determining these studies. So I think.
Well, I guess like the challenging part though is that height is one of the biggest factors driven by our sexual dimorphism. Like it's hugely driven by sex.
And I agree that is correct.
So it seems weird to just like hand wave that when it is like one of the largest, most obviously apparent differences between men and women are their height.
I don't want to hand wave it away because it is a very important factor, but I'm saying that we don't see it as an unfair, intolerable advantage when it comes to any other sort of sport. Like it's the muscle tissue. Like so, for example, like do you think it's fair for a 5'6" man and a 5'6" woman to compete in the same weight category of Olympic lifting.
No.
So, of course not. So even though we've controlled for height, even though we've controlled for weight, the advantage, the reason that's unfair is because the man can pack on way more muscle and carry way less fat on his frame. And that's why it's unfair. And so that when we're talking about like why do we have these 6 categorizations, this is the one that makes the most sense to me, and I think it has the most scientific justification behind it.
I guess that the issue that I run into then, though, is that if we're looking at trans women as a collective and we're looking at cis women as a collective, trans women start on average at the 98th percentile of height for cis women. So it seems like the pool of people we're going to be drawing from is already skewed pretty heavily, and it's skewed because of a sexually driven difference when the categories are divided by sex. I don't know how that is an okay thing. It seems like we're running into a huge statistical advantage that is literally coming from what we're trying to control with the categories.
Yeah, so there's 2 ways I would address that. One is that when you look at broad categories, general populations, the further you get into sports, the more elite you get, the less like the average person they look like. So the average height of a woman in the United States is, I think, about 5'4". And if you look at the average height of a WNBA player, the average height is about 6 feet. So you're not already, you're skimming off the top. But
athletes self-select whatever distribution we're skimming off of for the average population, we're starting with different distributions, right? So you mentioned accurately that the average height of a woman NBA player is 6 feet tall. The average height of a male NBA player is 6'6". So if we're going to skim off the top of the cis female category, we can't say that, well, look, now they're even with trans women, because we'd be skimming off the top of the trans women category as well, right?
Yeah, that is true. I'd still think it's an okay thing to like think about. Like when you look at population averages, like the best thing that's going to do is give you a broader pool to skim off the top. You're going to have more of a top to skim from. But then you get into like the other way I would address that. Like if we looked at the average heights of like countries, for example, like the average height of an American, like I think I wrote this down. I think there's a country in Sweden where the average woman's height is like 5'8". And then there's a country where the average woman's height is like 4'11", we're same problem is presented. Like you have this statistical like you have these 2 disparate populations where statistically, I can't speak today, where statistically they have way like disproportionate rates of height.
Yeah.
But we would still consider it fair for like these 2 countries to compete in the Olympics.
But why do we consider it fair?
It doesn't. That's philosophy. And
I think the reason why we consider it fair is because we accept that there's going to be some range of what exists in the male and female category, and that range can compete against each other. But the broad categories of male and female should not compete against each other, even if there is some overlap in some traits. I think that's like the main difference for why I feel like this particular one isn't as easy to sell, because some people want to hand wave the height thing, but height is like one of the, like, it's an incredibly important thing athletically, and it's massively driven by sexual differences. So that's why I've always felt like it's a little weird to just like hand wave that away when it's definitely a sexually driven difference that definitely converts.
I hope it doesn't sound like I'm hand waving it away. Like height is a very important thing.
But or when I say hand wave, I guess when we say like, well, we'll control for that and then it'll be okay. And it's like, well,
when I say control for it, I mean when you're comparing muscle mass.
Sure.
So I want to come back to that.
Yeah, okay, yeah, we can come back to that. I don't think we have to settle this point here, but it might come up in the future.
Yeah. Fuck. Yeah. So height is absolutely an advantage, but I don't think it's as big an advantage as muscle tissue. Like that is going to be the biggest driver of athletic performance. How much force can you produce with your body? So that is going to be a benefit in just about every single sport. Even when it comes to like endurance sports, the ability to produce. Like if you can bring up the strength of your endurance muscles, it's going to, every step's going to be more. So muscle tissue is going to be the primary driver.
Sure.
There.
I agree with that. Although I will caveat that carefully that muscle tissue is going to be a function oftentimes of your height, right? Taller people can pack on more mass. So, absolutely. I agree with you. Okay.
And that's why I'm going to criticize the Hilton Lundberg study. Like, so the standard of fairness that they set, which sounds reasonable on its surface, is do trans women have an equivalent or statistically like insignificantly different level of lean body mass compared to cis women? That seems very reasonable. But I think if it was met, if that was your standard of fairness, if trans women met that standard, they would be not competitive at all. They'd be emaciated, walking skeletons. They probably couldn't climb up a flight of stairs, let alone be competitive in a sport. Because in order for a 5'9", so the average height of the trans women in the study were somewhere around 5'9".
Yep.
Which again,
average height of the cis male. Yeah.
But if they met the standard that was being set, they would have to have the muscle of an average like 5'4" untrained woman. Like they'd be emaciated. They would not be competitive. So they've met the standard of fairness, and in doing so, now they can't. There's no way they're going to be competitive in any sport.
Okay.
So I think that's important because taller people do pack on more muscle mass. Like if you got a group of 5'9" women, they're going to have way more muscle mass than 5'4" women, just because they're taller. They have more muscle. They have more sarcomeres and muscle fibers in series, just because there's a greater distance between attachment points of the muscle. They have to, and having more in series doesn't really confer the same amount of force advantage as fibers in parallel. That's where you get your power, increasing cross-sectional areas, like cutting a muscle like width-wise. Like, a longer muscle isn't necessarily a stronger one. A thicker muscle is a stronger one.
Well, don't you also have like more leverage and everything as well, assuming you've got like longer limbs to work with too?
That one's tough because it's, every muscle in your body, well, just about every muscle in your body is a third-class lever, which means they're always operating at a huge mechanical disadvantage. So, for example, if you have like you go to the gym, right?
Sure.
Do you squat and deadlift?
Yep.
So long arms means you're going to suck at the bench, but you're going to be great at the deadlift.
So this is a meme that I hear a lot, and I hear a lot of tall weightlifters cope with this one a lot. But when you look at like who holds the records for a lot of powerlifting stuff, they're really tall guys. Even on an exercise like the deadlift, which when I say long,
when I say long,
oh, you mean like comparatively, proportionally? Okay. Yeah, if you're like a lanky dude, but you're also like 5'8", and you've got long arms, you're probably pretty fucked. That's possible,
right.
Sure.
And if you're 6'2" and you're built like a fire hydrant, so like you're going to be good at the bench, even though you're tall.
Sure, depending on okay, yeah.
Yeah, so that one's a little bit tougher because it would have like more to do with like the muscle attachment site.
Okay.
And it's hard to say like what is good. Like longer limbs, like a longer limb and a really terrible muscular attachment site makes you a great sprinter, but a horrendous powerlifter.
Sure.
Yeah, so there's a lot that goes on into that, and it's hard to say like definitively. Like there's not going to be an answer like in terms of like lever lengths and anthropometry that makes you better at every single sport.
Sure, it'll be sport specific and then muscle attachment site or cross sectional specific, right?
You also seemed a little bit skeptical when I made the claim that like lung capacity is not a big factor in sports performance. You seem skeptical of that.
I don't know enough, honestly. I'm familiar with the arguments that like when you're doing high endurance activities, your overall lung capacity is not like the limiting factor. Based on my experience, like running cross country, that's probably true. I'm not aware of any sports where you are inhaling and exhaling the most possible. Even swimmers probably don't. Like I don't think you're ever stopping to like like fill your entire lungs to do something. So that wouldn't surprise me if that was the case. I think the more important thing is, I think as you mentioned, the oxygen carrying capacity of the blood.
Yeah, oxygen carrying capacity of the blood, the size and compliance of a heart. So you want a big heart that fills up with blood and squeezes all of it out.
Yeah.
And you want to train your muscles to suck more oxygen out of the blood. But the surface area for gas exchange, which is what lung capacity is, doesn't seem to be a big deal. Ironically, with the exception of swimming, but in that case, it's just because you have bigger bags of air that keep you floating easier. And so in that specific case, like, yeah, it's just the fact that they're big bags of air. But in terms of like in performance capacity, other than that, no, larger lungs, with the exception of, as long as your lungs are healthy, and with the exception of like the crazy ultra endurance sports, like it's not going to be a limiting factor in any sport. So that's what I would say. And then those two things, like the ability of your muscles to pull oxygen out of the blood, isn't the biggest factor. The biggest factor in endurance performance is like getting more oxygen to your muscle is going to be that big, strong, compliant heart. And the myocardium, that's a muscle, and it's going to respond to testosterone just like skeletal muscle would. And so I would assume, and it's been shown that is affected by testosterone suppression. So it does seem to be reasonable to expect heart size to also be mitigated and to reduce
a little bit, sure. But I think this is kind of where all of the longitudinal data so far shows that there is a reduction, but it doesn't seem to be much, I think, is like the issue that comes up. That as long as it's kind of like if you're working on a cut, right? Like as long as you're providing some challenging stimulus to the muscles, they're not going to go away completely. Even if you're like on a caloric deficit, even if you're like missing protein, you can like resist some amount of like muscle catabolization or whatever, muscle breakdown or whatever, by just making sure you continue resistance training. And it seems to be the case that for trans athletes, even when they begin that testosterone suppression, as long as they continue to train, they still maintain a lot of the advantages that they had when they were training in the male body.
Yeah, of course they're gonna. Yeah, if they're obviously if anyone's training, they're gonna hold on to way more muscle than if they just stop training altogether.
Yeah.
However, depending on what the HRT is, if you have, it takes protein synthesis in order to maintain that muscle tissue.
Yep.
And so, if you suppress androgen receptors, you're going to drastically reduce the rate of protein synthesis that you can have. That's why, like, even when you have the very limited data on trans athletes that we have, even though they're still training, they're still losing quite a bit of muscle mass.
They are losing. Yeah, of
I
course,
do not argue. I do not argue that they don't start at a much higher. They have a head start on that, but I think it's reasonable after a long enough period of time that two athletes who have been training for similar amounts of time, a cis woman and a trans woman, after a long enough period of time on testosterone suppression, I think it's reasonable to assume that they're going to reach pretty comparable levels of muscle mass.
I don't know if that's ever going to be the case. I don't know if that's true.
I do want more data on it.
If we just think of like, if we think of two young men, and we take them at age 18, and we've got one guy that is hardcore cycling on and off of, different steroids, and he does this for like 6 years, and then you get the other guy who's like full natty his whole life, right? At age 24, the guy on gear is going to be massive compared to the other guy, the natty guy at 24, assuming the same biology and everything, right? If we go to 25 or 26, even when the guy on gear is cycled off, and we'll assume that his like hormone levels aren't fucked, he's done this responsibly, whatever, he's still going to be bigger. By the time we hit age 30, I would imagine if they're both training similar, like, he's still going to be bigger. Maybe not as much. Maybe we'd expect to see those differences disappear over time, but he's always going to retain some of those advantages. It's not like his muscle is going to magically waste away, I don't think, and then just become like the same guy that was the natty dude. I feel like the guy on gear is always going to retain some of that advantage.
Maybe, but probably I would say it's more likely than not. A long enough period of getting off of gear, you're probably going to go back to whatever your genetic limit was anyway. You definitely had an easier time getting there than the full natural guy, but there's still an upper limit for it. Because the reason there's a limit in the first place, the reason why natty guys like can only get so big is because there's just an upper limit of protein synthesis.
Yeah, sure, for what you can carry and a variety of other things too. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but now the issue becomes that like, what is that time period, right? It's definitely not 1 year. Probably not 2 or 3 based on the studies that I've been arguing about recently. I think the biggest review that I saw in 2021 from the British Journal of Medicine showed that even after 3 years, there's some advantage. When we hit like this 3 or 4 year mark, it feels like we've effectively eliminated trans women from sports. Like, if you're starting to say that like you need 4 years to go and compete in your in the league that you identify with, well, I'm guessing they're not competing in cis leagues for those 4 years. That takes them completely out of college sports. Like, who knows how much of like high school sports they miss? Like, it feels like we basically cut them out of sports at that point anyway. No,
that's true, but I think it's reasonable to say that, like, but again, depending on the sport, I think 1 year for endurance-based sports is probably enough, because like the physical force is probably not the most important thing, like total, like your maximum amount of physical force. It's like the oxygen carrying capacity, and that's addressed pretty quickly through hormones. Like the hemoglobin levels of trans women go down to that of cis levels, and then just an extra little buffer period seems to be okay. For like team sports, which tend to be a mix of power and endurance, probably 2 years, I would say, and that's a reasonable time frame.
For endurance sports, because I used to parrot this talking point a lot. That sounds really negative. I used to use this talking point because I thought it was true, but I had a lot of people email me. Apparently, even in like ultra endurance sports, like I think there's like 1 or 2 very limited exceptions, but even in endurance sports, men still outcompete women like pretty hardcore. Like
that's true, but for this, it's the same reason that I gave earlier.
Oh, only because of hemoglobin, which is like very quickly remediated.
Yeah, not because, well, some because of hemoglobin, and also because like if you're taking that frame for, I don't know, what's an ultra marathon?
Probably like 50 fucking miles or something. Yeah, but you're carrying a lot of extra fat, right?
Yeah, so the woman, even if they're the same size, the woman has to carry all this extra fat, and that fat is not going to. That's not a performance advantage. It's just, it's just dead weight.
So here's a question, and I'm genuinely asking this because I don't know. I I do know that women need to carry greater proportions of body fat than men to survive. That at the body fats, like I think when you get to like it might even be 12% for a woman. Like you run into risks of like serious medical problems, and at like 9% you could die. Whereas some insane guys can cut down to like 3 or 4%, although it's difficult. Does a trans woman, because she doesn't carry the same parts like the ovaries and all of that, and because her hormones are externally provided and very smooth compared to a cis woman, is she able to just exist at lower levels of body fat, or do those same harms exist for a trans woman as a cis woman?
I legitimately do not know. I don't have the background in endocrinology to say for sure.
Because I feel like
I don't want to say something that's like not true.
Yeah, because I feel like one of the biggest issues, and I'll just say this because I don't know a lot of people know this. One of the biggest problems that women have versus men isn't even necessarily that they can't train as hard because of the testosterone stuff, which is true. But it's that like a woman's body has to carry like a way bigger percentage of body fat than a man's does, because when women dip below those levels, it becomes dangerous to their health at like way bigger percentages than for men. But now I'm curious if trans women have to worry about that since they don't have all the same like machinery, you know, or the same.
I would want to do more research into that if there's even any research that's been done.
Sure.
Like can they suffer from like they wouldn't suffer from the athlete triad, but I want to know if there's health consequences if they get their body fat levels too low. That's because it is one of the biggest reasons why you can't just like put men and women in the same weight category.
Because women can't cut to like 8% and be healthy and not die or something.
But they cannot do that. Men 6% body fat generally is like you're gonna be really, really ripped, and then there's not that extra weight, so you can like max out the amount of muscle you have, minimize the amount of fat you have, and like really optimize what your body can do at that given weight. But a woman is always going to have that padding, both figuratively and literally, that they have to keep, and that's not, again, non-contractile tissue, not going to help them be competitive, but they have to keep it, otherwise they're going to be very, very unhealthy and possibly like damage their health.
Well, we can leave that on the table, I guess. I won't use that as a gotcha. We'll just leave that for now.
No, it is a very good question. I do want to know what the research says on it.
Sure. Along the same line of questioning, though, how do you feel about the fact that because trans women's hormones are provided externally, even against cis women, they kind of have like a woman advantage, and that they don't have to worry about fluctuating hormones like a cis woman that deals with periods would? Do we just consider this like, oh, that's just a trans advantage, or?
I don't know, because like with the research, there's a little bit of differences in training that you can use to optimize your menstrual cycle, but it's never going to be like a night or day factor, assuming like other than like not feeling good on certain days. And that fluctuation in hormones can affect like what parts of your training cycle like are going to be best for strength training and when is good to hold off a little bit. But I don't know if it reaches the level that it would be like that a super unfair advantage.
Okay, so we just don't worry about that one as much. Okay, what else?
One of the things that the female athlete triad is like amenorrhea. They stop getting their periods, which is a really, really bad thing. And it seems like if you take away the periods, take away that, well, that's a disadvantage.
Well, yeah, but that's different because their lack of period is driven by like stress that fucks up with their hormone fluctuations. But a trans woman doesn't have to worry about that because her hormones come externally, right? She doesn't have to worry about that.
Right.
I don't think it's. I could be wrong. No, hold on. I know I'm not wrong actually. Women cannot have periods, and it's fine, even though a lot of women are really paranoid about it, because there are certain types of birth control that women can go on, and they can lose their periods forever. Now, a lot of women don't like to do that just because they get paranoid about losing their periods, but there's no evidence that this is harmful for them. So I think women losing their periods when they're doing like heavy athletic stuff, it's not bad for the body because they're missing their periods. It's because whatever thing is stressing their body out so much and is fucking with their hormones causes their periods to go away.
That's true. I didn't mean to imply the other way.
No, yeah, it's fine.
No, that is true.
Some guy is spamming in my chat about this, but I don't know. He's talking about tendon strength and reaction time.
Tendon strength is a function of muscle strength. Like tendons are just interwoven throughout the muscle.
Isn't it a little bit different though? Like I know for some training that I do, like people will say like on certain exercises you have to slow down a little bit on this because like your tendons won't be able to keep up with your muscles. They develop a little bit slower, so you can like stress them and strain them depending on the exercise you're doing. Or whatever.
That's really only a problem if you're on like performance enhancing drugs. Like because tendons are interwoven throughout the muscle. Like every layer of the muscle, each individual muscle fiber, then each individual like fascicle, then the entire muscle are all covered in a piece of connective tissue, and that then forms the tendon, which is then continuous with like the periosteum and stuff like that. Okay. So the tendons, the reason they can't keep up with muscle is because they're connective tissue. They have a lot of matrix, they have a lot of non-living cells, and much worse blood supply, and so they're not going to be able to
regenerate and the protein synthesis and all that as much as the other muscles. Okay, sure.
So and then, but muscle can keep up. But generally, it's like you're not gonna unless you're just using dog shit technique. There's no real reason that your tendons can't keep up.
Gotcha. Okay, that might have just been
other than like
bromine,
extreme
okay.
circumstances. Yeah.
Sure. What about myonuclei?
Myonuclei.
The idea that these things are like, once you've done some strength training, you never lose this type of development, and this is why you get like old strength. Like if people have trained a long time ago, they can resume training and they never lose this advantage. So this would be like something that a trans woman that's trained as in a male's body basically will hold on to that advantage forever. Essentially.
This is gonna be more related to like the nervous system. So like beginner gains and all that fun stuff is like how quickly can you recruit all of your
muscle
quickly
fibers,
can you recruit different motor units. And so, but that's a function of like the percentages of things that you have.
Mhm.
So not necessarily like the whole muscle memory thing is more like like neurological memory more than anything else. And so like, yeah, if you've taken like 5 years off of strength training, you're going to come back and you're going to make quicker progress than when you were just starting out. But it has to do with like the groove in your brain is still there to be able to recruit as many muscle fibers as it can, as many motor units as it can. I don't think there's anything to say that like having the muscle memory itself is going to help you in any other way than that, because at the end of the day, it's still about cross-sectional area. Like a lot of people think that male muscle and female muscle is different, but no, not really. Like if you have the equivalent amount of cross-sectional area in either and equivalent percentages of type 1 versus type 2 muscle fibers, they're going to have the exact same strength with like no statistical
Do men and women carry the same types of fast versus slow twitch muscle fibers across their... Not on average, because that doesn't matter, right? It's about over like specific muscle groups.
Oh, no, well, no, because what picks your muscle fiber percentage is your parents. Like...
well, I'm talking like, is there a gender-driven difference, not like a parent-driven difference? Like, is it the case that women tend to have more fast-twitch muscle fibers in their lower body, and men tend to have more fast-twitch? Like, it's something like that. Is that the case?
Not that I know of in terms of like body parts, and even if there was, there's so much individual difference that it's hard to make like gender categories. Men do tend to have a greater percentage of type 2 muscle fibers, and women have a greater percentage of type 1. But again, this is like very, very, very different between individuals. Like at the top levels of endurance sports, you're going to see like men and women with very, very low percentages of type 2 muscle fibers, and in power and like sprinting and sports like that, you're going to see the opposite. Regardless of gender, you're going to see they have a really high percentage of type 2 fibers. So that has more to do with like athletes self-selecting based on what their muscle type percentage like genetically is, more so than like a sex-driven difference.
Okay, I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll assume it's true. There's a couple people in my chat screeching about it, so but okay. All right, what is the next? What next?
I think that's everything I wanted to talk about. I hope that's...
Do you think
like,
how do you reconcile with the idea that it seems like trans women, the latest reviews show that even after 3 years, they retain significantly greater amounts of lean body mass versus cis women? What is your...
my main argument against that was like because they're taller. Like that's why you have to match for height for the reasons that we talked about. Like a taller person has more lean body mass than a shorter person.
Mhm.
And so if that's the standard you set, it's not a good standard, because if they met that standard, they'd be emaciated. Like, so you got to compare apples to apples.
So
and
then
when they've done that, a lot of the differences got much, 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 much smaller. Still statistically significant, but they've really, really honed down and got that difference is much smaller.
Can
Like,
you
when
shoot
compare,
me
like,
one of those right now? We can actually just read it. I'm just curious on that. I'm super putting you on the spot here. I understand. So if you want to shoot it to me later or whatever, I'd be curious to see one that controls her height. Yeah.
I think, because it's in my script, if I can find the source, if I can find where I say that, I think I can find it pretty quick.
Okay, yeah. What is the quickest way to get back there, guys? Oh my god.
Yeah.
What? So here's another question. Let's say that if we get to a point.
Sorry to you in chat.
Oh, gotcha. Hold on.
Well, I sent a citation to it, not a link. I'm sorry.
Tell me where you were at the beginning. Gotcha. 1 second. Actually, hold on. I'm just not going to talk for a second. Let me just teleport out of here so I'm going to die. Okay. You guys are saying I can teleport to the main academy gate and go there? Okay. Let's see. Bojangles. Oh, fuck. Can we find an online print of this? Obviously, I can't. The citation doesn't do anything for me.
Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
You have no scruples about using Sci-Hub, do you? It's Russian.
It's okay.
I want to send you a Sci-Hub link. Fuck. Well, I want to try to send you a Sci-Hub link.
Oh, yeah, actually, that's another question. Does lean body mass difference have to be controlled for height when lean body mass is a percentage of your overall weight?
That's body fat percentage. So that's body fat
isn't
percentage.
lean body mass usually measured in like percentages or no?
It can be, but the way they've done it here is just gross lean body mass. Like they just said, like just the gross lean body mass as opposed to percentages.
That's interesting. Okay, I'm waiting for a Sci-Hub link.
Yes. Let me know if this doesn't work. I'll try to find the page for you too.
Okay, muscle strength, size, and composition following 12 months of gender-affirming treatment in transgender individuals. Just a question. I swear to God, I'm not trying to get you here. Is this actually published, or is this just a paper that was written?
I think the way Sci-Hub does it is that they might pull from things like that. It is published because this is one of the studies that Hilton and Lundberg pulled from.
Gotcha.
So I know
okay.
it's
Well, because sometimes if you do so, that when you say that was one of the studies they pulled from, did they pull from this to create like a meta-analysis, or was it just a literature review?
I'm gonna be honest. I forget what the difference is between them all the time. It was a literature review.
Okay, gotcha.
But yeah,
okay.
this is published in J Clinical Endocrine Society. Journal of Clinical Endocrinology and Metabolism.
Wait, so hold on. So I'm reading this result. So thigh muscle volume increased 15% in TM. Usually when people say TM in these studies, they're talking about trans men, which was paralleled by increased quadriceps cross-sectional area, the CSA, 15% in radiological density, don't care about that, and trans women, blah, don't care about this. So the trans men increased strength over the assessment period, which is what we would expect, while the trans women generally maintained their strength levels. Isn't that a bad thing? And then the conclusion is 1 year of gender-affirming treatment resulted in robust increases in muscle mass and strength in trans men, but modest changes in trans women. These findings add new knowledge on the magnitude of change in muscle function, size, and composition with cross-hormone therapy, which could be relevant while evaluating transgender eligibility rules for athletic competitions.
I do apologize that it's been like a long time since I read the study. I
No,
know
yeah,
for a fact. I swear I'm not lying because
It's fine. It's okay. It's like I'm not like trying to get you.
I swear it's in the video.
Sure.
But there's
for people that don't know, me and Bojang, we like hung out before at like some of the debate events or whatever. I don't think you're like a bad faith actor or anything crazy like that. Don't worry.
I'm going to try to find because I know I pulled from the chart where they like did the height match comparison.
Mm-hmm.
But this one doesn't have any charts in it at all. The one I sent you. So I got to like find where I've actually like Sci-Hub might be giving me a different chart, or give me a different version of the study.
Sure, it's possible. Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's not a chart, but height adjusted. Control F, height adjusted.
Okay, hold on. Control F, height adjust, like a hyphenated word, or?
Yes, hyphenated.
Okay, data analysis. Changes over time required to guys. Adjusted mean values. Okay, figure 5.
Oh, maybe figure 5. Oh, they have way down at the bottom. So yeah, figure 5.
Height adjusted value for muscle strength also greater in trans women than cis women and trans men at T12. However, for muscle volume, this difference remained only in the trans women versus cis women comparison. While there were strong correlations between muscle size and strength at baseline, the correlation between the change in size and change in strength was also moderate in trans
They put
women.
the figures down at the bottom. That's why I couldn't see them for a second. So it's page 27, figure 5.
Sure. Despite the, so I'm just going through now. So despite the robust changes in lower limb muscle mass and strength in trans men, the trans women were still stronger following 12 months of gender affirming hormone treatment, both in absolute and height adjusted values.
However, they're much closer together. I even said that they're still statistically higher, but when you adjust for height, the difference becomes a lot lower.
Sure, I imagine the difference probably that's almost certainly going to be the case, right? But there's still a difference, no? And I think this is at 12 months. I think in the 36-month review, I think it was similar though.
Yeah, the argument that I've made, I think I've made it a few times before. It's a lot easier to like visualize if you scroll down to figure 5, way like near the bottom, and look at like the middle two, like TEW12 and CW. That's like what we're comparing the trans women after 12 months and the cis women. It becomes a lot closer together. And the argument that I make is that yeah, they're still starting a little bit ahead, but these are untrained individuals, and so after they're still going to be approaching the same ceiling. So
wait, hold on. This is a study. I didn't even consider this. This is a study of untrained individuals?
Yes. Most of them are. The only one that I'm aware of.
Wait, wouldn't the trained individuals, like, wouldn't this be exaggerated even more? Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on. Now my brain is recontextualizing everything. So if you go through periods where you don't do resistance training, you can bleed muscle mass pretty quickly, right? Like that's one of the biggest things somebody will tell you to cut is you have to keep working out. You absolutely have to. Otherwise you're going to not atrophy, but like you're going to lose a lot of muscle mass. But if these are non-trained people, then these people are probably bleeding muscle mass much quicker than an athletic trans woman. So even in the non-trained trans woman category, they're still retaining a statistically significant difference between untrained cis women athletes, or cis women, I'm sorry. So with athletes, wouldn't it be even more pronounced?
So for athletes, they'll bleed muscle mass way faster than untrained individuals because otherwise, like untrained people would just be constantly bleeding muscle mass at all times, right?
Well, no. The reason why the untrained person is bleeding so much here is because they're changing from male to female, right? So there's going to be a big bleed off there. But if you're training from a trained athlete male to a trained athlete trans woman, I would expect to see a higher percentage of that muscle mass retained than a I don't know. It doesn't make sense to say cis male. Than an AMAB, I guess, transitioning to a trans woman because they're just going to bleed off whatever their genetics or hormone profile matches, right?
I don't know if that would be the case because, again, like if you're really drastically reducing the rate of protein synthesis, you might not be able to hold on to that increased levels of muscle mass that you had when you were training.
Not all of it, but I thought that I feel like I read similar language that the drop off of muscle mass was modest at 36 months for trans women that were undergoing resistance training. It still happens, but they do maintain a surprising amount of it.
They did the best study that I'm aware of on that is the one done on the Air Force pilots or Army pilots, some kind of pilot.
There was a I think it's British Journal of Medicine 2021 review trans athletes. Let's see if I can find this.
Yeah, so in this one, like when you looked at the performance benefits, like the trans women start after I think 2 years, they drop to doing the equivalent amount of push-ups. Now some people think that like that means that like they still have an advantage because they're bigger and taller and therefore stronger. But like I don't think you can make the argument that like they should be doing fewer push-ups and that would make it fair. And the biggest thing there, like they still maintain like a 12% advantage in their run times. I think it was a 1.5 kilometer run, 1.5 mile run. So not like a super long, but like, a run. And the biggest thing there is probably due to that height. So they have, longer strides, which means fewer strides. So that height advantage still very much is there, but we've hammered the height thing enough. I still think that that's tolerable. That's a tolerable advantage and not an unfair one.
Fuck, am I gonna be able to find this? Hold on. I think I just ran into one of the Air Force ones. Oh, this is in the endocrine. Fuck. Hold on.
Someone said that, in your YouTube chat said that the charts don't overlap at all, even when adjusting for height. Maybe increase the resolution because yeah, they do. Not much. I'll still admit this is still a statistically significant difference even when adjusted for height. So fully admit that, but when you do that, it brings them way closer to parity. The difference between the absolute levels and the height adjusted levels is like way smaller.
Fuck. I think Brandon had. I think Brandon was the one shooting these links a few days ago. Does anybody remember? I believe it was a 2020 review, and I think it included longitudinal studies that were 36 months long. Does anybody have a link to one of these, and then we can go over this or read this?
Are you not talking about the British Journal of Medicine one?
That's what I just looked at, but that looked like the push-up one from the Air Force.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're looking for a different one.
Yeah, I thought there was a different one that looked at. I thought it was 36 months tracking athletes over, and then they were looking at things like lean body mass and stuff. When we needed Brandon, he disappeared. When we needed him the most. Fucking loser. Let's say that, well, it sounds like we agree there will still be some advantage.
Mm-hmm.
If it was the case that there was some advantage, and then if we bring back in our understanding that if we bring back up the understanding that there are significant height differences, and if we keep moving forward in a direction in a society where we are more accepting of trans people, they're more comfortable transitioning, existing in society, et cetera, do you think that at some point in time we should start to see a disproportionate representation of them in sports, in women's sports?
Probably. But again, just because, like, assuming like we don't like start puberty blockers and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
If we're assuming that like the same levels of
to be clear, I think that if you do puberty blockers, if you don't go through puberty as another sex, I think at that point it's a way different conversation that I'm probably almost fully on board with. Right?
So throwing that aside, if we just have like trans women transitioning after puberty and transitioning as adults, I would say you would probably have a disproportionately as more and more trans women compete, you'd probably have more disproportionate amounts of them doing well, but again, that comes down to like because they're a lot taller. Like
so, then is that just
and that is an advantage, absolutely. But I don't think it meets that threshold for intolerable unfairness because we don't, categorize by height in any other situation. I don't think it's
sure we don't categorize by height. We do categorize by sex, and height is one of the biggest differences, right? Just like we don't categorize by muscle mass, we don't categorize, but those are still sex difference driven things as well, right?
Well, we do categorize by muscle mass in terms of by proxy through weight, right?
Yeah, but we could argue we categorize by height through proxy by sex, right?
Maybe, but again, if you really break it down, like what is the reason that men and women are separated in sport, and it's because of that in the lean body mass concerns. That's really what it comes down to, with other things mattering like height, but they don't. They are factors, but they're not the factor. In my opinion,
maybe not the most, maybe a pretty big one. But so here, I guess here's like getting off of this. If we ask like a social question, I think that the issue, like a really big issue that potentially comes up is, what do you do when you start to see trans athletes taking up multiple like top slots in teams or starting to get really good placements in national level competitions? It feels like the scary thing is that, one, it's obviously going to be a huge resentment driver. Two, you've kind of damaged arguably the integrity of like women's sports. And then three, I think that people realize that like if you get to that point, once you get to that point, you're never going back. Like, or if we do go back, we're going to go way back. It's going to be really bad.
So optically, I really get that fear, because like that's why people are honing in on the trans sport stuff. Not because they care about women's sports, but because this seems like the easiest dunk, no pun intended, to like halt trans rights. I get that, but I also want to ask, like, if everything was completely level, wouldn't we still see trans women winning? Wouldn't we still see some of them winning, some of them taking like high spots, some of them even setting records? Like, I don't think it's fair. I think it's a really weird like expectation that a lot of people seem to have, that if it was fair, they would never win.
Not that they would never win, but I'm saying like a disproportionate representation. Like trans women are already like a very like you would rarely ever expect to see them win anything, right? Because it's like what 1% of the population. But if you started to get to an area where like first and second in like a national level competition was like trans women, it would be like a national uproar. Like shit would be fucked, right?
It would, yeah. I don't know if that's happening though, because like, well, I don't think. I will 100% admit I have the motivated reasoning coming in here, which is that like my question, instead of asking like is it fair for trans women to compete in sports, my line of questioning is how do we make sure that it is fair, and that's where the motivation comes from. So that's what I'm trying to look for, and I think based on the research that I've done, I think it is possible reasonably, but again I want some more research to happen. And with that question, optically, I really do understand why that looks bad, but I still maintain my position that like that height is the major advantage of why they would be disproportionately taking up those spots, and I don't think that meets that standard of unfairness we've talked about.
Do you think that most women competing in those sports would feel like that doesn't meet the standard? Or do you think they would just see like really tall trans men coming in and then dominating and feel like, wow, like they got to grow as like male puberty bodies and now we're not competitive anymore?
It seems to be that like women athletes aren't any more critical of this issue than any of the rest of the population.
Sure, at the moment, I would imagine, but that's why I'm asking. Like, I feel like if it came to the point to where like top 1 or 2 slots in like some competition like went towards like trans women, there would be like an uproar. It would be like really bad.
Yeah, honestly, I don't know. I mean, it would obviously look bad, but I don't know if my opinion would change. I would have to see this happen. So, and again, I want to see a lot more research done on like what's the best way to go about this. So
you don't think
that's a super wishy-washy answer.
Yeah, I understand. The comparison I always use is like, so I hate the NRA. I love guns, but I'm sympathetic towards the NRA arguments, which is that like even if you have some reasonable gun legislation about like a mandatory psych test or felonies can't do whatever, even if you have something that like most people would agree is like pretty reasonable, they're scared to give any ground because then the fight in the future is going to be over something non-negotiable. So better to keep the fights right now over stuff that doesn't matter rather than to give here and then in the future start fighting on stuff that's really important that you could lose on. And I feel like even if that seems like a really intellectualized process, I feel like intuitively people might feel that way. That like once you've let this out of the box, Pandora's box, if like a couple trans women start like nailing major competitions, hello?
Yeah.
Then, I'm sorry, my monitor just turned off. Once a couple like trans women start nailing competitions, you're like, shit is fucked. It's never going back.
That is a question far beyond my area of expertise. So,
well, but like reasonably we could say that, right? Like we're never going to probably make, well, fuck, who knows actually what to say, but like chances are we're never going to make like gay marriage illegal again or something, right? Like we're probably not going to walk back. Typically like progressive rights keep marching forward and forward with maybe abortion being challenged there. So like I think that's a reasonable fear. And then like if like 2 or 3 trans women did hold the top 3 places in like some athletic event, you are like they're not going to like delete the records, right? Like that would be pretty unfathomable as well. No.
Now, the only thing I can say on that is that I think it's reasonable to assume that it can be done fairly. And of course, there will be situations where trans women win, and because they, if they transition after puberty, they're probably going to have that height advantage. So I do acknowledge that that's probably going to be a higher percentage. Like if more trans people start competing, they're probably going to hold that higher percentage of victories, proportional to their status in the population.
Mhm.
But I still don't think that's unfair because I still have those same arguments that I've had from the beginning. I still don't see it as scientifically unfair. I think there's a good basis in exercise physiology to say like why this is okay. This doesn't meet that level of intolerable unfairness.
It's scientifically unfair, but we can philosophically justify it by saying that we shouldn't focus on height, really, right? Because scientifically we acknowledge that the height advantage is real and it's very important, but like we can philosophically get around that by saying that like, well, we're controlling for sex, not height, so fuck that.
Yeah, I guess that's a better way to say what I just said.
Mhm.
Yeah. Thank you for making my argument better with your superior words.
Well, sure. But I think that argument is weaker, though, right? I think that's the issue. Is that like some people aren't going to be satisfied by. People will say that like there's a broad range of female bodies that we accept, but what we don't accept is male bodies getting an advantage and then becoming female and competing with us, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then even when controlling for height, there are still advantages there. So you have people that are super tall compared to you and still do maintain some advantages and have like a smoother hormone cycle because if they come outside of you, is that called exogenous hormones?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds way smarter than external. So yeah, you have exogenous hormones. And then there's like a lot of other stuff like that you don't have to worry about. Like you don't have to worry about anything related to menstruation or periods or anything like that. So it seems like, and then like your body fat percentage can arguably be lower as well. So it seems like even at the rawest part of like controlled for height data, there's still an advantage. And then there's like, but that's already after having hand waved like 4 or 5 other potential advantages too, right? Wait, hello?
I was muted that entire time.
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
Fuck. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta back up because I was talking for like 20 seconds.
Oh shit! Sorry, it probably sounded like I was cutting you off a million times. Sorry, your mic was just muted. No. To summarize really quick what I said basically was that like at the rawest part of like the pure data, even at the height controlled level, there's still a small advantage, and that's after hand waving a lot of what we both agree are huge advantages. Like height is going to be a huge advantage, getting an early start in your training in a male body is going to be a huge advantage, having like bigger feet and stuff, and like getting like a smoother hormone cycle, not having periods, not having to worry about like having as low body fat, like these are all going to be big advantages, right?
Yeah, so what I think a reasonable expectation that we might see in the research going forward is that since if we switch to actually like looking at athletes, that rate of protein synthesis dropping so much is going to have a much greater impact on their terms of like the percentage of muscle that they lose. Like, so an athlete, I would expect, even with training, that they're going to, if they were pretty muscular before, that they're going to lose a greater percentage of that because that, you know, the more muscular you are, the greater rate of protein synthesis you need to have to maintain that muscle mass, which isn't going to work the same way as it would with an untrained person. So I do think it's reasonable to expect that when we do those studies, match for height, all that good fun stuff, that the that what little advantage, what little statistical difference there is when you do that height match comparison will probably overlap enough to be fair.
When you get to levels like Olympic stuff, though, aren't you hyper selecting for like very small specific advantages that like where like a 2 or 3% difference in Olympic shit is going to be like really significant?
Yeah, but we're also pulling from a wide variety of cis women who might also have these inherent advantages. So like with men and like with open categories, like it's easy because you get the best of the best, but then you have with closed categories like we do a sex categorization in the women's category. Now all of a sudden it's way harder to like really nail down the line. So a lot of people will point out the fact that like the IOC says you have to keep your testosterone levels under 10 nanomoles per deciliter, I believe is it,
which is still pretty high compared to cis women. Well, very high.
Yeah, yeah, that's what people will say. Like, well, that's like 10 times, not 10, but it's like 5 times higher than what the average. Yeah, it's like 5 times higher what the average cis woman has. However, that rule isn't there for trans women. It's there for cis women. Some cis women just naturally produce crazy high amounts of testosterone, and so they're going to self-select into sports where that would be beneficial.
I don't think that's anywhere near the average competitive woman, though. It's not like they're all sitting at like 9 nanomoles per liter or whatever, right?
No, but that's why that rule is there, not to accommodate.
I thought the rule wasn't there necessarily just for like really high like cis women. I thought that was because sometimes you run into like strange intersex cases.
A little bit of both. Like there's
like isn't that the Semenya whatever person isn't
Caster Semenya?
Yeah, isn't she? Is she an XY chromosome female? Am I making that up?
I forget exactly what's going on there, but yeah, she was like, she's not a trans woman. She was assigned female at birth, lives as a woman.
Yeah,
and so like,
but I think she might have had XY chromosomes. I might be making that up. Because there are types of like where you can have XY chromosomes, but you have like a certain type of androgen insensitivity. And if you have that androgen insensitivity, you don't like develop as a male as much. I remember this. I was in an episode of House.
And that really illustrates the importance of like, well, you don't win sports with chromosomes. You win sports with endocrine profiles. So like if you have that androgen insensitivity, well, you're going to, no matter what your chromosomes are, is going to drastically reduce the amount of performance advantages you're going to get because like there's no receptors for the thing that's going to help you build muscle.
Okay. Well, anything else?
Not that I know of. I hope. I do worry that I can come off a little bit wishy-washy, but because these are all my best guesses.
Yeah,
these are all my best guesses, and I think that I think I can justify scientifically why I think these things are the way they are, without fully saying definitively this is exactly what's going to happen.
I understand what you're saying, but I feel like I'm wholly unmoved in my position, or even more like solidified in it, because like.
So I failed.
Well, because I mean, like we acknowledge that an advantage still exists, even when controlled for height, and then we know that height differences are there. We know that there's going to be big advantages because trans women get exogenous hormones, don't have to deal with periods, get to train earlier as a head start.
Overemphasizing that point.
Well, it's not. I'm not trying to say like that's the one thing, but I mean like all of these are factors that the problem is that these advantages are driven sexually, and I think that's why they all feel so unfair or feel bad. Like in a vacuum, like 1 or 2 of these things would be a big deal. But the fact that all of these things are driven by sexual differences and the leagues are split by sex is what makes it all feel kind of not good.
I would say something I see a lot is that, like, people will try to list all the differences like between the sexes, like they'll list as many of them as they possibly
Yeah,
can.
which and a lot of these are pointless. Sure.
Yeah, a lot of them are pointless, and a lot of them are just driven by the same things. Like
testosterone.
A ton of the differences are just driven by hormones, and that's it.
Sure.
So like, yeah, my main argument, I think I'll say it like the 5th time, is that, like, yeah, height is an advantage. We acknowledge it's an advantage. However, it doesn't meet that threshold for intolerable unfairness because we don't control for it in any other sport. In no other situation, if you pull it away from trans sports, would you consider height an unfair advantage? So that's what you're looking for, not just advantages, but unfair advantages.
Yeah, but I guess what makes it unfair is kind of, we're like begging the question, right? And it feels to me like the unfair thing isn't whether or not it gives you a really big advantage. The unfair thing is whether it's driven sexually or not. That's like the unfair part, I guess.
Yeah, it is incredibly hard to, like, dictate methods of fairness in sport because there are a thousand different factors that can go in. It's like what constitutes an unnatural, like, does it matter if it's natural or not? Like, can you get, like, unnatural advantages that are okay? Can you take substances that will help your athletic performance, and are those okay or are those not? There's a lot of different ways to, like, circumvent things, like altitude training, like living at a high altitude and training at a low altitude confers the exact same performance advantages as something like blood doping, but one's allowed and one's not allowed.
Sure.
So it is very hard to, like, really nail down where that fairness is in sports. And I think I have, I'm confident in my case, in my justification for why things like height don't really constitute that intolerable unfairness. And why the most important factor for sex separation, that difference in hormonal profiles, which lead to increase in protein synthesis, which leads to more muscle, which leads to better sports outcomes. Since if that is taken care of, we have taken care of the singular most important reason as to why we have the categorizations in the first place. We've taken away the upper limit, we've taken away the limiting factor, and achieved something close to a reasonable degree of parity. So that's why I think the way that I do, and I'm pretty sure, like, I'm pretty confident that it can be justified scientifically, but then you talk about, like, philosophy and then stuff like that.
Okay, well, hey, listen, I appreciate the conversation.
Yeah. Thanks for having me on. Appreciate it.
All right, stay safe.
Take it easy.
Be careful.
Patience. Ye will be countless born forever and ever.
That guy's name is Bojangles. No, it's not. I don't know why I call him. Oh my god, his name is Jangles. Somebody can link this chat. Y'all see this shit? Oh shit, did she finally post the proof of my
Upon
rape?
my name is Rani the Witch.
Oh, never mind. She didn't.
Mother's rich lumber shall not be disturbed by thee. Foul trespasser. Send word far and wide. Of the last queen of Caria, Renala of the full moon. And the majesty of the night she conjureth.
Wow. I have no fucking... I have no flasks. Oh, I think I'm dead.
life under my moon.
Okay, fuck. What was the run to that boss? Oh god. I think it was this way. No, it wasn't. You can fast travel to Table of Lost Grace, go to the shortcuts at the screen, and then press the hotkey. Yeah, I know. Thank you. Wait, it was? Bridge to the... Jump to the things? Oh no! You have to do this every single fucking time? Oh, why would they ever do this? Like, they know that they've got to know that it's cancer. There's a shortcut? There's a shortcut you can open. Alright, when I get there, I imagine I can open it? Go left. Oh, I'm too late. Shortcut over here, or? Oh, the door. I know, I remember now. This is still kind of a long run, but... whatever. Oh! I just wasn't even watching. Oh my god, I just freaked myself out. Holy shit. This boss is easy, you'll need less than 5 tries. Yeah, I seem like I do a lot of damage to her. I think we're going the wrong way again, because I'm a dumb fuck. Dude, this fucking cable. If you don't get the flask, tell Rabin you'll have my life on your conscience. I don't know where to get that whatever flask you're talking about. I'll get it later. There's a grace in the room where you fought the wolf, dude? Did I not unlock it or something? There should be a bonfire, like, right outside this. Can I one-shot her when she falls to the ground? Or will she always lift up after a certain amount of HP? I don't know what does the most damage. If it's just my R1, I don't think I can one-shot her. Good one. Good one. Really? Oh. Good one. Do I get to use my horse here, or no? Haha, fun. They despawn, okay. How often do you get death threats? How often do I get things that I would consider death threats? Never. Maybe once per year. How often do I get things that other people would consider death threats? At least once a month. But I'm different than most of these fucking losers on the internet, so just it depends on what you mean. Like I get over the past like couple weeks, I probably got like 10 or 20 in like Twitter DMs and emails of people saying they want to kill me and shit, but like I don't consider these death threats because these are just fucking no-name losers on the internet that have like anonymous profiles with like no face pics. So I mean, like, I don't know. If I was like one of the people that I cry about online, I would be crying about death threats every fucking day. But I'm not a fucking 4-year-old on the internet, so I understand that like most of these are just fucking trolls and dipshits. What are my genuine ones like? Anytime people send me like pictures of where I live or where Melina lives, or talk about like my address or stuff like that, or act a little bit more psychotic, I consider these like a little bit more realistic. But there's only ever really been like one time in my history where I've like had a guy posting like pictures of where I live on 4chan and shit that I thought could have been credible. Okay, I'm gonna try spamming my skill attack. Can't do it. Okay, there's no reason to do that then. Can I not? I greeted so hard. I deserve to die. Oh, I just wanted to end this fucking fight. The panel about you is getting spicy. Oh, I lost all my tabs earlier because my computer fucking restarted. Fucking artesian builds, guys.
I'd like to thank Destiny for making...
Oh boy.
I would like to thank Destiny for making the just chatting category happen on Twitch. Destiny has and will and has been doing great things. Twitch, good. Destiny, good. Okay, good.
Wow.
Awesome.
All right, so if we're going to, so then it sounds like we have. Oh, did you have more?
No.
Did you? Oh, I'm sorry.
I have more. Yes.
Go ahead.
Katie,
go ahead.
finish and then meet. Once Katie is finished, meet Umega, and then we'll go to Ninetales, and then.
I'm so mad.
I created the internet, guys.
I'm so angry. Oh.
Stuff a long time ago that I wanted to respond to, and I don't even remember what it was anymore. So that's a problem. Yeah, I'm sure Destiny has done great things. I think what was Jason's trying to say that, like, in the same way that you can find a lot of trans people Erudite who would say that it's a travesty that he got banned, you can find a lot of leftist people who were de-radicalized by Destiny and would say that they've stopped watching him for the last year or two because he has deteriorated in his level of content. He's become a lot more reactionary, as Vosh would say, or just more left, more right-leaning, as some other people would say. I don't think it's controversial.
Never with
to say
any
that
substantial
he's a lib.
point ever.
I don't care if he does it for money. I don't think that he does. When I told him I think he cares about human beings, he said that's not true, so I'm gonna believe him on that.
That said, thank for the sub. Sorry, I didn't say before. I was raging.
Did I
help
say
with
that?
some stuff,
I
but
don't
I
even
also
remember.
know that he has his own style, and that's fine. Whatever. I thank Destiny very much for what he did. If we're talking about the left, he's not very helpful to the left for a very long time. He's in an anti-lefty arc right now. So while I am aware of the history, currently in the reality that we live in, Destiny has not been very helpful to the online left. Do I think
Thank
that
God.
matters to any extent? And like the banning of his, no, I don't think people should be banned because they're not helpful to the left. Now, Meat, I get that you think Destiny still has value to the online left and to progressive causes. And I might, when I said, you know what, I'll walk back. I'm not saying that he doesn't have any value.
When these people
I
say
think in
left,
the
they're
same
talking
way
about
that
like
we can thank
socialists
him
and
very
shit, I
much for
think.
de-radicalizing a lot of people. I think he's now radicalizing a lot of people. That's why I brought up Doobie as well, because Doobie does that too. For him, it's a blood sport, and people are getting convinced by these arguments, and they are moving further to shittier opinions, shittier, bad, harmful opinions. So to answer Wick's question very quickly, when people are giving a shitty take, I remember what I want to tell you, Erudite. When I said that Destiny is a great debater, what I meant to say by...
Thanks, Blup. Who is it?
Did she just mute her?
Layla, thanks for the sub.
Go do that.
Oh
No,
my
you
God.
can't really do that when it's Destiny, because Destiny can take 1v20, okay? He's fucking awesome at what he does. That's the problem. When the person that has a shitty take is really good at what they're doing, they might still win, even though their take is really shitty. So it's not about like the fact that he's just a magician.
Okay.
That's it.
Okay.
Meat, and then
Yes, okay.
yeah, go ahead, Meat.
So, all right. First off, when we're talking about unless we're just think that Destiny is like the god tier human that is way smarter than all of us, I don't think it's very useful. I think that like, sorry, no, I'm sorry. I'm just getting lost in my idiot brain. I need to run down my arguments that I haven't listed here. First off, a few contradictions that have been made here that are pretty blatant. The idea that we can necessarily say confidently that like this is all just a money game for Destiny is kind of silly when the guy's literally like actively pushing rhetoric and walking the line of getting banned from the platform. It's kind of just like a silly argument to make just for that reason alone, specifically when we're talking about that in particular. Second, when we're talking about Destiny being uniquely good at rhetoric,
Thank you, the Vondocs.
I think that's a pretty good argument. You can't really say that and then use that as one of the reasons in your argument for why he's, or you can't recognize that and then also say that like, oh, what is he doing for the left? That's how about that? How about the fact that if you remove the apparently, according to you guys, the Giga Brain #1 alpha dog person who can defend any kind of position and defeat all comers, maybe it's worthwhile keeping the only person like that happens to exist on the left, even if center left. Thank God. Maybe it's useful keeping that person around the platform. Number 3, this whole idea of, oh, well, he's on an anti-lefty arc, so that's not useful to left. Sometimes, when we're talking about radicals, or some of the people on this panel, I'm not going to name names, I think it's really worthwhile for the left to do lefty infighting, just like it might be worthwhile for the right to do righty infighting, because you want to cleave off the cancers, all right? Because they're always going to be there. And lastly, I just want to say, if with this 1v20, like, oh, we have to get rid of Destiny, that's cool. We can all talk, we all think each other's takes are dumb, blah, 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 on Twitch, etc. But lastly, I just want to say, this whole 1v20 thing, oh, he can 1v20, so we have to remove him from the platform. Just saying, if your whole thing is that we have to remove the guy who's so logically consistent that he can 1v100 just anybody, maybe you're the secret radical you haven't
Did
realized
you
it yet.
hear me say that?
True!
I didn't say that.
Katie,
Rhetorically consistent.
Hey, it's funny, I didn't use your name, so it's sort of weird that you assume I'm talking about you.
What views are inconsistent?
About it.
Go ahead, Jason, tell me. Since you're going to put up that, like, honestly, like, what's the point? First of all, you're basically with that little image that you're trying to do, being like, look, he's moving right. And anyone who's right-wing is bad, which is a really dog shit take to have, by the way. Second of all, what are his inconsistent views? Yes, it is absolutely wrong to just assume that a person's a bad person because they tend to lean conservative. You might not like their fucking ideas, but half of these people are the ones that work at homeless shelters, that are handing out free food, that are doing good work.
Wait, you said when somebody moving right is bad. That's not the same as thinking they're a bad person.
I'm talking specifically about what Jason's
saying. What the fuck is he doing? If he's saying he's left, and you're saying he's left, and he's helping the left, and he's not doing that.
Can you take the image off? I don't know if I can show images of Destiny since he's banned. So
what is he showing of me?
That I can do. So please just remove that for me real quick. Then Ninetales has been wanting in. And we're gonna let her get a chance.
Wait, is this that motherfucker that came into my chat the other day that was like, "You're invalidating my non-binary rape"? Is that who this is?
Yeah, Destiny being, you know, the original debate bro thing actually doesn't mean that much to me. It means he's an opportunist.
It might not be.
He was in the right place at the right time. But I've also seen many other people, and I'm going to brag here, including myself, who can take unlimited sized dogpiling and do fine. If anything, I think the fact that people revere Destiny as being some sort of elite debater, while plenty of smaller debaters put actual time into preparation and get thrown under the bus because he's so big that nobody watches them. Yeah, I think it's actually better that, you know,
This is the woman that accused me of fucking rape, by the way, over and over again on Twitter.
Will be spread out.
Thanks for the sub.
You can benefit from that. Now, that's not
get rid of all big creators.
No. Just calm down.
Okay.
That's not to say that I want that to happen to everybody. Just that, you know, it's not a bad thing for me. But overall, the one thing I find most interesting about Destiny, aside from the fact that he normalizes really bad, terrible takes, and aside from the fact that he normalizes alt-righters, is the fact that he cannot take the exact form of criticizing that he dishes out. And he hides behind his fans to do that heavy lifting for him when he can't handle it. I'm so sick of it. He's had me on once to talk about something that was pretty milquetoast, but every time I've had an issue with his conduct directly, no, he will never have me on his stream. Why? Because he's an egomaniac who doesn't want to look bad ever. So as much as I agree, you know, he has skills as a debater.
Haven't I had her on my stream like 2 or 3 times?
He's not bad at it. He's also so incredibly unhumbled by it that I wouldn't expect him to ever admit he was wrong.
Okay, V1. If you don't speak now, you're not going to get a chance probably. So go ahead.
Yeah, well, I do agree that Destiny is an amazing rhetorician. He isn't really that good at defending his actual points outside of just rhetoric. Like, his actual points aren't even that good. He is a liberal. We can't keep saying that he is on the left or started
Liberals are on the left, motherfucker! What the fuck?
Not
Holy
to
shit.
these people, not to these
Fucking
people.
hell, are you fucking kidding me?
Liberals are not the left.
Yes, they fucking are! And you're
Not so you're a
literally brain dead if
Not
you
to
think
these people.
otherwise.
No.
Holy shit.
You're literally just showing how ignorant you are if you don't recognize Destiny.
What the fuck just happened?
Let's let
Holy shit!
She's unhinged.
I can't fucking handle this shit.
Are you done
I
with
can't handle it.
Who gives a shit if
Holy
he started this
shit.
space? It doesn't matter. Like, why do we still keep
Alright, so then
supporting
we don't
him?
have to use it to substantiate our positions then, right? We don't have to
She's
continue
unhinged.
on the subject 'cause I'm
Me,
not
just
the one who brought
let
it up.
him finish.
It really does not matter at all. Like, it doesn't matter. Also, a bit with what's your name? Fuck, my UI is not working. One
Erudite
second.
or Katie?
Good one.
Or me?
Or Ninetales. There's 3 she-hers.
I'm having Ninetales. Yeah. One thing you said with like him taking up space, I guess, on the Twitch politics scene, I don't think you can really blame bigger creators existing for you not getting viewers more. I think that is kind of a bit of a childish way of looking at that. And
I'm
maybe
not doing that. I'm just.
Are you serious? Move spammer.
It is.
Move spammer.
No,
spammer.
Yeah, I could have said it better because what I'm saying is that the
She
wealth
move spammed.
of, like,
How am I supposed to win against a move
entity
spammer?
Distributed with him being gone, not that like I'm entitled to it.
Yeah, but I don't think him being gone will even change.
Hold on, let me
that
catch up
at all,
on
really.
Dono, sorry.
Okay, so just a note.
Tendons are also
time
very
is
important.
winding down. I would love
Men
to
have
do
much
this more,
denser
but I do have
and
another
stronger
appointment
tendons.
at
That
8,
can't be
so
reversed for
we
treatment.
are going
dare
to
you,
do.
Ultimate Sim.
We'll finish the current
I've worked hard for my left credentials.
closing statements, and everyone will get their outros.
Thanks for all
I
the
just want to
great
thank you all
thoughtful
for coming. I know it's gotten a little
Erudite
heated, but I
moving to
appreciate
hating
you
lefty,
for the most
SRC
part
progress,
being very respectful.
85%.
So thank you. So
Honestly, if lefties are this dumb and have this bad of takes and are so dishonest with reality,
Hear me.
yeah,
Hear
it's
me.
fucking dog shit.
Hear
Their
me.
arguments
Unmute
should
me.
be shouted down
So,
because they're bad.
what I linked, the funny meme,
Doesn't
give
mean
each other.
that they're a bad person,
L.
by the way. I have
L.
no idea if they're a good
L.
person. They just might
L.
have
L.
life experiences
Please.
that I don't understand.
Oh, him. He is. I think
Erudite
he's the
yelling is the
greatest
best thing.
person alive. It
She
doesn't
needs to
really
yell at
matter.
them,
I
yell
don't
more.
care.
Wink.
His character is so irrelevant to me and everything that I'm saying.
Thanks, Blepsy.
If I agree with what he says or if I don't agree with what he says and how I think he should be treated based on what he's saying, all I know is that ever since I got on this sphere, I haven't heard Destiny say a lot of things that are near to where I would want it to be on the progressive scale. Obviously, I do think that he's definitely become more right-leaning than he was when I first entered the sphere. I have no doubt that he still does good work for the left, but I also know that he's very harmful to it. And
I forgot somebody. Nick
Fuentes.
Fred?
I'm just kidding.
Thanks for the 1,000 bits. And Rolling Simp, thank you for the sub at tier 1. Appreciate it, guys.
Banned or shouldn't get banned. Him being a good debater or a good person with rhetoric doesn't mean that he shouldn't be allowed or whatever. Like, there are many people who have shitty takes that come on sometimes, and sometimes Destiny has good takes. Not as often as I would hope that he'd have, especially if I felt like he was more consistent with his views. But I just want people to know that as far as I'm concerned, I don't really think he's an evil mastermind. I don't really care about his personality, and I think people who do, like, they need to stop being so parasocial, because it's not healthy.
I wish the word parasocial was never introduced to the discourse. It's like, it's become like this catch-all term to like just be weird and like say like, this is bad because it's parasocial. Like,
libertarians may or may not be on the left, but liberals are descriptively on the left. All you need to do is read a textbook about what political spectrum is, and you'll understand that liberals are on the left. They're not as far left as a communist, obviously, but I think that we all know that. Second of all, being critical of the left does not make you a right-winger, it makes you responsible. You should always be critical of your own group. It's why I will go above and beyond as somebody in the mental health field to talk about the serious issues that happen within psychology and with mental health treatment. It is important and it is responsible. I am not saying that Destiny is perfect and he's never done wrong. I disagree with some of his takes. I basically never agree with how he words things on Twitter, ever. But the issue is that I see this like rampant villainizing, slanderous claims. Jason here said a bunch of shit with no evidence about money and all this other shit when he's not even been on the Twitch sphere for long. He probably doesn't watch the YouTube videos of Destiny, so he has no fucking idea. He was on like a panel once with the dude and just made a whole bunch of unnuanced...
on the panel with Destiny several fucking times, excuse you. So go ahead.
Well, okay, you must know him complexly.
But you know, you're making a lot of qualifying like statements about me
I would like evidence for your claims against
So,
Destiny,
you know,
because if you're gonna make slanderous claims, you better have good evidence. I'm not gonna come on here and start like making a bunch of claims about any of the other panelists or people that are not here unless I have substantiated evidence.
Demonstrably true.
You have to demonstrate it. What do you think demonstrably true means?
That he's focused on money. A whole bunch of shit.
What do you think that? What's the word demonstrate means?
Intentions, like that's pure speculation.
Okay.
Yeah, that's our point.
Okay, gang. I'm sorry.
Wait, so I'm next. I'm next. Hold on, it's real quick.
You're gonna get a closing statement.
I can throw but I don't want to throw arguments in my closing statement because that's rude. You know.
Go ahead then, quick.
I can throw my arguments in my closing statement if you want, if it's okay. You know, I'll throw some.
You can't just say something is demonstrably
like
true.
it is. Thank you for the gift subs. You're great. So yeah, let's just go to closing, gang.
Okay.
It's like saying I'm right, QED. Like, where's the QED part?
I'm fine with that. I just try to keep my jabs out of my closing statement.
I understand. So we'll go in the reverse order.
Thanks, Nick. Thanks, Nick. Appreciate that.
Where's the soy? Like, you have to prove it versus the alpha I just did by what I said.
Or speculate as to the contents of his character, totally fine to do so. If you wanted to base your fandom around that, that's fine. We can talk about it if you want. But that's the whole reason why it's just fucking stupid to try to make like qualitative, like conclusive statements based on some like weird, speculation as to the contents of his heart or something. I totally agree with Katie. I care about like cause and effect. I care about what's actually happening. I care about accurate, descriptive, and prescriptive claims. And one last thing that I want to add on my real closing statement is that if we're talking about things that
gosh, thanks for the subs, guys.
The canvassing work that Destiny has, just saying.
And thank you for the sudden views. I don't know where you all came from, but welcome, hello, and thanks for being here.
Cringe.
A whole bunch of claims have been made here.
You should watch it on YouTube if you just got here. There's a lot of heat. I was real mad.
She's in the wrong here. The only substantiation of why it was good for Destiny to be banned here in this particular case is just literally a whole bunch of speculation and unsubstantiated claims, the most of which just sound to be...
And thank you. Oh, it's DGG.
Stop muting the fucking panel, Eurydite. What the fuck?
I'm not
to
gonna...
thank donos.
I'm not going to sit here and be like, Destiny refugees, give me money, because I think that that's also kind of cringe. I'm so mad at what's happening, and I have like a fierce sense of justice, which is probably why I got into like working with at-risk populations in the first place.
Oh my
because
God.
Fuck this shit. This is the same energy that I used to storm to one of my clients' school and demand that they give her kid like remediary counseling, and that they can't just dismiss her because English isn't her first language and she's indigenous, you fucking assholes. Okay, Legendary Barry, thank you
Jesus.
for the sub.
I, like Grandpapa Destiny, love to have people come against me and debate with me because I actually care about truth and the things that I claim to care about. So I'm happy to talk about them anytime.
Thank you. V1, please.
So that was a shit show. I think that whole thing was just a lot of people dick riding Destiny and getting mad about people dick riding Destiny.
Oh, nice.
No productive conclusion was came to, and that was not really that great of a discussion. I'm sorry that I didn't talk too much and I wasn't very active in this. I am more used to like Congress style debates in like my school debate club, for example. So I apologize if I wasn't a little more aggressive, but I
What is that?
Twitter today, which I think that's one of my worst decisions in my life. But it's at v2.x. Go follow me.
Oh, this isn't the
And,
non-binary person, I don't think, right?
That's about it. Thanks.
Okay, well, thank you for being here. I do appreciate you. Hopefully you were entertained, if nothing else. So, Ninetales, please.
DGGL. Okay, I actually had a lot of fun with that. Do wish that some of the more level-headed people would have spoken more, but that's... Yeah,
This convo sucked. Also, I did not contribute.
You're cutting out. We can't hear you.
Oh, really? Crap.
No.
Is that still going on?
No, continue, please, quickly. Yeah.
Okay, testing. Where's my thing?
You're good. You're good.
Okay, is that better?
Fuck donos.
Yes.
Fuck the left and me,
So,
boss.
I'll
I'm ready
admit,
to
I
emerge
don't
from
like
the
Destiny
walls as your
first, but that's
demonstrable
not where any of my
parasocial
arguments
trooper.
came from
Blood
on
for the
this.
blood
My
god.
arguments came
Lead
from
the jet to
either
hell.
the utilitarian view of it, which was going to be like what I first came in before I read the prompt, and then the like, you know, what could have he have possibly done. And as far as like the whole other streamers being harassed by his fans thing, I am not convinced by the whole he does a lot. Like, he may, but it's not enough, and he should find something else he could do, because there are plenty of streamers, both who are public about it and private. That means there's a lot more than what we hear about publicly, who have been terribly harassed by his community simply because they kind of owned him one, and then he talks shit about them afterwards. So personally, as much as I'd like to think the best of this and that there's not any like active thing going on, I have a feeling that there's a bit of opportunism and enjoying, you know, the kind of audience he has, despite them being really cringe.
Send the elevator back down?
And lastly,
Why? I'm about to win the fight.
Please don't assume that other people can't do Destiny's job. He doesn't even do preparation for his debates. Anyway, so I'm Ninetales Cosmic Fox on Twitch. That is all spelt as words, and Tails is spelled T-A-I-L-S. And on Twitter, I am at M9Scarlet. That's letter M, the number 9, and Scarlet with 2 T's. If you like Destiny, you probably will like me, because I'm a debater. I have cringe takes once in a while.
What did I bring this dipshit on to even discuss once?
Unlike Destiny, I actually make sure I know my shit when I go into debates.
What did I bring her on to discuss?
Destiny, because I felt like just doing something on the fly.
Oh, except when she talked to me. Oh yeah, that was the one time she didn't do any research. Yeah, okay, kiddo.
You especially kind of last minute, so
Oh, it was oligarch. She didn't know what the fucking oligarch was. She didn't know that it was between a pack and a super pack.
If you have anything to say at the end.
No, I'll let that be what I had said. It's fine.
I'll just say follow Erudite. I'll shout her out in the chat. She's great. Katie, go ahead.
Destiny,
Yeah.
there's enough of us in your wall
at
to start the
Katie Doe.
rumbling.
I'll just
Just
put
make
my
the
link in
call.
chat. So I don't think nothing was made. I think Professor Mead very quickly got us all on board with regulating at
Fuck
least
that
the transparency
attack.
element into
Oh, fuck that
Twitch.
attack,
I
too.
mean, we all agreed that we're fine with it, which is honestly a lot more than I expected. So good for him for doing that. I also I do think there was productivity here. I think people focus too much on people's personality and intent when they don't know the people. Destiny's political leanings have nothing to do with whether he should or should not have been banned.
And chat talks a lot about the harassment thing. I can tell you that after my
I got harassed.
short conversation with Destiny,
I got
I
harassed.
had some very
Oh my
uncomfortable
God.
comments on
Oh,
my
no.
podcast. That's not Destiny's fault. I
Oh,
think
thanks.
Wick would be now Destiny's banned, but I think there would be a worthwhile panel to do about what big streamers can do to stop or try to better manage their audience from harassing other people. I'm sure Destiny does all he can because friends of mine in chat says that he does, but still a lot of people get a lot of abuse, and there should be an interesting conversation about how much responsibility a streamer has to their audience. I think that's important, and I'd love to be part of that
No,
conversation.
just die.
Okay, thank you for the suggestion. And thank you for being here. I always
I'm gonna
appreciate
grade
you
it.
as
No,
well.
I'm
I
not.
appreciate all
I'm
my
not gonna
panelists,
grade it. I'm
just
not
wanna
gonna grade
say.
it. Oh, I could
You're
kill
all
her
great.
before that thing comes down though, but I'm not gonna grade it. I'm not gonna grade it.
Jason Society, please.
Oh God, the dragon.
Yeah.
Gallop and stand back and
to-
stand
let
by
me be
Giga
frank,
Chat.
I
I'm
don't
dead.
really care whether or not Destiny is.
Oh my
banned
God,
on
the
the
wolves,
platform. I
puppies.
could give a shit less. But
don't
I do
care.
see some holes in
But
the
I do want to make
TOS.
slanderous comments
I
about
do
him
see some
with
holes in
no
how people are
substantiation.
Fuck you, bitch.
about
That's
it.
what I would
Woo
like.
yeah, dude.
The
Oh, woo yeah, woo
overarching
yeah,
theme
woo
is
yeah.
that should be corrected, that we should regulate those things. I'm gonna dismiss the kind of shitty qualifiers that Not So Erudite threw out at me and say this.
Mhm.
I don't care where you guys stand on the Destiny issue. We should not be like fucking splitting up friendships and hating each other.
Yeah,
over
you should
this
be.
Conversation, which
Split
I've been
each other
seeing a
up.
lot out there in Twitter world and out there on Twitch. Listen, you can have a difference of opinion and still appreciate somebody, and I'm more than willing to do that, and I hope that everybody else is too. Aside from that, I do stream every day of the week.
Don't
On
ask me a
Sundays,
question.
I do Stonercast.
Oh. Do I want to be reborn?
We talk about all things weed, and I want to bring Professor Meat on Stonercast.
I'm coming.
so-
I'm coming. Next week I'll be there, assuming
you
something
can-
doesn't happen.
You can find me at
Oh, that's a
Jason
respec,
Society on Twitch or Jason Society on Twitter. Thank you.
Okay, thank you again for being here. To my audience, thank you. Thank you for this. If you enjoyed it, I hope you did. I hope we learned something. Unlike the one here, I thought it was a little bit productive. Right after this, we are going to the Prime Kai Reverie. Several of the people here will be joining me there, probably on their own streams if you would like to watch them on theirs or mine or both.
We're
That's
gonna do
fine.
meditation in between though.
Oh, okay, fair enough. Fair enough.
Decompress.
We all should do that.
You're a hell of a debater. I will throw that out there. I totally.
There's only one type of.
And yeah, so
appreciate that.
Follow me, give me subs, and if hey, there's a sub goal on the bottom. If we make that by the end of April, guess what, gang? Erudite,
Destiny,
her husband,
Destiny. But
and
Willie has
several-
shown the
Professor
way.
B,
You
Katie,
must find
several
all
other
the
people
people
are gonna
who
come on,
badmouth
and we're gonna do a
Melina and
costume
slap them,
debate,
Giga Chat.
where we're all
Toxic
gonna dress
masculinity
up as
doesn't exist
characters like
anymore. We were only
clowns
pretending when we
and-
wouldn't
and
shut up about it for the last
princesses.
13
I'm gonna do
years.
Quinn Harley.
There you go. And we're gonna
Harley
have this
Quinn.
an awesome in-character debate, and it should be fun, should be great, should be good times.
missed the
for
Grace
all.
and the
So,
Boss
yeah,
one?
please,
Oh,
if you
whoops.
want to sub or gift subs, by all
You guys
means.
want to know? Next,
but
we have
yeah,
another
I will
panel.
let my.
It's about Chris Rock. You can say or not say. It's totally up to you. I'm pretty big on watch what interests you, and if that happens to me, I appreciate that.
To go on to the Prime panel where we will be talking about censorship, and we will be talking about the slap heard around the world, where Will Smith clocked Chris Rock. But yeah.
I hope there were lots of black people on that panel to talk about that. Otherwise, it's going to be just an awful discussion.
Oh yeah, we need black people to.
Okay, I gotta go. Bye. Sorry.
Okay. Do I have anything else scheduled for tonight? Please don't leave us. I'm gonna work on my manifesto thing, okay? Time to start writing, because you guys asking me in chat all the time is too fucking annoying.
They're also tough now that you can't fight back.
I don't even know why I just clicked. Get the flask? I'll do it tomorrow, okay? I promise. Okay, I love you guys. Oh, wait,
You asked
hold
me
on.
for some dumb best studies when I'm taking an exam, and then I tried to link them to you, and you have mute links on. This is why you can't make it to Diamond.
Absolutely true. Okay, we're gonna do this thing again. August wants me to premiere video and then send you guys to the premiered video. Public, set as instant premiere, done. Save. Hassan's emotional outburst over deleted video and Adam Something's call out. Wow, that sounds like, man, you guys are gonna have so much fun. What an exciting video. Make sure to like and subscribe. I love you guys. Ripper and a cappuccino, pappuccino, hoppuccino, moppuccino, dappuccino, cappuccino, appuccino, alpuccino, my deuterinos. I will catch you guys next Streamerino, which is tomorrow. Peace out.